Okay. Howdy, howdy. Hi, everybody. Hello, DJ. Hello, Cats fan. How we all doing? How's everybody doing? How's the day going? It's Tuesday, right? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Folks, as always, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. I gotta move my chair because there is a blanket stuck under me and I don't want that anymore. Hello, everybody. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about that. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button. Help us get to 10,000 likes. Hit the share button as well. Did I get my costume? I did get my Wednesday Addams costume. I'm going for a gender bend on it, though. So I'll be like a guy version of Wednesday Addams. Call me Tuesday. Call me Tuesday. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We're going to get started in just a moment. Hi, Amy. Hi, MT. How's everybody doing? Y'all having a good day? Everybody having a good... It's Tuesday, right? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Everybody having a good Tuesday? Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit the like button. Help us get to 10,000 likes, and please make sure to share the live as well so that we could get the algorithm to push it out to more guests. We're going to get started in about a minute. How's everybody's day going? Y'all doing good? Everybody having a good day? Hopefully you're having a good day. I can't believe we have one more week. Guys, we have one more week until the election. Do we understand this? Like, do we understand that there is a week until the election? Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know if I'm excited or stressed. A little bit of both. Let's get up our first guest. As always, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a chat. I know we got to get through some crazies first, as always. I can't wait for the first MAGA Republican to run up and say the F slur as though it's such a shock. Oh gosh. Hello, guest. I assume you're voting for Donald Trump, huh?
You know, baby.
Okay, so why are you voting for Donald Trump? How old are you?
Old enough to vote.
Okay, so why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because he's just a great guy.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Something so great about a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon. Is that how you, like, you see a guy and you're like, oh, I know he's a good guy if he's a felon?
Not all felons are bad.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure that the one who commits sexual abuse, civil fraud, and 34 felonies is pretty bad yet. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Fact, or is that just what you heard?
Excuse me. Why are you saying that's not a fact?
Is that just what you heard, or is that...
Why are you saying that's not a fact? Go ahead.
Because it's he say, she say.
No, it's not. It's the criminal justice system. A unanimous jury, excuse me. It's a unanimous jury. You asked and I'm answering. You're welcome. So again, this is a unanimous jury that Donald Trump's own lawyers appointed, finding him guilty on 34 felony counts. You understand that?
You saw the court records? You read them?
Yes. Did you?
Black and white? You read them?
Did you? I did. In fact, I was also there for his immunity case and also his Colorado ballot hearing, sitting across from Clarence Thomas in the Supreme Court. Hi, I'm Johnny. You must be new here. Did you read the documents?
No, he's a great guy, man. Why can't you?
Okay, so why are you suggesting that it was political persecution? Are you saying that he did or did not commit the crime?
He didn't. It was just a bunch of fraud because nobody liked him.
Oh, okay. So question for you then. How old are you? Because this is sounding like a blatant child, right? So hold on one second. Here, let me fix this for you. On the count of three, everybody, fetus deletus. 1, 2, 3. Fetus deletus. Poof! And he's gone. Goodness gracious. The magic is real in America. The magic is real. Oh gosh. Don't worry, everybody. Fetus deletus is a wonderful spell that works every time, but it is banned in Alabama, so don't try it there. Hi, John. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yup.
You sound a little proud about that. I mean, I guess we all got our things to be proud of, and if that's your greatest accomplishment, that speaks volumes to how sad you are. Anyway, why are you voting for a criminal?
I don't know. Why are you voting for her?
That's easy. I can break that down for you, but when I do, you'll run away. So do you want to tell me first why you're voting for Donald Trump?
Harris. What's that?
Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because he ran the country better before.
Unlike Biden and Harris.
Okay, is this your son or something? What's going on in the background?
No.
Is that like what's going on there? Do you want to have a conversation with me, or do we have like, are you the middleman and I'm conversating with the person in the background? Because if so, you could just leave. You don't got to remain, right? I could just talk to him.
No, he's gone.
Okay, so I'm conversating with you then.
Yep.
Okay, so get back on the horse here. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because he did America great when he was president.
Can you elaborate on that?
Let's see. We didn't have immigrants moving in here.
Yes, you did.
Our groceries wasn't.
Excuse me.
$300
Hold on.
for half a bag of groceries.
What? Listen, you don't have to grocery shop at
You don't
Erewhon.
have Obama talking to his ear while he's on a press conference.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let's better understand this. First off, excuse me, do you hear me all right? Do you hear me all right? Because it sounds like you're talking into your ass. Can you take the phone and put it closer to your mouth? Take the phone and speak into it so that we can better hear you.
You're talking out your ass.
You are quite literally, it sounds, you're not listening, so you're not understanding.
You're talking out your ass.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You need to speak more clearly into the phone. Oh my gosh.
Behind you with the smile.
Sir, you are mumbling. You need to speak clearly into the phone. I'm trying to help you. You're getting very aggressive. Calm down. Speak clearly into the phone because you're talking for 5 minutes at a time and nobody can hear you. So again, you're suggesting, okay, all right, you're suggesting that grocery costs are high. All right, I'm done playing. Let's move on. This one's pathetic. I'm trying to engage in a conversation and he won't even speak clearly into the cell phone. Like, what am I supposed to do for you? What do you, like, come on. Next. Hello, Jessica. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, Jessica, you have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'm not going to have somebody eating in my ear the entire time. Let's not do that. That's literally disgusting. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, 3, 2, 1.
My bad.
No, you took too long.
So,
hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, and why so?
Everything. Inflation, crimes down, no illegal.
What is the inflation rate today?
It was higher than Trump's for sure.
No, what is the inflation rate today?
Like 2.8%. It was pretty.
Nope, try again. Close, but no.
What do you think the inflation is?
It's not what I think it is. If you don't know, go Google it.
Then what is it? What is it? You don't even know.
2.4.
That's not true. So
no, that is.
Go
fact check me. Hold on, I'll wait. Go on.
So so I said,
fact check me.
Trump was 1.2%.
Go on. Fact check me.
I just fact checked you.
Your fact check can't come from you. The fact check needs to be a source.
Okay, so I just told you it was 2.8%. Okay, so you're wrong.
2.4%.
That's not
true.
So you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Oh my gosh, I'm done playing. Listen, again, do you want to actually conversate based on facts here, or do you want to cry?
Right.
Which is it?
You can't do it because you're so.
Again, do you want to go off of facts? You know excuse me. Maybe I stuttered here. Again, listen closely. Listen, Pookie. We can have a conversation on facts, but again, you are not doing such a thing. I said the inflation rate is 2.4% today, and you can't just say, no, that's not true. That's not how life works. If that's what you're going to say, then go Google it and get a fact check for me. Go run. Okay, what's the source? What's the source?
You can get it from the BLS. You can get it from the government. They're all there. You know what I mean?
It's 2.4%. And what do you mean you can get it from the government? Give me the URL. What is the source?
I'm going to give you the entire URL through. You're so stupid.
Give me the source.
No, well, I can't.
Okay.
So,
all right. Okay, listen, peasant. You're gone. Goodbye. Like, what? You're like, no, I'm not going to get you a source. Okay, then you're not going to sit in my live. What do you mean? What? Google's free. Google is free. I'm like, get me a source. He's like, no. Okay, it's 2.4%. Now it's not. Okay, so then get me a source. Now. Okay, goodbye. Poof. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I am voting for Kamala.
All right, folks, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, please revoke your request to join the live stream. We will be talking to Kamala supporters later today. Right now, we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. But I do appreciate you folks coming up. We're just not doing Kamala supporters right now. Again, we are just doing Trump supporters right now. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Nick, you have 3 seconds. Are you still there? 3, 2, 1. Okay, bye, Nick. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. We're speed running this. I'm not waiting for people to figure out how to work their cell phone. Joe, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, man, 100%.
Okay, and why are you voting for the criminal?
Because gas is cheaper and we don't have chicks with dicks running around. I mean, come on.
Hold on, calm down. First off, calm down. Go ahead,
man.
Down for a second. I'm glad that you just spoke on chicks with whatever. I'm glad that your mom was put away in whatever retirement home you sent her to, but it's not nice to talk about her like that. The second question that you brought up here in suggestion to gas levels. Let's recognize that gas is at pre-pandemic levels. Do you understand that? Unmute whenever you're ready.
You there?
Yeah, so again, you understand that gas is at pre-pandemic levels.
Let's talk about chicks with dicks.
Again, listen, for the final time, I'm glad that your mom was put into a retirement home, but referring to her as such is just very odd. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I vote Trump.
This is going to be a fun one. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I came from, I'm an immigrant. I came from Ethiopia.
And there's no way that Donald Trump's going to have an issue with you.
Oh, yeah, listen.
Not at all. You're one of Donald Trump's priorities, in fact. Not because he wants to give you money or anything, but,
Yes. Can you give me a little minute?
How's Vladimir?
Yeah. I came from Ethiopia. I live like 20 years.
Yeah.
Sometimes I vote Democrat.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
Yeah. This year I vote Trump.
Gotcha. What state are you from?
Because
What state are you from?
State Virginia.
Oh, cool. What time is it?
Now like 2:06.
You just said it's 6?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not 6 o'clock in Virginia. Let's get up our next guest. Come on. Come on now. I love how MAGA Republicans come back here day after day. And it's the same few MAGA Republicans who keep coming back. Let's try something a little different. If you're a MAGA Republican and you're being a keyboard warrior in my comment section, going forward, my moderators are going to boot you from the live stream faster than Donald Trump's butt's going to get escorted into a prison cell after his November sentencing. I don't need you being a keyboard warrior and a snowflake in my comment section. What I need for you is to engage in a conversation using your big boy and big girl voice. So again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests and own that shit. Let's have a conversation about it. Stop being such a chicken. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? And they ran away. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am. How are you today?
Depends. Let's learn a little bit more as to why you're voting for a criminal. Are you driving right? Excuse me. Are you driving right now?
No, I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay.
Wife is driving.
Gotcha. Can you put her on the phone?
Sure. 1 second. Nope. She says she didn't want to talk. You probably.
That's okay. Can you relay a message to her for me? Just put me on speaker.
Yes.
Okay. Am I on speaker?
Yes.
Great, ma'am. You should be ashamed of yourself. Sir, let's jump back into it. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Well, as a white male who makes over $2 million a year, he's looking out for me.
Oh, okay. So let's better understand this then. So in reality, what you're saying is to the middle-class Americans who are in this live stream right now that you're willing to throw their economy under the bus and hike up their taxes so long as it benefits you as a millionaire. And do you think that that's going to win you votes? You just said yeah to that. Do you think that that's going to win you votes? Do you think that that's going to benefit you in the long run?
Well, not me personally, but
because let's better understand this. Again, you just said that you want to toss the middle class economy under the bus and hike up taxes on the middle class to benefit you, and you just said yes to that.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. Do you think that that is winning you middle class voters to ensure that Donald Trump does become your president? Because with that simple remark right there, I can assure you, you just turned more voters to Kamala Harris. So congratulations.
Well, but we should.
Anyway, can you put your wife back on the phone?
She's listening. It's on speaker.
That's great.
She's
Ma'am,
shaking her head at me, and I don't know why.
Here's an idea, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. She's voting for Harris.
She said she's canceling out my vote.
Ma'am, good for you. Sir, respectfully, do some soul diving, dig a little deeper into yourself, and better understand that by throwing out the rights of women across the board, throwing out the middle class economy, undermining workers and Americans across the country, both in their freedoms and their economy, you are quite literally being a selfish, just god-awful anti-American, if you will.
Well,
It's awful, isn't it?
daughter-
So tell me again, why are you voting? Did you just say you have a daughter?
My daughter is making me listen to you every day until the end of the week.
Did you just say you have a daughter?
I do. She's 18.
Sir, help me better understand this. Why are you voting away the rights of your daughter? You understand that Donald Trump nominated 3 Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade, stripping away the rights of women across the board, such as women like Kate Cox in Texas, who couldn't seek an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy. Or let's get Amber Thurman up here. Hold on. Oh, right. We can't because she's dead because of Donald Trump's abortion ban. So why are you voting against the rights and freedoms of your own daughter?
That happened under Biden.
Sir, who overturned Roe v. Wade?
The Supreme Court.
And who nominated that Supreme Court?
Well, the 9 of them were nominated over.
Excuse me. The majority of that Supreme Court, who nominated them?
I think probably Trump was involved in that.
Great. Okay, so why are you voting away the rights and freedoms of your own daughter?
Well, Trump doesn't completely believe in pro-life.
Right, he doesn't believe in pro-life whatsoever. I'm pro-life. He's not.
What do you mean?
Okay, for example, Kamala Harris believes in the right to choose. And then simultaneously, she says, I have a $6,000 permanent child tax credit because should a woman choose to give birth, she will support them financially. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does not have a single policy that economically benefits a mother after he forces them to give birth.
Oh, see, I'll take care of my daughter, though, so that's okay.
Okay. All right, make your case. Go ahead. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Break it down a little bit more.
Literally just to save me money. I mean, he's gonna make sure my money is good.
Matt, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Being able to buy this takes out to the year.
Matt, I hear you breathing.
I'm
What's with this people joining thing and then like not speaking? Like what is the like? Okay. Folks, again, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, please step out of the guest request. Only if you are voting for Donald Trump. I'm just looking for opposition right now. Hello, Jimmy. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. And why so?
Because I am a Christian, born and raised, and I believe that he's doing the moral thing. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, continue.
Exactly.
What were you saying?
And even, I'm a Christian.
Gotcha. And so you're using your religion as what,
doing the moral
justification to vote away the rights of women? So break this down a little bit further. Donald Trump doesn't align with Christian values. Neither does he align with any religious values. So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And this time, try to separate church and state. Good luck.
Donald Trump is a lot more aligned with my religion than Kamala is. She's completely 100%
thank you so much for the $20, Shelly. Thank you so much, Shelly. I appreciate it. Listen, first off, let's tone down the rhetoric. 2 points. One being, it sounds like you're in a wind tunnel. Are you in like a tornado, Dorothy? Oh, he ran away. We got a runner. Moo. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. We got a runner. Moo. I really think, y'all know in Wizard of Oz where that cow goes flying by in the tornado? I really think that he, in fact, was that cow in the tornado. And he just went, whoosh, flew right by. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, goodbye. We got a runner. My gosh, the amount of calories that these MAGA Republicans are burning by running out of my live stream is just phenomenal. Good for them. Do we have any moderators on right now, by the way? Where's our mods at? Hello, Joseph. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. Why so?
for his economic policies, for generally almost every policy, including the abortion ban. Not necessarily even abortion ban, but what he did with Roe v. Wade, sending it to the states so the states can make their own decisions based off of their own people rather than, the
Okay, so help me better understand this. Let's start off with abortion. Thank you. Let's start off with abortion. So, do you believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother?
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yes or no to the exceptions? Rape, incest, life of the,
Yes,
life of the mother.
100%. The same way that Trump said, and now, those 3 exceptions apply.
Excuse me. So again, the weekly cutoff right now on average is 20 to 24 weeks because that is when the pregnancy becomes viable. After that, it moves into an ICU and becomes an emergency C-section. It's no longer an abortion. So do you agree with the 20 to 24 week national average of cutoff?
Do they involve those 3 exceptions?
Nope, this could be if a woman wants, the freedom to choose as you have the freedom to choose. Or on the other hand, do you believe that women are worthless?
If it does not require...
Gotcha, so you believe that women are property. Gotcha, so then why do you believe, why do you believe that women are property? Pardon me, why do you believe that women are property? Pardon me, why do you believe that women are property?
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting? If you want something, you want an answer to something.
So you just responded and that was more than enough. What I need you to do is tell me, why do you
don't get to ask the question. You don't get to ask the question, and then not let somebody.
You're not letting me answer. You're gaslighting.
You're not answering.
Thank you. You just said that you don't believe in that exception. You don't believe in that weekly cutoff.
I believe in the exception.
The exceptions, but you don't believe in the exception of freedom. Correct. So you outlined that you don't agree with freedom.
Illegal?
So excuse me.
Up to when time
you're saying a 0-week abortion ban.
Hold on. Since you're putting certain restrictions onto what you think I believe, right? Let me put on yours. When is it enough? When do you say no more abortion? When not considering those 3 exceptions we talked about.
Right. Okay. So originally I stood by that.
Yours.
I'm answering.
Okay, go on.
So originally I stood by that 20 to 24 week restriction as it stood during the protections of Roe v. Wade. But the more I talk to you MAGA Republicans, the more I lean towards abortion leaning up to like 50 years old. So again, let's get back to this. Tell me again.
No.
Excuse me. I just answered your question. So 20 to 24 weeks as the national average. Again, this is where it was. Excuse me. This is where it was. Okay, you're not letting me talk. So again, you're not letting me talk. Listen very closely. You just said that you believe in a 0-week abortion ban unless the 3 exceptions of rape, incest, life of the mother are involved. So now here's what I need you to do. Tell me why you believe in your reality that you are permitted to strip away the rights of women rather than mandate the bodies of men. Why don't you mandate vasectomies rather than strip away the rights of women? It would accomplish the same goal. We recognize that, for example, an abortion ban doesn't stop abortions from happening. It just stops safe abortions from happening. We recognize that an abortion ban took the life of Amber Thurman. We recognize that an abortion ban led to Kate Cox having to flee her state of Texas to seek an emergency abortion elsewhere for a non-viable pregnancy. So now you're going to respond.
So now you're going to mute yourself, though, right? I'll let you talk. Yes.
You have 3 seconds to respond. Let's go. Hurry
that's
up.
Crazy. Why am I getting 30 seconds all the time? All right.
I do not need to hear the life story in between every time. You're not engaging in the conversation.
Exactly. See,
hurry up and respond. Respond.
She died because of an abortion pill. It's not because of a ban.
Your abortion ban led to her losing her life.
No.
Your abortion ban led to her losing her life.
Stop being dishonest.
Your abortion ban led to her losing her life.
See, you're being intellectually dishonest. Why are you
hurry up and respond.
Dishonest.
Hurry up and respond.
You're being dishonest, right?
Okay.
And exactly.
One more time. If you disagree with me, go fact check me.
I did. You fact check me.
Hold on. Excuse me.
All right.
Go fact check me.
Why did she die?
Go fact check me.
Pull it up. Why did Amber Thurman die? She did not die.
Did I stutter?
She died.
Did I stutter?
Did I?
Stop talking over me.
No.
Stop talking over me.
You're mad because I'm correcting
he's gotta
your
go.
falsehood.
We're moving on. Again, he's blatantly lying. I'm just not playing with Trumpers like this. I think that they're confused. Folks, again, Donald Trump's abortion ban led to Amber Thurman losing her life. It led to women like Kate Cox having to seek an abortion elsewhere. You're not just going to keep yelling over me. I'm trying to keep the Italian half of my body within, but y'all are really poking at it. You're not going to like me when I start turning into the Hulk. You're not going to like me when I'm angry. Hi, Lauren. Are you voting for the criminal? Lauren. Lauren. Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Where's our mods at? Let's get some more mods up here. Y'all, there's too many trolls in the chat. Like, I get that Russia's paying for bots, but we gotta get them out of here. So let's come on. Let's get some volunteers up here. I need some more mods.
Hi.
Hello, Jules. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am not. I actually wanted to talk.
Stephanie, hello. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I appreciate you modding. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why are you voting for a criminal? Do you hate our police? Is it like a personal kink?
Let's see.
Do you hate law enforcement?
Kamala.
Why do you support crimes? My question didn't mention Kamala, and yet you're not speaking on Donald Trump. So one more time. Why are you voting for a criminal, a felon, a sexual abuser, and a civil fraudster?
Foreign policy.
Okay, break that down. What is his plan to end the conflict between Israel and Gaza?
No, I'm talking about the U.S. dollar.
And I just asked you a question regarding foreign policy. Do you not want to respond?
No, you asked me a question.
I just asked you a question regarding foreign policy, and you didn't respond. I recognize that's because you can't respond. There is no solution that Donald Trump has presented to end the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Thank you again, but I just asked you a question regarding foreign policy, and you're not responding.
I'll answer your question. Sure.
Go ahead.
Let's go. Could you repeat it, because it was about the international conflict in Ukraine.
Did I
Russia.
stutter? Did you miss it?
I don't know. I was talking and you
See,
talked.
you're engaging to speak. You didn't listen to a simple question I just asked.
Yeah, I had a point. You asked me why, and I was.
And I don't care about your point. You said you were voting based off of foreign policy, and then when I asked you a question regarding foreign policy, you didn't respond. You didn't respond to one of the most critical issues that our next president will have to deal with surrounding foreign policy. Really. Let's try Russia and Ukraine. Why are you voting for Donald Trump when he has no solution to end the conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
Because he recognizes the threat of the BRICS dollar. And you don't even know what that is because you're an idiot.
No, we're not doing this. And I'm done also playing with you MAGA Republicans who speak nonsense instead of responding to my question. When I ask you to tell me why are you voting for Donald Trump when he has no solution to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, speak on Ukraine and Russia. Paige, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Completely absurd. Completely absurd. Can we get a coherent... Are there any coherent MAGA Republicans in the chat? Here's what I do. Comment MAGA if you're voting for Donald Trump, and I'm going to invite you up here. I love how all the MAGA Republicans comment their nonsense, and then when I'm like, comment MAGA, and I'll bring you up, only like one or two comment, and all the rest turn into crickets. It's crazy. Because they're scared. Hi, Alexis. Are you voting for the criminal?
Hi, Johnny. Unfortunately, it is looking like I will be. Yes.
Oh, unfortunately. Okay. Let's not play this empathy card. So let's get this right. You're willingly throwing out the rights of women across the board, the rights of union workers, LGBTQ plus Americans. You're undermining the freedoms and future of Black Americans. And you're saying, well, unfortunately, I have to vote for the criminal, sexual abuser and civil fraudster. Let's be honest. If you were, on the fence or undecided, you would just choose not to vote.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
So I actually did choose not to vote.
Right. Now you're voting for a felon. So why are you voting for the felon?
So a couple of things. To address the felon, the reason is because there are only two options, and I think that he is the better of the two options. If I had another option other than Donald Trump, I would.
Felon, district attorney, attorney general who led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world, senator, vice president, felon. Sexual abuser, civil fraudster, who would typically get prosecuted by somebody like Kamala Harris. But he's the lesser of two evils?
So to that point, there is nothing, and I am not a typical MAGA. I'm not going to say that Kamala is not smart, not good, didn't do good things. That's not why. I actually, when I first started researching, was very much so going to vote for Harris over Donald Trump.
Sure. No, you aren't. Can you respond to what he just said?
Which part? You
So again,
said a couple things.
District Attorney, Attorney General, who led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, Senator and Vice President,
Okay.
felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, the individual that she would prosecute.
Okay, so I think that's twofold. Do I think that she did her job while in office for a vice president? Sure. Do I think that he was held in a civil case against a woman? Yes. Do I think that affects their presidency? No. I don't think so. One issue that I had specifically with Kamala, for example, not to go completely off base, but when I researched her, for example.
So great. I asked you why you're voting for Donald Trump, and I still haven't gotten a response. And I appreciate you trying to jump into why you're voting against Kamala. But if Kamala did something wrong in your mind that changed you into a Trump supporter, then you're not actually gaslighting or fooling any of us. You're actually losing us from believing you're speaking truth to the matter. So tell us again, why are you voting for Donald Trump without a pivot? Thank you.
Okay, so why I'm voting for Donald Trump is one, because I believe that his economic policy is going to be more efficient than hers.
Break that down.
Okay, so for example, and I'll speak to her policies because, again, for Kamala, her policies are more well thought out and defined than his. A lot of his answers are, those would be conversations that we would have, those would be phone calls. And that has been something that I've really struggled with other Republicans that are very for him. You know, how would you solve the Ukraine?
You're making the case to vote for Kamala. Are you sure that you're a Trump supporter here? Let's better understand.
No, I'm
this
not
then
a Trump
once more.
supporter.
You're voting for Donald Trump?
I am voting for him.
So then
I am not
you're
in
a Trump
support of him.
supporter. Welcome to life. So again, when you say, listen, when you say that, oh, I'm voting for Nikki Haley, but I don't necessarily agree with everything she stands on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that you're a Nikki Haley supporter because she's a normal Republican. Donald Trump has been called a fascist by his own chief of staff. His own vice president refuses to run with him. He is quite literally a criminal. When you say you're voting for him, yeah, you're putting a full-throated endorsement behind him. So now let's better understand this economic policy here. You're saying that Donald Trump doesn't explain his economic policy in better detail. We recognize that Donald Trump wants to play around with tariffs, and we can talk about that. But if you can't talk about this in more detail because you're saying there's a lack of detail as provided by Trump in his campaign, let's talk about his first term as president. Let's talk about his first term as president. Can you tell me one economic policy that he passed that benefited the middle class?
I mean, I could look it up, but
you can't tell me one?
I did not have a source prepared for a specific economic policy that he did in his first presidency. No. I can look one up, but what I was saying,
you were going to bring up the economy, but you don't remember anything from his 4 years as president. Mind you, this wasn't too long ago that he was president, and you're telling me you don't know a single economic policy he passed that benefited the backbone of the economy, thus being the middle class. Really?
That's okay. You know what, Johnny, I don't want to be just another person that, you know, doesn't give you answers, and I don't think that I'm going to be able to give you the answers.
You're not running away.
Okay.
Tell me about Donald Trump's current tax policy.
His current tax policy in terms of like what the tax cuts he wants to do and how it will cost Americans $4,327 more under his policy.
Cool. Tell me about his tariffs.
His tariffs across, I think it's 20% or it might be 10, and then an additional 60% for China, with the main focus of bringing distribution back to America. Essentially, if it's made within America, it will not have a tariff. If it is made outside of America, it will tariff.
Now, do you see the issue with this as well, though? And do you understand that Penn Warren economists have made clear that this would lead to a $3 trillion additional debt to our national debt, and of course, $2,500 to $3,900 and climbing coming out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every single year, annually. Also, additionally to this, we do recognize that it's just a repeat of history. Donald Trump in 2017, 2018, when he implemented his first tariffs, for example, the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, this, alongside other tariffs, and we could talk about steel and aluminum production as well, led to a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class.
So I think that the conversation of tariffs specifically, when I first heard this, in general, it's alarming. But when I did further research, what I found is the entire purpose of tariffs is to bring production back to the United States.
When you do it right, and Donald Trump doesn't.
Okay. So explain why you don't think that Donald Trump is doing that right.
Sure, because for example, Donald Trump put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, and farmers back in his first term as president had a newly found export crisis. They lost China as a main consumer market, had a surplus in supply and demand issue, had to pass off rising costs to middle-class consumers through small businesses, and this increased costs on produce for middle-class consumers. So if you're going to play a trade war, you ought to be ready to win. But we know he also lost this trade war, and that's not me saying so. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and every single Republican, including Vivek Ramaswamy, made very clear that Donald Trump lost the trade war with China for this purpose.
Okay. And then I'm not sure. Let me look it up because I don't know the actual trade. But
if I want to have a conversation with Google or I want to have a conversation with ChatGPT, I would cut out the middleman being you, and I would just go conversate with ChatGPT. What I'm trying to do, though, is hear from, instead of ChatGPT, a Trump supporter, which is you. So if you can provide a coherent conversation as to why you're voting for Donald Trump, may I recommend not voting for Donald Trump?
Well, I think that a lot of times in conversations, especially, and you are educated, like that's fine. And that's why I want to have these conversations. But I think that a lot of times on both sides, if there is one area that one person is extremely educated in and another is not, it kind of shuts down a conversation. So I don't mean it in an offensive way to like look it up or Google. I just mean allowing people to do their research. So that's fine. This isn't the platform to do it.
Sure. So then let's talk about a different subject. Let's talk about Donald Trump's border stance. Can you tell me about, thank you, Rebecca, for the $10. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Rebecca. Can you tell me where he stands on the border?
Yeah. So as far as his border policy, one, finishing the wall, in general, people can fly under it, go over it, but it does provide a mass barrier, especially in a lot of areas where, say 700 people can come in at once. That's no longer an option for that specific area. As far as mass deportation of illegal, criminal, violent offenders, I think that everyone would be in agreement of that. But I do think that a lot of his views, although they come out as radical, it really is based in a lot of common sense. So, for example, for illegal immigrants that were here who are legally trying to go through the process of getting their visa, getting their green card, I think that that is still able to be done. Now, as far as deporting like convicted criminals, people from insane asylums, murderers, like this number that we keep hearing, like 13,000 murderers, is not actually from the Kamala Harris Biden administration. It's been over the course of, I believe, 4 years. An actual plan of deporting them. So let's
talk about Donald Trump's border policy. You meant mass deportation. Do you understand what mass deportation is?
A large amount of people being deported in no single country.
Mass deportation isn't a quantity. And this is not your fault for not knowing this. This is J.D. Vance and Donald Trump refusing at both debates and in their interviews, refraining from explaining what the process of mass deportation is because it's so deeply unpopular. Mass deportation isn't a digit. Can you please, if you do know what mass deportation is, please explain it. If not, I will explain it.
I mean, I would just say that it's an implementation targeting a specific group of people that are not supposed to be in the country.
That is called deportation.
Okay, so
that's already underway.
Mass, no.
Okay, so deportation is already underway, and that's not new. People were deporting under Clinton. People were deporting under Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, not new. They would also be deporting under Kamala. That being said, people tend to believe that mass deportation is the process of, for example, you find an illegal immigrant who's a criminal and you deport them. And you do this to all illegal immigrants who are criminals. Guys, we're already doing that. We're already doing that. They're not finding illegal immigrants who are criminals and then letting them go free. Okay, so that's just deportation. Mass is a process. Mass deportation means involving the military and law enforcement, and then also prosecuting civilians who are harboring illegal immigrants, whether they know or not. This is a process and an action that is very reminiscent to that of World War II, which is why it's very unpopular. Okay, so then we also look at this. You have the military or law enforcement, whatever he chooses to use, could even be border security, whatever the case be. You have them go up to small businesses to check the books of business operators to see if they're hiring illegal immigrants. If they are, you prosecute the business operators and you detain and take away the illegal immigrants to some unknown destination. Y'all know what that reminds you of, because it reminds me of a little diary I once read. Now, then you look at, again, whatever military, whether he weaponizes that against civilians, whether he weaponizes law enforcement against civilians, he is also going to have them knock on doors. And if he believes that a community has a high For example, he could say, Springfield, Ohio, we believe that there's a lot of Haitian immigrants there and we believe that they're illegal. Let's use the military and weaponize it against its own citizens to go knocking on the doorsteps of those civilians. And if they are harboring illegal immigrants in their attics, for example, we will detain those immigrants and then we will prosecute those civilians for doing so.
Okay.
That is the process of mass deportation. And mass deportation is not new.
Okay, and when he says that, like, is that outlined in a policy? Like, this is the steps that we're going to take. We are prosecuting door to door. Like, that has been.
And that's what's so difficult about this. So that is what mass deportation means. That is what mass deportation is. And in our history across the globe, that is how mass deportation has been implemented. Donald Trump is using the term mass deportation, but every single time he has been asked, how will you implement mass deportation? He won't respond, because when you explain that that is what mass deportation is, it's very unpopular among both sides of the aisle. So again, when he was at the debate and JD Vance was asked, how would you initiate mass deportation? And he refused to answer. This is why. They don't want to tell you how they're going to implement it.
Right.
Do you support Kamala Harris's border policy?
I don't, other than the fact that I don't really know what it is. And there was an extreme uptake under Biden's presidents. And I know that she is not the president, but she was her vice president.
Rightfully so. There was an uptick of immigration under Joe Biden. Now, we do recognize that today there are less crossings than there were at this point in Donald Trump's presidency. But additionally, let's also recognize that by the end of Donald Trump's presidency, Donald Trump was in mid-pandemic. So crossings are going to go down for the reason that there was no economy awaiting immigrants. There were no jobs awaiting immigrants.
Between like lower immigrants because of that.
Excuse me. There were no jobs awaiting immigrants should they come here. There was no economy awaiting immigrants should they come here because Donald Trump shut down the economy. Now, we also recognize that all that was awaiting immigrants who come here was disease, COVID-19, as we were not handling it that well under Donald Trump. Then the economy reopens under President Biden, and President Biden gets the pandemic under control. And of course, you're going to see an uptick in crossings as there is now an economy awaiting immigrants once more and less disease awaiting immigrants once more. So more crossings. That being said, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been working with Republicans since day one to put forth a border bill. In fact, on day one of their administration, they delivered a proposal to Congress, but Congress didn't take it up. Then in a bipartisan manner with Congress, Mike Johnson, they put forth a border bill. You said you wanted the wall. This border policy that Kamala put forth with Mike Johnson would have built the wall. It would be under construction as we speak, making any conversation about the border redundant. It also would have capped immigration, because if you get rid of all illegal channels to immigration, at some point you're going to have an overflow of legal immigration. This caps it. Additionally, it blocks illegal asylum seekers from seeking asylum, not legal asylum seekers. I know that people don't think that illegal asylum seekers can be illegal, but say somebody crosses the border illegally, is detained, and then says that they were seeking asylum. That's not how that operates. So you're going to block that practice. Additionally, it gives millions of dollars to border states to secure the border how they see fit, like Greg Abbott, who has been complaining about this for like months now, right? He wants more money and Congress won't act. And additionally, it also would have put about 1,500 new border agents on the border to secure the wall, because you built a wall, right? What's the point of the wall? If you can climb over it, you need people to watch you.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
So you endorse that policy?
With everything that you just said, yeah, there wasn't anything that I disagreed with.
Okay, but Donald Trump blocked that bill from passing.
Yes, and I want to go pull up the bill, and I didn't have it up. There is one specific part of that bill, and the reason that it didn't pass, there was also, I believe, 6 or 8 Democrats that didn't pass it as well.
6 Democrats isn't going to equate to the dozens and dozens of Republicans who were blocking it because of Donald Trump interfered. That bill was going to pass until Donald Trump stepped in. I also want to recognize here that when you turn around and you say, okay, well, there might have been something in that bill that maybe that is the reason it didn't pass. Like, yes, no, 100%. There was 4 and 8 in the bill. There was 4 and 8.
4 and 8, right.
And yet Mike Johnson took out the 4 and 8, passed the 4 and 8, and then didn't pass the border bill because it had nothing to do with the 4 and 8. The 4 and 8 didn't stop the bill from passing if they passed the 4 and 8 separately. And yet they wouldn't pass the border bill. They didn't pass the border bill, according to Mitch McConnell, Mike Johnson, and Senator Tillis, because Donald Trump didn't want the border secured in its entirety. Otherwise, he couldn't campaign on it. How can you campaign on a problem if it's fixed?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I do agree with that.
Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Why?
Honestly, after a lot of research, I just found out a lot of things about her policy. Like, for example, I'm a homeowner. And so one of her policies was like $25,000 for new homeowners. But after further researching, it's not actually for new homeowners. It's for first generation, first
New
homeowner.
homeowners. I've done the same research, and I've also gone directly to the campaign. It is new homeowners. And I don't understand if it's their fault for the lack of communication on this, if it's a media misinterpreting something. I understand that I've seen misinterpretations as well with new policies for gubernatorial candidates as well. I mean, I look at well, I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to call out anybody, Democrat or Republican, for this.
Do you think
I don't know if it was their miscommunication or the media, but that being said, it is.
I'm sure it's a combination of both. Yeah. So with that point, though, regardless, if you're not able to get a loan, that new grant will not help people. It's not going to expand the people who can buy homes.
It literally will. For example, I have a family member who just bought a home. This would be $25,000 into their pocket so that they can actually afford the down payment on it. Because right now, if you're struggling to put the down payment on the ground, this will help you benefit. This will help you accomplish that so that you can get your foot into the door of your literal home.
So correct me if it's wrong, but I thought it was like a tax credit that you get back the next year. So if you're not already approved for a loan, that you don't have the ability to get that, then you're not expanding the people that can actually get a home.
Well, I'll be honest on this too. Hold on. I'll be honest on this too. I think that whatever policy she's running on here with the $25,000 down payment probably isn't going to be the exact policy we see passed through Congress, because this needs to be done in a bipartisan way. And when Republicans get their hands on this, there will be changes.
Of them agreeing,
right? There will be changes as well. So aside from that, I want to recognize that Donald Trump has no similar policy whatsoever. At least Kamala's trying to put money back into the pockets of middle-class consumers, whether it be for her $50,000 down payment for first-time entrepreneurs, which would benefit people like me who have operated small businesses and would like to also operate a small business once more, for the $6,000 permanent child tax credit, which is actually a pro-life policy. Why does Donald Trump not have a single pro-life policy that economically benefits the mother after she is forced to give birth?
I can't speak to that because everything that I've seen, whether it's JD Vance or Trump talking to it, they've all, made it very well known that they accept the, exceptions of rape, of incest, and of the life of the mother. That's been very clear. But then their follow-up is saying, we want to create a stable unit where, you'll want to be able to keep your children. You'll want to be able, we'll have these policies in place. But what is the actual policy? Is there going to be, an attack on, if it's an incest case, are they persecuting the person who attacked them? If it is, if they are being forced to have these children, what plans are they going to be given to financially support them? So I do agree with that.
No, I hear you. I think, again, what the important question here to ask ourselves is this: if you strip away a woman's right to choose by overturning Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for 50 years and for a decades fought fight, and now there are women like Amber Thurman who has lost her life due to that abortion ban with medication complications, which again wouldn't have been needed whatsoever if she had access to an abortion in the first place, or Kate Cox, who had to flee her state for an abortion to take care of a non-viable pregnancy. I mean, if we're dealing with these cases right now, then Donald Trump and JD Vance coming in and saying, well, we're going to protect the 3 exceptions. They took the right from women and passed it up to the state. It doesn't matter anymore when you have women like the millions of women in Texas who would fall in line with those 3 exceptions and still can't seek an abortion, or in Georgia where women would fall in line with those 3 exceptions and still can't seek an abortion. So I think that this is what's important to recognize.
Okay.
I mean, this is like saying that you're going to protect IVF when you have, for example, in Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, like courts looking at overturning IVF, access to IVF, stripping away access to IVF. It's kind of
I think his last policy, even not only in support of it, but I believe he said that he wanted to fund it, that it would essentially be free if you wanted IVF.
Which is wild when you won't have access to it. For example, go to Alabama. Donald Trump can say, okay, I'm going to fund IVF. And if he wants to, great, I support that. And yet, let's also recognize it won't matter. But it won't matter. But wait, it won't matter when you don't have access to IVF in Alabama. So what? Donald Trump's going to fund it, but it's illegal for you to get it, or else you're prosecuted. Like, what is the, And then I also want to recognize here that Donald. Sorry, after you.
No, so I guess my question with that then, so the damage is done. Like, I don't agree with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but it's done. So with
but
that,
you can undo the damage.
Okay, that's my question. So her view is to put Roe v. Wade back into effect and take the policies away from the states. Is that her position on it?
No, I think first and foremost, we got to recognize that Kamala Harris will reinstate the protections of Roe v. Wade, but she will need Congress to do that. She would need both chambers to do that.
Right.
And the odds of that happening, we don't know yet. Like, that's not a question that I would even be able to answer until after the election. And let's say the House is a tight
made appointments
margin.
and stuff. Right.
Right. And like, let's say it's a tight margin in the House. Okay, then you still don't know it will pass because you have conservative leaning Democrats. Like, we couldn't pass the Build Back Better Act because of Joe Manchin, for example. Right. And like, these are also the Democrats, Joe Manchin, who are responsible for Roe v. Wade having not been enshrined in the Constitution in the first place. But I want to recognize here as well that having a president like Kamala Harris, who is pro-choice and supports the rights of women, that ensures that a national abortion ban is not enshrined. The issue is that even if Donald Trump says, which he has endorsed a 6-week abortion ban, gone back on it, turned around and said he does endorse it again, ended up voting it.
Weeks. Yeah.
Right. In Florida. The issue is with Donald Trump is that, for example, when he says that he's going to protect Second Amendment freedoms, well, Donald Trump implemented a bump stock ban. And whether you agree or disagree with that bump stock ban, I am a Second Amendment Democrat, so I have my stance on it.
Wait, you said a what stand?
A bump stock ban? The bump stock ban. So he implemented a bump stock ban. And this was in direct violation of the Constitution. According to his own Supreme Court, it was overturned in June of this year. Now, I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. I don't like when people touch my Second Amendment. I have my own stance on it. I'm sure everybody has their stance on this. Doesn't matter. Nonetheless, it was in violation of the Constitution, which ironically was the very amendment he said he would never touch, that being the Second Amendment. So now, again, we're supposed to trust what? That he's not going to implement a national abortion ban because he says he won't? He also said he wasn't going to overturn Roe v. Wade, and then he did. And then he said he was proud to overturn Roe v. Wade when there are interviews of him saying back in 2014, 2015 that he would never overturn 2016, where he said he would never overturn Roe v. Wade. So.
Right. The argument of like policies and, personal opinions and going back and forth, I think can be said for both parties. That has been something very troubling, is just like following, can I speak to the fact of what he said in 2016, that he's going to grab a woman by the this and that? No, like there is nothing that can be said to justify that or the differences of that. And I mean, I also heard somebody today, and I kind of heard it before, that he was a Democrat and then changed to Republican. So I don't know. I feel like he said this, 4 years ago, he said this today is very difficult. And I don't think that, go ahead.
But what is important to recognize here is that Kamala and Donald Trump have both changed positions for different reasons. Kamala, for example, MAGA Republicans say, well, she's going to come after our Second Amendment. She's been in office for 4 years with Joe Biden, and the only firearms that they tackled were ensuring that firearms weren't in the hands of criminals. Okay, they never impeded on or violated the Second Amendment for every other American. Donald Trump did. When Donald Trump says he doesn't, and then he does, that is him violating his own stance. Kamala Harris, I'm sure, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, had a stance on this that might have been more questionable, and yet she met in the middle with Republicans and moderate everyday Americans and said, you know what, we're going to protect your Second Amendment, that's what you want. Donald Trump, when he changes his mind, gets further right, and in fact he said that he was backing the blue. He said, we're going to back the blue, that we support our police. I support our police through and through. Donald Trump on April 5th, 2023 said on Truth Social, and this post stands word for word. He said, Republicans, this post is still on his Truth Social account. Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ, the FBI, and the police until they come to their senses. This is because he believes that he was being politically persecuted.
Right. This is like the enemy within thing.
Which he's not being politically persecuted. We understand that. But that being said, a presidential candidate should not be saying that we're going to defund law enforcement when just years prior he said he backed the blue. A presidential candidate shouldn't be inciting the textbook definition of an insurrection that led to the loss of life among law enforcement and then saying he backs them. That is a change in stance. That is blatantly lying to the American people. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, MAGA Republicans say, well, she won't frack. She's going to take away from our oil industry. Okay, guys, if you think she wanted to regulate fracking, maybe at one point she did. I disagree, but maybe at one point she did. And yet we recognize that over the past 4 years of her being vice president, we have drilled more than we were under Donald Trump. We fracked far more, and never was the Keystone Pipeline or any such pipeline touched.
Right now, for example, like we're only fracking on private property. Does she have plans to extend that then? Like, obviously a lot of
I can't actually speak to it. I know and I recognize that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden passed more permits for the oil industry, and thus we are drilling and more energy independent today under their administration than we were under Donald Trump. The differentiation between public and private, couldn't tell you.
Okay, yeah. I do know that it's private, but I don't know, like, as far as, like, obviously he's standing on a lot of bringing back energy efficiency and how, you know, if we are the major energy producer, that's going to affect everything. I haven't really heard her speak to that at all.
But this is also readily available on our website. The personal stance for me is that I don't want to go fact check this for the pure purpose that I asked you not to do the same. I think we need to have a conversation based off of our own intelligence, and should something be totally outlandish, let's fact check that. But for something that's probably just readily available on either of their websites, feel free to look that up.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay.
But you don't sound like you're crazy or something. So, you know, I'm not going to do the whole, let's go fact check this, fact check that. You're not saying that he was politically persecuted or something. So I don't see a reason to play the game.
No,
anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. I hope you get another MAGA person to debate you crazily.
And I hope you remake your mind up and vote for Kamala Harris, because I think that you will benefit further under Kamala Harris's policy. And, you know, what I would hate to see is Donald Trump to win, and for you to regret that the same way so many Americans across the country regretted voting for him in 2016. Once in 2017, we saw his Muslim ban, and Muslim Americans regretted voting for him. Or we saw him strip transgender Americans out of the military, and then transgender Americans regretted voting for him. Or women who are of the reproductive age regretted voted for him after they lost their right to choose. I would hate for you to become one of those. But anyhow, thanks for coming up. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Hi, folks. If you are just tuning in, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. We do these conversations every single day. If you do like what you're listening to and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. I want to say a massive thank you to Ash, and I also saw Santana as well. Thank you so much for the galaxies and the love. Love you folks right back. Like I said, folks, if you want to support me, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in my bio. I use those funds as I travel the swing state of Pennsylvania meeting voters, which is actually more important now because we're in like the final stretch. And so I use those funds as I travel around the swing state meeting voters. It normally helps me pay for like gas and mileage and stuff. I will also say though, Kamala's coming back to Pennsylvania tomorrow. Can we get like some W Kamalas in the chat? Because Kamala is really focusing on Pennsylvania, and that is so critical that she does that. Because Hillary did not. And it's so nice to see Kamala using the same playbook as like Josh Shapiro and John Fetterman with Pennsylvania. Massive W's to Kamala. She deserves so much credit for the work she's doing in Pennsylvania. Blake, hello, are you voting for Donald Trump? Blake, 3, 2, 1. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Hi, Jake. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, but
why so?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Actually, just wanted to ask you.
You got COVID? What's going on? You good?
No, I swallowed a fucking piece of grain rice on accident. I'm trying to eat some chow right now. No, but anyway, I haven't voted yet. I plan on doing so after my hitch is over from work. Listen, can you just tell me
why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Kamala?
Yeah, I'll tell you why you should vote for Kamala.
Like some of her policies and shit.
Sure. I'll take about 2 to 3 minutes to speak on this. Is that fine?
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, and may I put you on mute?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I look at Kamala Harris, and what do I have with Kamala Harris? Trumpers say, oh, you have somebody who supports crime. You have somebody who wants to violate the Second Amendment, even though there's no proof on that. And it's actually quite hypocritical. You look at Donald Trump, and he is the first modern day president to have violated the Second Amendment. And I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. With his bump stock ban having been overturned by his own Supreme Court in June of this year, he became the first modern day president to violate the Constitution. Not just the Constitution, but more ironically, the Second Amendment. And this isn't unfamiliar territory to Donald Trump. He asked his own vice president to violate his oath of office and the Constitution by overturning the will of the people, overturning a presidential election. Mike Pence didn't. And thus we were given Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But Donald Trump didn't like that. Donald Trump preferred inciting insurrections and violating the will of the people. I'm not going to vote for somebody who is by textbook definition a fascist, an authoritarian, who's trying to undermine democracy. And I use democracy very sparingly on this because I understand that democracy is a hot topic point right now. But let's move on over into Kamala again. Kamala Harris, what do you get? You get a black woman from a middle-class background who never forgot her middle-class roots, somebody who became a district attorney when she had no right to do so in America because every card was socioeconomically stacked against her, and yet she prevailed, becoming a district attorney and attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world. She became a senator and a vice president, and yet MAGA Republicans claim she is underqualified when in fact she is overqualified, which is why delegates overwhelmingly elected her to be the successor to Joe Biden, and why no other Democrat chose to run against her, from Josh Shapiro to Gretchen Whitmer, because she is that candidate. She is the candidate. She is a president. You look at Kamala Harris, and she gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. And I'm not going to count jobs created or lost due to the pandemic, because that's not fair. But not counting pandemic jobs, Kamala Harris was creating 400,000 jobs per month on an average. Donald Trump, 178,000 jobs per month on a monthly average. If I counted pandemic jobs, that number would be double for Kamala. His number would be in the negatives. And yet, without counting pandemic jobs, she is still double what he created. And yet, she only added $4 trillion in debt. He added $8 trillion in debt. She added half of what he added. And mind you, her debt came from offering money to middle-class Americans. His debt, that $8 trillion, came from giving corporate tax deductions to Microsoft, Amazon, Walmart, who are already making record-high profits. You look at Kamala Harris, and she's running on blatant policies that support the middle-class Americans in a very comprehensive manner. Okay, you look at the $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, additional $10,000 tax incentive, and the $6,000 personal child tax credit for first-time parents. Mind you, that's a pro-life policy. Yet she also supports the right to choose, should you choose to support the destiny of women. But Donald Trump says, you know what, women can't have the right to choose, because he doesn't see women as equal to him. He says no right to choose for women. And mind you, Donald Trump also doesn't have a policy to economically benefit a woman after he forces her to give birth. So that means that he doesn't have a pro-choice or pro-life policy. He's in fact pro-forced birth. Then again, you look at Donald Trump, and this isn't new. Donald Trump stripping away the rights of Americans. Donald Trump is the same guy who stripped transgender Americans out of our military. People who are serving on the front line to fight for you and I, he took them out of the military. But Donald Trump doesn't care about the military, right? This is the guy who dodged the draft. This is the guy who exploited the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for his own political profit, going as far as having Arlington National Cemetery's file a police report against him. But don't mention police around Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump said he wants to defund the police on April 5th of 2023 on his own Truth Social account. He said, and I quote, that we should be, Republicans in Congress should be defunding the police, FBI, and Department of Justice. But let's not talk about the Department of Justice either, because Donald Trump is too familiar with them. After all, he is a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster. So yeah, I'm going to vote for the prosecutor like Kamala Harris, who comes from the middle-class background, because that is a comprehensive, straightforward candidate who's going to economically fight for the middle class. Donald Trump, on the other hand, somebody who had 6 bankruptcies, somebody whose tariffs led to a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class, somebody who steamrolled farmers by forcing them out of an economy, in a competitive economy, just so that he could uplift China. Somebody who, mind you, whose family, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, taking, what was it, $2 billion from the Saudis? Donald Trump, who says that we should just steamroll foreign policy, forget about Ukraine, even though we signed the Budapest Memorandum with them to ensure that they were denuclearized. I know he wants to renuclearize Ukraine, but I'd rather not go into a nuclear war. But let's not mention war with Donald Trump either. I mean, you know, we know that he oversaw the largest genocide and starvation in Yemen. We know what he did with Afghanistan. We know how he abandoned the Kurds. But gosh, if we mention that, MAGA Republicans will get in a tizzy. Anyhow, hopefully this was hopefully this was helpful, but that's my stance as to why I'm voting for Kamala and against Donald Trump.
You said a lot of good stuff there, brother. And a lot of stuff, like all the past stuff Donald has said or whatever.
So much for the Galaxy, Jay. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love.
And, but there's a lot of stuff that Kamala has said prior to her presidential candidacy She said she said some crazy stuff, man.
Like
she said something about defunding the police.
When?
She said some crazy things.
Like
I don't know
what?
when, but there's just clips that I've seen.
Well, I told you when Donald Trump said it, and in fact, I told you where to find it because the post is still on his Truth Social account. Can you tell me when and where she said that she wants to defund the police?
Well, no, I cannot. But it's just like I said, it's just videos that I've seen. Like it just seems now that she's running for president.
But you can't tell me when or
all the
excuse
stuff
me.
that I've seen
You're
her
telling
say,
me that you can't
it's
tell me
switching up
where
now.
or you're telling me that you can't tell me where or when you heard it or saw it from. But I'm supposed to believe you?
Come on, brother. You've seen it too. I know you have.
Can you get me a Google search?
You've seen it too.
Can you get me a source?
We don't have to play this game.
We really do need to play this
I know you've
game.
seen it.
Can you get me a source? You're saying that I've seen it, that you've seen it, but shouldn't there be a source? TikTok's not a source, right?
Why is TikTok
So
not
again,
a source?
I told you that Donald Trump said he wants to defund the police, and I told you exactly what day, April 5th of 2023, and where to find it, his Truth Social account. The post is still on there. Now, you're not telling me where or when I can find Kamala saying it.
Maybe on a Donald Trump campaign on television. Some of the stuff she said.
Where
comes out
and
on
when
there.
did Kamala say this? Can you please get me a source?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, hit that like button. Help us get to 400,000 likes. If you want to support me and you like what you're hearing today, my Venmo and PayPal, my Cash App, those are in my bio. We're going to give the guest a moment to find that source. Do 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 do
Hi, so
Okay, hi, do you have my source?
here kind of got sucked into a meat grinder,
Good glitching.
but on the bright side.
We got TikTok playing in the background. Let's move on to our next guest. I think he just ran away. No, and they didn't come up. Let's move on to the next.
Hello?
Was I on you yet? Can you give me a second?
Oh, sorry.
My God. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, I'm not voting this election, but I just have.
Slowly but surely, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's have a conversation. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump, the 45th convicted felon of these United States? Okay, I guess not. You're quiet. Goodbye. It's a little early to be sundowning, I think. Hello, Amy. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting.
I put a source to the Kamala.
Congratulations. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I put a source to the Kamala.
Congratulations. So let's recognize one more time.
Kamala saying she was defunding the.
Okay, so one more time. You're saying that Kamala Harris said she wants to defund the police, and why are you blatantly lying? You understand that when Kamala Harris spoke on the rechange of police funding,
there's
it was
the
about.
source.
Excuse me,
There's
ma'am.
the
Are you
source.
listening or crying? Are you here to conversate or cry? Because you're about to get blocked. So unmute and speak. One more time. Are you listening to what I am saying? Because you're failing. You're lashing out. One more time, Amy. You just said that Kamala wants to defund the police once more. Donald Trump said on April 5th of 2023, he wants to defund the police. Do you understand that? Why are you going to cry and misrepresent? Like, what are you doing? Amy, unmute. Amy, unmute. You're not proving anybody wrong here. Amy, you want to run away? Should I get the cowbell? There you go. Good girl, Amy. Amy, so one more time. You're saying that Kamala Harris said she wants to defund the police. You just said that Kamala wants to defund the police. What exactly did Kamala say? What exactly did Kamala say? Ma'am, what exactly did Kamala say? Ma'am, you're not listening, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not listening. So one more time. Do you understand that when Kamala spoke on the... This isn't a lie. You're not listening. Okay, one more time. Kamala spoke on the reallocation of funding for law enforcement, but keeping it in law enforcement. She wasn't cutting funding for law enforcement. Donald Trump said on April 5th, 2023, and I quote, Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ, FBI, and the police until they come to their senses, and that is on his Truth Social. He said, word for word, he wants to defund the police. But you're coming up here and saying that Kamala wants to defund the police. Do you understand that once more Kamala Harris spoke on the reallocation of funding? And I just looked at your source. You didn't read your source, apparently. One more time. Your source speaks on the reallocation of funding in law enforcement, and it remains in law enforcement. There was no cut of funding from law enforcement. And you have an echo, so you need to leave the live and come back in. Go to your homepage and come back. You have an echo, you goblin. You have an echo, you goblin. You need to go to your homepage and come back in. Stop barking at me. You still have an echo. Go to your homepage and then come back in. There you go. Good girl. Congratulations. You did something right. Okay, so Amy, get back in. Now unmute one more time. Do you understand that Kamala is speaking on the reallocation of funding within law enforcement and she is not cutting funding from law enforcement? Do you understand that?
She is relocating.
No, it's not relocating. It's a reallocation.
Well,
so again, but it's within law enforcement. She's not moving funding outside of law enforcement. So again, it's keeping funding within law enforcement. That is not defunding. That is transitioning funding. I'm not done. Hold on. Do you understand that Donald Trump said, and I quote, on April 5th, 2023, Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ, FBI, and the police until they come to their senses, and that post is currently on his Truth Social account.
Yeah, because they're doing shady shit.
So you're saying that Kamala wants to defund the police, when in reality, she spoke about a reallocation of funding within law enforcement. You just yelled at me for being a liar when your own candidate said he wants to defund the police, but you were trying to misrepresent and mislead people into thinking otherwise. Then when I ask you, do you recognize that he said he wants to defund the police? You tell me that you do indeed recognize that, but you try to disinform people. So let's get back into this. Let's get back into this. Why do you support a candidate who wants to defund the police like Donald Trump? You just said, well, because they're going after Donald Trump. Is that really how you feel? That because Donald Trump committed a crime and is being held accountable for it, that you should defund the police? Is that how you feel?
Some things that
is that how you feel, yes or no?
For yes.
So you're saying defund the police because Donald Trump is being held accountable for his crimes.
I support our
Well, that's what Donald Trump is saying. So why are you voting for Donald Trump? Why are you voting for Donald Trump? And shame on you then for throwing them under the bus when Donald Trump is saying he wants to defund them.
She said that.
He said, and I quote, Republicans in Congress should defund the police, end quote.
He said it too.
One more time. So again, you're coming up here and saying Kamala said this, but she didn't. One more time will I speak on this. Kamala Harris spoke on the reallocation of funding within, excuse you. Quit your barking. Kamala Harris spoke on the reallocation of funding within law enforcement. It does not leave law enforcement. So that is not defunding. That is moving resources around within law enforcement. She's not taking money from law enforcement and moving it elsewhere. Donald Trump did what you just said. Donald Trump said he wants to defund law enforcement. Come on back in, you goblin. Let's have a conversation. Don't run away. I'll get my cowbell. Unmute whenever you're ready. So again, do you understand once more, now that I've repeated myself 5 times, what the hypocrisy is with your argument? And let me ask you, do you think that Donald Trump was politically persecuted?
Some.
How so?
Just some of the charges I think were ridiculous.
No, break that down.
Joe Biden did the same thing.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
Hold on. No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he
Yes,
did not.
Did.
What did
yes,
he do?
Yes, he did. And they found him.
Do?
They found him uneligible to stand trial.
That's impossible, and that's not accurate. That was absolute BS. Ma'am, I did. Ma'am, I did.
Read the report.
Ma'am, I did.
Read the report.
Ma'am, I did.
Then you read it in there.
I read the report, and you're wrong. You're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Excuse me. Hold on one second. Let me make you feel more comfortable. Excuse me. Let me make you feel more comfortable. Hold on. Somebody drop a 20 and I'll stop playing with my food. Until then, I'm going to keep playing with it until it gets old and wrinkly. So listen again, Amy. You're misinforming people. You just said that Joe Biden committed the same crimes as Donald Trump. Joe Biden, according to your own party, the party that quite literally conducted the investigations and committee hearings into Joe Biden, ruled he was innocent. Your own Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, stripped down, like quite literally abolished the impeachment hearing that your party tried to put forth against Joe Biden. Mike Johnson said that Joe Biden committed no wrongdoing. So do you know better than Mike Johnson? Is that what you're saying, that you know better than Mike Johnson? Hurry up, come on. Your own party said he had no wrongdoing. Mike Johnson, your Speaker of the House, said that Joe Biden committed no wrongdoing. Do you know better than Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House? Oh, my hat.
Well, apparently, if I read the report and it's in the report.
Excuse me. Apparently, you don't know how to read, but I understand that literacy isn't really something that you MAGA Republicans have as a strong suit. So tell me again.
That's what you guys
are
do.
saying. Excuse me. Yeah. Crime more.
And doing this shit.
I don't know why she keeps barking. She's not engaging in the conversation. Like, chat, what do I do here? She's just crying. Amy, one more time. You just said that Donald Trump was the victim of political persecution. So maybe you're using a concept of a fact, but you don't know what a fact actually means. Donald Trump was found guilty by 34 felony counts among a jury that was unanimously ruling he's guilty of said felony counts. This jury was selected by his own lawyers. Excuse me. I wasn't giving you the moment to speak. This is my moment. You may sit there and either listen so that you can learn, or continue, I don't know, eating cats and dogs like you MAGA Republicans do. So let's get back into this once more. He was not politically persecuted, but by your logic, would Hunter Biden not also then be the victim of political persecution?
Hunter Biden?
Yes, because Hunter Biden is a convicted felon, more politically relevant. Excuse me, stop speaking. So again, Hunter Biden is more politically relevant than Donald Trump. Hunter Biden also is a convicted felon and more politically relevant than Donald Trump. So would not Hunter Biden be the victim of political persecution too? Yes or no?
Hunter Biden committed the crime.
Okay, so let's recognize you're saying that Hunter Biden committed the crime and it's not political persecution because he's a Democrat. But Donald Trump is a Republican and thus he couldn't have committed the crime. And of course it must be political persecution. Do you understand that? Do you understand that blatant hypocrisy? You just said that Hunter Biden wasn't political persecution and that he did commit the crime, which I agree he committed the crime, but you're saying he committed the crime because he's a Democrat. And you're saying it wasn't political persecution because he's a Democrat. But then Donald Trump, who did commit the crime, you're saying he didn't commit the crime because he's a Republican. And you're saying it wasn't political persecution for Hunter Biden, but it was for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a Republican. Do you see how that's a blatant hypocrisy? Are you proud to be a hypocrite? You're done talking. On the count of three, everybody, hocus pocus. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. She really came up here and was like, Kamala's going to defund the police. Excuse me. No, Kamala's speaking on a reallocation of funding within law enforcement. The money doesn't go elsewhere. Donald Trump said he wants to defund law enforcement in its entirety, and that post is still on his Truth Social account. So if you're going to come up here and lie, at least do it well. Right?
Hello.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, I'm not talking to a fetus. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
24.
Gotcha. And when were you born?
2000.
And why are you voting for a criminal?
No, I just wanted to ask you a question.
You're not going to engage in the conversation with me?
No, I'll tell you after. I'm
okay,
just...
goodbye. Michael, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I already have. Yes.
Okay, congrats. You want a fucking cookie? Let's get up our next guest. Sorry, guys. I might look like the one, but I'm really not the one. Guest, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
How old are you?
I already have.
Congrats. You want a sticker? Like, guys, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you are attention seeking and you're saying, well, I already voted for him, and you want like your 3 seconds of fame to say that, congrats. I don't know what to tell you. It's kind of cringe, right? It's cringe. Like, you want to talk about why you already voted? It's cringe, right? I'm getting secondhand embarrassment for you. If you are voting for Donald Trump and have not done so yet, come on up and let's have a conversation. If you already voted, there's not really a conversation to have with you, right? Then you're redundant. Yeah, in fact, you're even redundant to Donald Trump. Jordan, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, probably. I'm
How old
kind of
are you?
undecided. 18.
Okay. Jessica, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
How are you?
Depends.
I actually was going to until I found your account, actually.
Oh,
And,
shucks.
yeah, to be honest, everyone would ask me, why are you voting for him? And living in Texas, I really had no real reason other than the things that I have been around. And I just wanted to thank you for educating me because I was really clueless, and I just really admire you and what you're doing.
Well, I want to say, first off, thank you so much for voting for Kamala and for voting for all the reasons we have talked about in this live stream throughout the weeks in the past. And thank you for making that right choice. I really appreciate you listening in. And if we could get like 1,000 W Jessicas in the chat, please. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of, I think, all of us in this live stream, but also every reasonable American for not voting for the criminal. Thank you.
No, thank you for educating me because, like I said, I just had no idea. I didn't know about policies or anything. I just was listening to what people around me were saying. And then I was like, you know what? They can never show me any proof about what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much again, Jessica. I hope you have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Let's please get like 1,000 W Jessicas in the chat. That's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh, and they left. So sad. I wanted to talk to him. Emily, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, wait. Hold on one second. When were you born?
I was born in December of 08. I mean, 05.
Said 08 and then said 05. Okay. Now you see why I don't talk to people who say they're 18? Okay, because they're a bunch of fetuses. They are not old enough to vote. Abigail, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Little muffled. Am I on speaker?
No, I'm using my AirPods.
Did you buy them from the dollar store? Might be time to return them.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I actually think that we need to turn around this economy. So
Oh yeah, turn it around and throw it right in the trash. Yeah,
And
what
what
a
do you
good
mean
idea.
by
Let's just take the economy and dump it in the garbage can.
why do you think that? I'm just curious.
Oh, why do I think that? Well, it's not
Yeah.
what I think, hon. It's what the economists say. But tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he had an emphasis on generating more energy within the country.
Great. You're more energy independent today, and you are also drilling far more today than you were under Donald Trump. Kamala
Well,
Harris and Joe Biden are
actually-
signing more permits for drilling than Donald Trump did. And that's a numerical digit. That is not debatable. That is a fact and an easy fact check. That is readily available on Google.
Kamala wants to ban fracking. So
That's not true.
if
Kamala
she-
fracked more than Donald Trump. So you can't say
That-
that she wants to ban fracking.
She did say that, though.
No,
It's on the
Kamala
record.
fracked more than Donald Trump.
She did
One more
say
time,
she
and I'll
wanted
repeat
to
it because
ban-
maybe it's a hearing processing issue. And I want to ensure that I am supporting whatever you got going on. So one more time, Kamala fracked more than Donald Trump. Understood? Great.
I
So
don't
tell me
think
again,
that's
one
true.
economic, easy fact check. Go get me a fact check. Oh, wait. Okay, where's the source? Come on, Abigail. This does not take this long. Abigail, this doesn't take this long. Where are you? That was 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, chill out, dude.
So give me the source.
Okay, so I am looking, well, I'm only on one phone, so I saw something on Forbes that states, actually, as a matter of fact, that she is looking to ban fracking.
No. So again, you just looked up what to find that, because I told you to get me a source on if she did or did not frack more than Donald Trump. And you just said you found something by Forbes that said she wants to ban fracking. Are you, hold on, ma'am, you have 15 more seconds. Get me a source as to if she did or did not frack more than Donald Trump. This time, don't come back and lie. And Forbes. Okay. Okay, what's the source? You said she didn't frack more than Donald Trump. What is the source? Abigail.
Okie dokie.
Source.
Yep, so I found something on NPR. I don't know
Great.
if that works for you.
And it says?
It says that it was actually January of 2024, so January of this year.
Okay, start of the new year.
Yep.
So it's outdated.
Well,
It's outdated by 10 months.
What is that even relevant?
Oh, sorry, you're right. Let's just forget this 10 months existed. You're
Okay,
right.
so if you're going to refer back to things that happened.
No, you're so right. Let's just forget that those 10 months existed. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
please, after you. What's your source say?
Okay, so it does support that she is wanting to ban fracking, as a matter of fact.
Oh my gosh. Abigail, is this a processing issue? I'm going to say it one more time. You're saying she wants to ban fracking? There is no such source where she had claimed to have wanted to ban fracking, and you can't gaslight us into thinking she wanted to ban fracking because she fracked more than Donald Trump over the past 4 years than during his 4 years in office. Ma'am, so one more time, the source I asked you for was a source as to whether or not she fracked more than Donald Trump. You said she didn't, and yet you twice left and did not return with that source. How dare you do that? How actually dare you play me like that? You waste my time? So am I supposed to continue entertaining you? Because apparently you can't listen. So where do we go from here, Abigail?
Why are you so upset?
Abigail, because I just asked you twice to get a source for the blatant lie you just spoke, and yet both times you refuse to get the source.
You're actually you're a little unhinged right now.
Ma'am,
do you think
you're being
louder?
immensely disrespectful.
In what way?
You have wasted 5 minutes of my life refusing to get a source for your blatant lie.
Yikes.
Exactly, yikes. Ma'am, let's get this right. So you're coming up here and you refuse to speak on your candidate, and you know for a fact that Kamala Harris fracked and drilled far more than Donald Trump. And yet you can't get a source that says otherwise, which is why when I have asked you twice now to get me a source, you have refused to bring it up. Also, where are our mods on? Who wants to be a mod? Let's get some more mods up here. Because Russia's sending bots. Russia's sending bots. And I wanna get these trolls out. Where's our mods at? Oh, and she literally ran away too. Wow. Megan. Hey, Megan, let me get you up here as a mod. Megan, please go go wild. If you see any MAGA Republicans going completely nuts or speaking nonsense or lying in my chat, get them out. I don't need snowflakes in my chat. I'd rather them join the guest requests and actually conversate, but they refuse to do so. King T, hi. You should have the ability to block, to mute. Feel free, to our moderators, thank you for being here. We got to get the chat under control because there's too many MAGA Republican bots who have zero profile photo, who have zero bio, who are spewing blatant right-wing talking points, and I'm not letting Vladimir Putin get the best of us. Hello, Nikki. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Bye, Nikki. MAGA Republicans truly are such snowflakes. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
I don't like the way you speak. I'm going to move on to the next one. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Gotcha. Thank you for coming up. I am just looking to talk to some opposition right now. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Lead us. Can we talk to a MAGA Republican who's like not overly emotional? I get that we're 1 week out from the election, and so they know they're about to lose, and thus they are very emotional. But if we could like tone it back and actually have a normal conversation, that'd be great. Lindsay, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
I am not. My fingers got too excited because I was tapping the screen.
I appreciate it, Lindsay. Thank you for coming up. Hello, Steve. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I did vote for Donald Trump.
Jerry, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why so?
Because he's the GOAT. All mommy.
Okay, by GOAT, do you mean like rapist and then offender?
Nah, there's no proof.
A-hole, and
He's
then
not
like
a
what's the T
rapist.
stand for in GOAT for Donald Trump? So it's rapist, offender, a-hole. What's the T? Tuberculosis?
Hey, you said earlier that.
Anyway, so can you just tell me? Oh, transphobia, was that the T? Transphobia, was that the T? Or traitor, treason, tyrant. What was the T?
Tell him to back up your shit.
Tax fraud?
Back it up.
So what's the T? So anyway, let's get back into this. Why are you voting for a criminal, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Those charges are getting dropped.
No, they're not. Give me a source that says they're getting dropped. Right, there is no source that says they're getting dropped. Thank you so much, Colin, for the $5. Colin just gave me $5. Excuse me. Colin just gave me $5 because he hates you. So thank you for being so hateable. It's because of you I just got $5. So thank you so much, Colin. And Swift, thank you again for being so dislikable. I appreciate it. So if you could unmute Swift whenever you're ready, I'd like you to tell me why you're voting for the criminal.
Because of immigration.
Okay, what is Donald Trump's border policy?
To keep them out. What the fuck?
That's not a policy, right? You understand that?
Yeah. Where's Kamala's policies?
What is Donald Trump's policy? You're not responding.
He had
What
many
is Donald Trump's
policies in
policy?
place.
What is the policy he is currently running on to shut down the border, as you MAGA Republicans say, even though there are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump? Jordan, thank you so much for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much to Jordan. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Jordan and the DNC.
For that?
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jordan, and the DNC for the $20. Thank you to the DNC for funding me. I appreciate being your shill. Thank you so much, DNC. And Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. Andrew says $10 because he hates you. Thank you so much for being so hateable, Swift. Thank you, Andrew. And Justin, thank you for the $5. Y'all are too nice. Swift, thank you. Swift, I'm going to keep you up all night. You were so dislikable that folks are supporting me. And I really appreciate that because all of those dollars are going to be used to meet more voters across the swing state of Pennsylvania. In honor of your name, Swift, thank you for helping us elect more Democrats. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal? You said it was based off of his border policy, but you don't know what his border policy is. Can you tell me what is his border policy? What is he running on?
Earlier you said.
What is he running on? What's his border policy? No, I won't. What's his border policy? What is his border policy?
He has many policies in place.
Name one.
Catch and reinstating.
You just said that he had catch and release. Excuse me. You just said when I asked you what's his border policy, you just said catch and release. You just said that Donald Trump's border policy is catch and release. Hold on, chat. Do we understand that this guest, when I just said what is Donald Trump's border policy, he goes catch and release? Okay, guys. Listen, if you're fetuses and you're confused, you just said that Donald Trump's border policy is catch and release. Do you understand that? No, you said when I asked you what is Donald Trump's border policy, you said catch and release. So why do you support catch and release? Why do you support catch and release? You just said, I just asked you what is Donald Trump's border policy and you said word for word catch and release. So why do you support catch and release? Go ahead.
Revoking catch and release.
Listen, catch and release by fishing. Throw the fish back. You don't gotta, let illegal immigrants go. Why are you advocating for letting illegal immigrants go?
What is revoking catch and release?
Hold on. Jay, thank you so much for the $30. Swift, because you're so disliked, I just got $30 to kick you. And I really appreciate that, Jay. Thank you so much for the love. On the count of 3, everybody, WJ's in the chat. Let's do a good old fashioned hocus pocus in 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus and poof. And he's gone. The magic is real in America. Swift, I just want to say thank you so much for being god awful. It's because of you that people are financially supporting me so that I can go meet voters across the swing state of Pennsylvania and elect more Democrats. Can we get some W's to W Swift, honestly. Thank you, Swift, for being so disliked. It's because of you we're going to win this race in Pennsylvania. Thank you so much, Swift. So kind. So kind. Let's get up our next guest. We are having fun here, folks. Let me tell you something. What a day. Tashika, I see Tashika here. Tashika, I'm going to do a couple more, and then I really want to bring you up here because, ma'am, I could use your fierceness. Let me tell you something. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I already did.
That's disgusting. Oh, my gosh. Can I ask you something?
Yeah, I already voted for Trump.
Okay, so you're proud to have already voted for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon. You must be so proud of yourself. I'm sure you look yourself in the mirror every day. You wake up and you're like, yeah, you did it, buddy. You voted for a criminal. Yeah, you must be so proud of yourself. I'm sure your parents aren't. Let's get up the next guest. Like, do you want a cookie? Do you want a sticker? Congrats, you voted? Oh. They're like, I voted for Trump. Not the flex you think it is. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Not really. I was just like...
Okay, this one's not coming up. What is going on with some of these people? Let me tell you, son. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? 3, 2, 1. Folks, again, I am only looking for opposition right now. Please jump on into the guest request if you are voting for Donald Trump. To every single MAGA Republican in the chat, stop being a snowflake, join the guest request, and let's have a conversation. Alfonso ran away. What is going on, MAGA? Do I need to get my cowbell? I think I need to get my cowbell. Should I get my cowbell? I think I'm going to get my cowbell. Give me a second. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat because we got some runners today. We got to herd the cattle. We got some runners.
What's up, Homo?
We got runners. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am, Homo. How are you?
That's disgusting. I'm not doing that well if you're voting for a criminal.
Why?
So
You're
why are you trying to?
homosexual.
Excuse me. Listen, buddy. So are you. The closet's glass. If you're interested, just ask me out. You don't got to do this whole song and dance. What? You're interested? Where are you taking me tonight? Where are we going? Panera Bread? McDonald's?
Well, you guys like.
Sorry, did you say something?
You guys like.
Excuse me. You just muted yourself. Can you just unmute whenever you're ready? Go ahead. Did you say something? So when are you taking me out to dinner? Where were we going? Can you just unmute whenever you're ready? You're on mute. You keep muting yourself. Deepali, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. And I just saw your message on Venmo. So let me make sure I get to your message in chat. Would you like message me or comment your username so that I can make sure I have your username written down? Because then I'll just follow you back and we could just have a conversation one-on-one. Connor, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, bro. I'm voting for Trump, man. I can't even lie.
Actually, you could lie. It's, you know, I think in this case, it would make more sense to lie and say you're not voting for Trump. That way you could pretend that you have integrity, but clearly you don't know what integrity is. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
The economy, bro. Fucking Kamala Harris will get us in a...
How old are you?
Problem, bro. 18, my man.
Oh.
Wait,
hold on. One second. Fetus deletus. Let's move on. Let me get this right. You're going to come up here and talk about the economy when you were 8 years old or 10 years old, whatever, during Donald Trump's economy. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna come up here and talk about how good Donald Trump's economy was during his first term. You were 10. You were 10 years old. Yes, you really understand those economic policy points. Oh yeah. Hi guest, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. So like, I'm voting for Donald Trump. Okay, you were 10. Daniela.
Hi, how are you?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Okay, well then I'm not doing very well, so don't ask. Why are you voting for a felon?
You see, but this is the problem, I think, in our
This
generation.
really isn't the problem. Why are you voting for a felon if you want to respond? The problem with our generation, which don't know if we're in the same generation. I'm Gen Z, and you're given, excuse me, if I may. The problem here is the processing issue with MAGA Republicans, where I ask you a goddamn question and you don't answer. So let's try this again.
What's the question?
Why are you voting for the felon?
He's not a felon anymore.
He literally is.
Okay, were you? Were you
Was
a felon?
I?
Yeah.
No. Or were
Okay.
you?
Well, he's actually not a felon yet. I mean,
He
is
literally is. Oh my goodness. Education's not that hard, guys. This is why we need to invest in public schools and not vote for Donald Trump, who wants to defund the Department of Education because of Daniela. Daniela, hi. So what I want to better understand here is, excuse me, Daniela, the problem is that you're uneducated. Daniela, oh, you want to run? Hold on, wait, before you run, let me get my cowbell. Go ahead, now go. Go run. Moo! We got a runner. We got a runner. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. She got triggered so quickly. She's like, you know what the problem is? And the moment I slapped back by saying the problem is that you're uneducated, she was done. She was done. She got mad real quick.
What's going on?
Alabama. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because of his policies, and I do not want illegal immigrants coming into this country because...
Oh, right. Okay, you don't want illegal immigrants coming into the country. You don't want illegal immigrants coming into the country. You only want them marrying Donald Trump. Okay, so why are you voting for the criminal again? Let's break this down a little bit further.
He's not a criminal.
You said because of his policies.
Tell me where he's a criminal.
So 34 felony counts, found guilty by a unanimous jury appointed by his own lawyers.
Actually, that did not.
That is actually
happen.
the fact. No, that literally is. You can't gaslight, right? So maybe you live in a different reality than the rest of us, but I live on planet Earth here and now. You seem confused. What timeline are you
I'm not confused at all.
Oh,
I actually just voted today, and I voted for Trump because I think he's going to make this country
Do you
a
want
better
a sticker?
place.
So let me get this.
I'm not trying to get bombed.
You're
by
voting
the
for Donald
cartel
Trump
or
solely
by the
based off of
Russians
his
or by
policies,
China.
but you can't talk about any of his policies. You also were saying he's not a felon when he is in fact a felon, so you're just uneducated.
You haven't even said anything. You haven't even said
Again, I
anything.
asked you a question 5 times now.
You
You're
haven't
just
said
having
anything.
a processing issue. Once more, and I will repeat myself. You're welcome. Would you like to thank me for repeating myself for a 5th time? Oh, and we have another runner! Moo! Look at the cow emojis in the chat. Moo! Oh, I love it. They come up, they get outmatched, and then they get scared and they run away. What is going on? They get scared and they run away.
Is that John?
Hello? Hello? Oh, Tashika, hello?
Here
Oh, hello.
What the fuck? Oh, that's not.
I think that was Melania. Anyway,
girl.
let me tell you something. So these MAGA Republicans keep coming up, and I'm channeling my inner Tashika, and they're just running scared. Like, now there's 2 of us. This is phenomenal. Let's do it. Hello.
First of all, pink is your color. You should wear pink more.
Thank you so much. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Absolutely. Not. I'm voting for Harris.
I appreciate you coming up. Let's get some W Kamlas in the chat. Thank you for coming up. I'm just looking for opposition right now. Let me get out this cough. Hold on. Where's my W asthmas in the chat? Where's my asthmaniacs at? Like,
Santana, what's up? Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you all for the
Santana's here too. Hi, Santana. Guest, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Oh my goodness gracious. Melania needs to cough up whatever frog is in her throat because that was not it.
What is going on with her?
I have no idea. She has so many accounts. She keeps coming back. It's like, like if you need help, ma'am, blink twice. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yeah.
How old are you?
20.
Cap.
Fetus deletus.
Who is that one lady that be bullying kids on Twitter? It's like John, whatever the fuck his name is.
Laura Loomer?
No, she's like a model.
Amber Rose? Wait, is Amber Rose a model? What is Amber Rose again? Other than a conspiracy theorist and a loser. I don't remember. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Soraya?
Soraya.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. I don't even know how I got up here.
You're good. You're good. I got you. Have a good one.
What is her name? Now it's gonna be on my mouth.
Now I want to know who it is. Now I'm like,
she's that singer's wife.
A singer's wife who's bullying kids
on Twitter. Chrissy Teigen.
Oh. Chrissy Teigen. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
She's so mean for no reason. Man of Steel.
Edward, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. That's so nice. Edward said for hating that one guy before. Period. I love this. People, the MAGA Republicans are just so disliked that people support us Democrats, and I love it. Hello, guest. Are you Man of Steel? Okay, let's see about that. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support a criminal?
I think it's because my religious beliefs, really, with abortion.
I like your accent. Where's this from? Where's the accent from?
Irish.
Okay. Do you know what I'm going to do here, folks? I'm going to go on Amazon.com and Tashika, I'm going to order a big bucket of tea, and you and I are going to go to Boston and throw it in the Boston Harbor, okay?
Oh my God.
Because I think it's time for a Boston tea party. Apparently it's been too long since our last one.
But I love tea.
Me too. Hello, Brooke. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting.
You're disgusting.
No.
You're just confused. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Because I want to make America great again.
Oh wow!
Can you not speak in fucking this cult speech, please, and speak like
I could get more of a coherent statement out of this fucking chicken.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is with this fuckery? Can you guys speak like normal ass people,
Can I
please?
ask why you guys are voting for Kamala?
Yeah,
No,
I can talk about that, but I need my answer first.
Fucking name.
Exactly.
It's Kamala.
So tell me again, why are you voting for Donald Trump
because she's irrelevant.
Excuse me, was I not talking? Apparently we got confused. So this time I'll do it as a song for you, Brooke. So again, Brooke, keep your eyes on me.
Sorry, what was that?
What?
Brooke, get it together.
Okay, what was that?
Says the one in Barbie.
What's wrong with that?
We just look crazy.
Okay, why are you voting for Kamala?
It's crazy.
Brooke, answer the question. Why are you voting for a criminal?
I want to make America great again.
Okay, she knows
not an
nothing.
answer.
This is totally brain rot. Brooke, how old are you? Brooke, how old are you?
I'm 20.
When were you born? Oh, she's a child. This is a straight
she's
up
at a fucking
fetus.
sleepover.
Fetus
Oh my
deletus.
God.
Poof. I mean, like, you were born. She goes, I'm 20. Okay, when were you born? Ma'am, you couldn't do the math that quick to figure out when you would have needed to be born if you were 20 in the year 2024?
Seriously.
Come on. I know that math is hard, but it ain't that hard.
COVID has destroyed these children. Let me tell you that.
Oh, you know, right now. Marta, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love on PayPal. Thank you so much, Marta. Let's get up our next guest. You know, Marta is actually like one of my favorite names. Like, I don't know if Marta is still on here, but Marta is like one of my favorite names. I met a Marta when I was like younger, and she like taught me how to organize and everything. Like, do you guys know when you have a good experience with somebody's name and like you love that name for the rest of your life? Love the name Marta. Love the name Marta. Never met a Marta I didn't like. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no. I'm so sorry.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. Just looking for opposition right now. We are going to get Kamala supporters up later, folks, but right now we're just doing opposition. Guess what I just got, Tashika? I just got the instructions for tomorrow.
Me too.
Wait, did you get the creator one?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Are you going?
Yeah. Wait, text me. Wait, text me if we go to the same table. Is it the same table?
It's the first letter of the alphabet. Wait, why the fuck why did I say that as though people weren't gonna know?
They're not gonna call.
Oh my gosh! Wow! Yay, Johnny!
Tomorrow.
Oh my god, I have book smarts. I don't have street smarts. Like, okay. First off, this is gonna be so much fun. I gotta. Oh my gosh. Okay. Low key. First off, side note on this, I have an event earlier in the day with a different principal, and so like I might run a little late, but we are gonna do this.
Okay.
Mika. Melania. Goodness gracious. That was Melania promoting her new book. If you guys want more of those tinkle sounds from Melania Trump, every copy of Melania's book comes with a free sample. Donald Trump loves those golden showers after all. He talked an awful lot about them.
Oh, did he really?
He literally, Stormy and the... Everybody has their thing. Donald Trump loves the color gold. It doesn't matter what form.
Is that why his tan is like that?
That's funny. I can't. Hello, Mrs. Rogers. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's gross. So why so?
Well, you know, I belong to the Little Shell tribe up in Montana, and my tribe's been fighting for recognition for multiple years.
Gotcha. And so what, when Donald Trump detains and deports you out of the country, you're going to, say thank you, Donald Trump, and then find yourself elsewhere? I mean, what's going on here? Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Actually, last time he was in office, he signed for federal recognition for my tribe, so...
nice.
So you're going to vote for a sexual abuser because you recognize your tribe? You're going to sacrifice the rest of the American people for your tribe?
Exactly. Because let's better understand this. Donald Trump wants to I mean this in a very, I say this without hesitation. Donald Trump has made very clear he's willing to detain or toss out anybody who is out of touch with his vision for America. And his vision doesn't consist of women. It doesn't consist of LGBTQ plus Americans. It doesn't consist of Black Americans. It doesn't consist of Native Americans. Yeah. It is the white Christian male. So why are you voting for Donald Trump, especially knowing that vision and also knowing he's a civil fraudster, felon, and sexual abuser?
Also, given the fact that he wants to lessen regulations, why you don't think that's going to apply to the land in which your family and your tribe lives on? I don't understand. I don't give a fuck how recognized your tribe is. You should give a fuck about whether or not you'll be able to have your cultural.
Well, I mean, whose land are you on?
Exactly.
Did your heritage get won from you? Where you were taken from?
Mrs. Rogers.
You can go back to. I can't go back to.
I can't go back to anything. Exactly. And if you vote for him, he's going to lessen the regulations to make sure that you can't go back.
She's not going to do anything different. The only difference
he's literally already said this before.
I don't even want to
lessen the regulations. Yeah. If you want pipes going through your sacred lands, then you go ahead and vote for him.
Right. Because let's also make very clear. Let's also make clear the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone XL pipeline. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Enough said.
You're not sovereign in this country, at all.
But
recognition of your tribe
she would
does not
be
make
no
it-
different. The only difference is like,
What do you mean she'll be no different? What evidence do you have of this?
Stupid
When has she ever?
things, like-
When has she ever?
You're
When has she
saying-
ever spoken
think
about
about
like
it.
not?
You're saying that Kamala Harris would be no different than that of Donald Trump, so you're going to vote for the felon, fraudster, sexual abuser? Let's be so for real right now. If they're no different, well, here's one difference. Again,
I mean,
she's the
have you looked into
prosecutor and he's
crimes
the
that
criminal.
She's committed to, like she was the head
Name
of
one.
Department of Justice here
What
in
are the
California.
crimes?
It's like
What are
Name
the
a crime.
crimes?
the people that she's holding in
crimes?
prison that shouldn't have been in
That
there.
didn't fucking happen. That's not a
What are
crime.
you talking about?
It didn't happen.
It's a crime against humanity.
You're lying, Mrs.
What?
Rogers. You're
Do you know what's a
fucking
crime
lying right
against humanity? Stripping away the rights and freedoms of women, forcing women like Kate Cox to flee their state, to seek an emergency abortion for a non-viable pregnancy elsewhere. That's actually a crime against humanity. A crime against humanity is Donald Trump and what he did to E. Jean Carroll. Kamala Harris prosecuting a criminal, that's not a crime against humanity. That's a public service. And you're saying what? That she over prosecuted? That's not how an attorney general's office works. Okay. So let's better understand
the
this
laws
here.
that she
What
put in
crime did
place
Kamala
that she
Harris
was
commit?
for-
Go ahead.
Well, I guess if you're going by that, then she didn't. But it's
No,
like
she didn't. The only
I don't think
the only
she's
thing
the-
that you have,
we're gonna have
she
a
didn't
first one.
commit a crime.
No, she's not the
Mrs.
one.
Rogers. The only example you have of a person
You're
like
so
breaking the law or being a fucking criminal or
Yeah,
committing a
screwing
crime is going to be
around.
based off of the law, right? So again, like what crime? Actually no, you've admitted here that she hasn't committed any crime.
Right.
You're just saying
And
bullshit.
nothing-
Stop
you know,
fucking
like-
talking, please. Actually, stop talking. Stop talking and get used to it, because that's what's going to happen under Donald Trump.
You guys
okay?
are just bullies.
And also,
you ask people
what
to
tribe
come
are
on
you
here and
from?
talk, and then you just
Also, what
bully
tribe
them.
are you
Bully?
from? Mrs. Rogers,
Bully?
what tribe are you from?
The band, a Little Shell band of Chippewa Indians up in Montana.
Right, and you think you're still going to have that land?
Yeah. Well, actually,
Under what metric?
yeah, you wouldn't understand how land buying works for
No,
Indians.
I agree, ma'am. You will
very
have
different
that
for
land.
us.
You will have that land under Kamala Harris, and I'm glad that she's going to be your president. Now, let's better understand. You just said that what? You were getting bullied? Ma'am, let's not play victim. Do you know who was getting bullied?
not playing
The
victim.
transgender Americans who were ripped
You
out of the
guys are just-
military
you're-
when
you're
Donald
telling me
Trump
to
took their
please,
service
like,
from our
just
country.
stop
Do you know who
talking
was
now.
bullied? Americans, when Donald
And I
Trump tried to
watched you the
overthrow
last
the will of the
couple
people.
too.
Ma'am.
You interrupt them, you don't give them a chance to talk, and then you ask.
We've been letting you talk. You just lied.
Right. You're blatantly lying, spewing nonsense. You're coming up here saying that you're native, and it seems as though you were fact-checked by the chat. So I'm curious more about that.
Kelly, thank you.
Chat, if you want to elaborate. And ma'am, let's also better understand this. You're saying what? That you're getting bullied? You're getting bullied in what sense? In what sense? Because bullying is when you strip away the rights of women and don't support them financially after you force them to give birth. That's bullying. Bullying is when you tell LGBTQ plus Americans that they can't live true to themselves and love how they want to love. The bullying is when you tell transgender Americans that they can't serve their own country and you take them out of the military. That's bullying. So ma'am, let me better understand this.
Oh, wait, I looked it
Why-
up.
Hmm?
I looked it up. You're voting for Donald Trump because he's saying he's going to acknowledge certain tribes. Really? Is that what you want? You're going like you're seriously saying that you would want for your tribe. I thought
My
I don't know.
tribe-
I don't. I
my
thought,
tribe's
stop talking.
already been
Actually, stop.
recognized.
Actually, stop talking.
You see,
Well, he
that's
says he
rude.
wants to. You interrupted me.
Tashika, do you have mod power, by the way?
I don't. What I'm saying is that you're saying that he also said he wants to recognize another tribe. You want to vote for the civil fraudster felon who's also a rapist. That's the person you want to recognize your tribe?
My tribe's already recognized.
I'm asking you the question. That's who you want to recognize your tribe?
Anyone that would be willing to recognize it, that yeah, those people were here first. That
But if it's already been done, why are you voting for him again?
Let me make a point. And ma'am, where did you say you were voting again?
What?
What state were you
Where?
voting in?
In California.
Okay, so ma'am, let me make very clear. I don't care about your vote. Your vote's redundant to me. It's not going to change the election whatsoever.
I know.
Your vote is so redundant that Donald Trump hasn't even gone to California to engage with you because he does not care about you. So I
He
hope
was
that
in
that's enough
Coachella.
information for you. Excuse
He
me, I'm
was
not
just
done.
in Coachella
Yes,
last month.
and then he quite literally ditched everybody at Coachella
Oh, her
and
name has a slur in it.
ran away. Really?
Yeah.
Ma'am, so I want to better understand this, and here's what I'm going to help you do. First off, I'm going to get you out of here because you're a little goblin and you're nasty rude. But also, ma'am, You are coming in here and saying you're going to vote for Donald Trump off of one sole purpose of him saying something without an actual plan of doing so. You're saying your tribe was already recognized, and yet, okay, cool. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you, Obama. Thank you, Bill Clinton. But then you're turning around here and saying that you're willing to throw the rights of women under the bus in order to benefit yourself, and throw the rights of LGBTQ plus Americans under the bus to benefit yourself, throw the rights of middle class Americans and democracy under the bus to benefit yourself. Okay, I would entertain you a little bit more if it weren't for the fact that you're from California and your vote as a Republican in California means absolutely nothing. So, and let's also recognize at the get-go of this, she said Tennessee and Montana. So she doesn't even know where she's voting. I have to trust that she's not voting. Like, do we all understand? She was like, I'm from Montana. Then she said, I'm from Tennessee. Then she was like, California. Okay.
Well, she said 3 different states.
She has said 3 different states, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Like, it's a little early to be sundowning in my personal opinion, but
honestly,
let's get up our next guest. Guys, this is why we need to invest in mental health.
I'll drop down if I make your views drop. I'll drop down.
No, I appreciate you being here.
Oops. Hi, sorry, my cat hit my phone. Sorry about that.
You're good. Just make sure that they don't get their hands on it. Otherwise, they're going to spend it to Springfield. You know how Donald Trump is.
Oh, no!
Mr. Whiskers! No! Connor, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, bro.
How old are you?
Bruh. 18, bro. And you're a...
Wasn't he just up here? Oh.
Mm-hmm. I even have to say fetus deletus. I just am that powerful now when it comes to my magic wand, you know? I ain't gotta say fetus deletus anymore. The spell just works.
Yeah, magic on autopilot, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Wizards of Waverly, please. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Nope.
What just happened?
I feel like I've attracted the crazies. I am so sorry.
No, it was crazier before. This is actually better. Let me assure you. They're so out of touch, like the MAGA Republicans. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. I don't need you being a keyboard warrior in my chat. This isn't Twitter. So again, if you are voting for Trump, join the guest request and let's talk. And if you are voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button. Help us get to 1 million likes. I feel like, numerically speaking, we probably should be able to do that by 7:15, and as well share the live stream so that we can continue pushing it on the algorithm. Thank you. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
All right, and why so?
I just think the economy was better, man.
Okay, break that down.
Gas was cheaper.
Gas is at pre-pandemic levels today.
Also, I don't know why you guys keep making that argument. With what policies did he pass?
Exactly.
That's not determined by the president.
Well, I mean, it still happened though. So what's there?
Do you think he's like this is how I know it's a fucking call? Because like, do you think he's like a god or some shit? Do you think like good things just happen?
You notice he literally just goes, "Well, it still happened though." Okay, what? Wait, I want to better understand this. Hold on. So let's jump back into the case that matter here. What is the inflation rate today?
I don't even know, man.
2.4%. What was the inflation rate in 2018? Shocker. I'll spoil it for you. It's at 2.4%. So inflation was identical to what it was. Gas is at pre-pandemic levels. By your own logic, then the economy is thriving today. And I would agree with that. So tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed during his first term as president that benefited middle-class Americans economically.
Tax rate.
Okay, what was the tax deduction for the middle class? Also, to be clear, that wasn't the name of the policy,
the same for
but
every class, dog. It was the same for every class.
It literally was not. What was the tax deduction?
Where are you getting that from?
Sir, what was the tax deduction?
Tashika?
What was the tax deduction for the middle class?
What was the?
You don't know. 1 to 2%. What was the tax cut for corporations? Go ahead. Here's a hint. It was double digits. What was it?
You're asking me a lot of questions. Can I ask
and
you
yet
a
you know the
question,
answer to not one. Right. You know the answer to not a single thing I have asked.
For Kamala without saying Trump.
It's Kamala, dude.
Who fucking cares, bro?
You can't give me a reason why you would vote for Trump.
Dude, you are a snowflake. Come on. Like,
you're the one who's bitching and moaning about not being able to answer.
Let's better understand this.
You guys are being smart
hold on. Let's better understand this. You just asked me to tell you why I'm voting for Kamala and not to name Trump. I'm asking you to tell me one reason why you're voting for Trump, and you're pivoting so hard you're moving into Kamala. You're not even talking about Trump. Tell me a policy he passed that economically benefited the middle class. You said his tax cuts. Okay, that's not the name of the policy, but I'll let it go. I ask you for the tax cut to the middle class. You don't know. I ask you the tax cut to corporations. You don't know.
Mute me again if you're straight.
What are you, 12?
What?
Yeah, he ain't gonna mute me again.
He's not straight.
He's
already
asking
not
me out. I get it. He came up
That's
here
what
to
I'm
ask
saying.
me out.
Was that supposed to be a read?
You were right. Was that a read? Like, he's like,
What?
Listen, guy, the closet's class. Go ahead. Where are we
Okay,
going?
So you are
Panera
a
Bread?
bully. You keep using the same fallacies over. and
Where
over
are we
again.
going? Panera Bread?
What
You just ran away.
What the fuck is he talking about? What are you talking about?
Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. No! Folks, please stop crushing on Tashika and I. This is like, don't get me wrong, I get it, but come on.
Like shit.
Like,
How's he today leave?
What was weird is I think he was trying to say something else, but then when he was like, mute me if you're straight, it's like, wait, is that,
No.
how is that, what was the,
Bro, for real, sir, English or Spanish?
okay, I got you, Charlie, no worries.
Chat, English or Spanish?
Hello, guest, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting. You have a little bit of background noise there. Can you fix it? May I recommend getting out of the recliner or,
Gotcha,
standing up? Great. So why are you voting for the criminal? Is it like a personal kink, preference? Did you have a bad experience as a child? Was daddy a felon?
Oh, for sure. He was actually.
Makes sense.
No, he's actually just the better candidate.
Probably why you don't support abortion either. You see the exception of incest and you're like, oh, but my sister mama wouldn't like that. So why are you voting for the criminal again? Can you break it down?
So he's just got better policies, better. He's better.
Can you
all around.
expand on those policies? Name one policy that he passed that economically benefited middle class Americans. I asked the last guest and they couldn't do so. So maybe you know better. I assume you don't, but maybe you do.
Well, the tax cuts that he had.
Right. What was the tax cut for the middle class? And you don't know. Plot twist. Wow, so shocking. Nobody saw that coming. 1% to 2% was the tax cut for the middle class. What was the tax cut for corporations?
That was 21%.
No, 14%. Wow. How did this benefit the middle class? Do you want to break down the numbers, the stats? Do you want to give us any proof that this benefited the middle class? Go ahead. Great, so you can. So Donald Trump gave a 1% to 2% tax cut to the middle class and then gave a 14% tax cut to corporations. This fed into an $8 trillion deficit. Double the amount of deficit, the amount of debt that Kamala Harris added. Double the amount of debt that Kamala Harris added. You understand that? Okay. Now, break down the discrepancy for me. Why did Donald Trump give a double-digit tax cut to corporations who are already making record high profits, but give a low single-digit tax cut to middle-class Americans who could have used the money?
Who couldn't use the money?
Who could use the money. Did I stutter?
A little bit.
Not really. It's giving Donald Trump. What is the processing issue here? Do I need to repeat myself?
Yeah, say it again.
Okay, so one more time. Donald Trump gave a 1% to 2% tax cut to the middle class. Donald Trump gave a double-digit tax cut of 14% to corporations who are already making record high profits. Why did he do that?
To put money back where it belongs, into the people.
No, because this led to an $8 trillion deficit, $8 trillion debt, and middle-class Americans are paying that off. Do you understand?
He was bringing the jobs back.
It didn't bring jobs back. You're making the case that this was trickle-down economics. Can you give me a stat that suggests this was trickle-down economics at work? Because we know trickle-down economics didn't work in the 80s with Reagan. It led to George H.W. Bush's recession.
Johnny, I gotta go, baby.
Oh.
I just found out my uncle died.
Oh, Tashika, I'm so sorry.
He went missing for a little bit, and he died in Dubai. I don't know what he was doing in Dubai. So yeah, I love you. I gotta go.
Okay. All right. Are you? Do you want to talk?
No, that's unfortunate.
Oh, Tashika, I'm so sorry.
Terrible.
Hold on, give me a second. I want to message her. Sorry, let me just finish messaging her. Oh, that's heartbreaking. So why are you voting for a criminal? You can't go down the economic route. You don't understand the policy. So help me better understand this.
So you keep talking about how the immigration numbers were. I mean, they're higher under Biden and Harris, 100%.
Do you understand why there was a spike in immigration?
Oh, I heard you earlier. I understood about
Great. So then I'm more than happy to repeat it as well for everybody who didn't hear. We understand. Oh, no, I'm more than happy to, because you're saying you heard me, so you don't want me to repeat it for a reason. And I understand you don't want me to repeat it because it's very comprehensive. Donald Trump shut down the economy. Donald Trump shut down the economy. Donald Trump shut down the economy, and everybody lost their jobs. The unemployment rate skyrocketed, thus meaning people who immigrated here were not going to have jobs, were not going to have an economy to participate in. All they were going to have was a high rate of unalive and disease, that being COVID-19. So of course, immigration goes down. And then as Joe Biden reopens the economy, and as he deals with the pandemic, abolishing it quite literally, you see immigration spike. That makes sense. That's normal. That's not unusual.
So why didn't it go back to the normal levels that it was?
It did. There are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump.
Bullshit. That's no.
Fact check me.
It was in the hundreds of thousands.
Fact check me. Go on.
It was in.
Fact check me. Fact check me.
I did.
Get the source.
Do you want a source?
Yes.
You want a source?
Did I stutter?
It's literally under fact check. Like
what is the source?
Factcheck.com.
.com's not going to work with me. Get me a source. Was it .com or .org? You don't even know what the source is? Get me a source. Get me a source.
We're in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay, you're not going to get me the source. All right, it's fine. Listen, you don't got to keep wasting my time. You don't got to keep wasting. Hold on, quiet time. You're not going to waste my time. You're not going to waste my time. You're not going to waste my time. I asked you to get me a source. You said you won't. You're not going to waste my time, so I'm moving on. Like, I'm just done playing that at this point. I'm done playing the game. If you can't get me a source, I'm not playing with you. Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am, but not, it's more like a undecided safe vote, if that makes sense.
BS, get over it. You're voting for Donald Trump, own up to that. Get back in the live stream. Okay, I'll get my cowbell. Oh, you're back, welcome. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I guess that if we're going to first set common ground on the issue, right? So would you agree
I
that...
don't find common ground with somebody who's voting for a fascist. And that's not me saying fascist. That was Donald Trump's chief of staff.
Well, a lot of people say a lot of bad things about others.
Really?
I think
like all of
thing
Donald Trump's cabinet secretaries, his own vice president, his chief of staff, and most global leaders. Oh, yes.
What can I say?
Okay. Normally, everybody doesn't say something like what they did about Donald Trump to others. So let me better understand this again. Donald Trump is a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon. Why are you voting for him? Stay on topic.
Up to that point, I could accept that's true because it's the only civilly liable accusation.
No, he was in a criminal court.
Well, I don't know about that.
I'm well aware you don't know about that. That wasn't a shocker. So you're voting for the criminal because?
Yes, I'm voting for the civilly liable held
criminal
person.
Criminal court? Criminal court.
I'm sorry?
You keep saying
it was a civil court.
He was in civil court and criminal court. Are you new here? Do you remember this? Did what happened? Did you miss a day of school?
No.
Okay. Well, you seem confused. So again, why are you voting for the criminal?
Okay, so first thing is no new wars under.
Well, that's not true. There's no new wars under Kamala or Joe. Donald Trump, though, did oversee the largest genocide and starvation in Yemen. He abandoned the Kurds, and we also know what he did in Afghanistan.
You're just saying that there's no new wars under Biden when...
Sure. What war did Joe Biden cause? Yeah, what war did Joe Biden cause?
When did I say pause?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so then why would you bring this up? It has nothing to do with Joe Biden.
Because the 4 years when Donald Trump was president, were easily the most peaceful time, as in no wars.
Was it peaceful for those in Yemen?
You tell me. Because
was that peaceful for the people in Yemen? Were they at peace?
I'm sorry?
Do I need to continue to repeat myself? Is this a processing issue? I can write it down if it helps.
It's more of an enunciation issue.
Okay. So, was it peaceful for those in Yemen?
No.
Okay. No. How about Afghanistan?
What about it?
Was it peaceful for those in Afghanistan under Donald Trump?
I don't know. You ask them.
Oh, okay. How about for the Kurds?
Hold on.
Excuse me. How about for the Kurds? Was it peaceful for the? Oh, I know you don't want to talk about this because you just said that we were at peace under Donald Trump and you're getting called out. I appreciate the pivot, but let's better understand this. You just said. Did you not? You just said that we were at peace. Excuse me. You just said, chat, did he not just say this? He just said that we were at peace under Donald Trump.
The first thing that I brought
You just said we were at peace under Donald Trump.
No new wars. That's what I said.
You just said that we were at peace under Donald Trump. Everybody in the chat heard it. And I called you out and you got slapped down and now you're trying to gaslight us into thinking you didn't say that. So let's better understand this. What is Donald Trump's foreign policy? What is his policy to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia?
I could say the same thing about Harris.
No, answer the question.
Well, you're not answering my question.
Answer the question.
But you're not answering mine.
Oh my gosh. This is your last chance. Last chance. Answer the question or concede you lost.
And talk about dictatorship and communism.
Yes, we can talk about how Donald Trump said he wants to be a dictator on day one. But again, can you tell me, how is Donald Trump going to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia?
He said he's going to do it on day one.
How?
I don't know. You tell me. You tell me
how. This is your candidate.
You tell me how.
This is your candidate? This is your candidate. How is he going to do it?
How is he going to do it?
Right.
Well, we could say the same about how he stopped.
Okay, so you don't know. What do you know?
Are you gonna let me
Listen. Apparently, it's too hard for you to talk about what you do know because there's just not enough there. So listen.
Everyone was worried.
Again, apparently, it's too tough to talk about what you do know because you refuse to answer a single question I have asked, and that is because you just know nothing. So it's probably easier for us to talk about what you possibly know. Do you know, let's start with something easy. Do you know what color the sky is? Let's start with a shorter list of things that you definitively know. What color is the sky when it's sunny out? What color is the sky?
The sky has no particular color.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay.
Yeah. Because you know what's funny?
Hold on.
Hold on. The fact that I say...
These are the people that want to defund the Department of Education? Now, guest, the ocean has no particular color. You're confusing water for the sky. So the sky during the day is blue. The ocean has no particular color. Okay, chat, what we need to do here, I'm going to run for Congress and I'm going to run on implementing cognitive tests. Because I think it's time. I think it's time we get some cognitive tests. Single thing he wants to do or accomplish regarding foreign policy.
No new wars.
That's not true. No new wars under Kamala and Joe, I agree. No new wars under Kamala and Joe, I agree.
No new wars under, Ukraine.
No new wars under Kamala and Joe, I agree. Sorry, wait, how did Joe Biden cause the invasion? Excuse me. First off,
product of your imagination.
You're confused. First off, the invasion of Ukraine was not caused by Joe Biden. And you admitted that, but yet you keep bringing it up. Second, this is your blatant ignorance. You just said that Israel and Gaza's conflict began on October 7th. That has been a decades fought conflict. That didn't start under Joe Biden. Are you new? Are you new?
I'm not saying that. You're
Okay, so one more time. Can you? All right, he's not engaging in a conversation. Listen, he knows nothing. Let's move on. He literally just said that Israel and Gaza's conflict started on October 7th. Like, do we understand that that's like blatant ignorance? Like, I don't even know where to go from there. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting. Congrats. Your parents must be so proud. Wow.
Thank you. And Donnie, I want
So
to
why are you voting for the criminal?
Yes. Because he is going to make America great. Now, I want to ask everyone.
Okay, so let's bet. Hold on. Wait 1 second. You're breaking up a little bit. Great. Now that you're on mute, let me better understand this. You just said because he wants to make America great, and then you were going to interact with my chat instead of talking to me. And you think I'm going to permit that? Okay, let's get you out of here. We're just going to move on to the next guest. You think you're going to use my platform to talk to my chat, but you're just going to completely ignore the question I asked you? Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Apparently you think I'm the one. I'm not. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay, let's move on. These MAGA Republicans are so out of control. It's insane. Like, just answer the question. Guys, if you don't know the answer to Donald Trump's own policy, just admit that. Have a little bit of integrity. If you know nothing he's running on, just admit that. If you can't debate, don't come up here, right? Watch. Cam, hi. Name a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class.
I will give you that point that Kamala Harris is better on that point.
Wow. Oh my gosh. So Donald Trump has no economic policy that he has ever passed that benefited the middle class.
I cannot think one, but I do think Kamala Harris is the better candidate for the middle class and the economy.
Okay.
And,
are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am undecided right now.
Dude, vote for Kamala. Let's be so real. You're a week out from the election and you're saying you're undecided, but you know that Kamala's better for the middle class. Come on, man.
What's going
on?
So answer me this. Why should I vote for Kamala?
Sure, because Kamala Harris was a middle-class woman, a black woman nonetheless, who had no right becoming a district attorney in our country because every socioeconomic card was stacked against her, but she persevered, becoming a district attorney and attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, and a senator and a vice president. Mind you, how old are you?
I am 18. This will be my first election.
Okay, so you're a first-time voting. Kamala Harris has a policy that will benefit you. If you want to go have children, Kamala Harris says $6,000 permanent child tax credit. But let's say you're not ready to have children and you need to exercise your right to choose. Kamala Harris is saying, well, I'll protect that right to choose. Donald Trump says, I'm not going to protect your right to choose, and I won't give you a single policy that economically benefits you or your baby after it is forced into birth. Then again, you look at Kamala Harris. Excuse me?
Okay, I have two more questions.
Well, I want to speak more on this. Kamala Harris, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, an additional $25,000 for first-time home buyers. That all benefits you. Kamala Harris is the same woman who, if you want to go to college, she says, I'm going to forgive your student debt. Donald Trump says, nope, never going to do that. I'd rather feed into the predatory lenders. Donald Trump, same guy, violated the Constitution, implemented a bump stock ban that was overturned by his own Supreme Court. Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, the law of the land for 50 years, without replacing it with a single policy that would economically benefit a woman. Kamala Harris stands on freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for the middle class. Gave us the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Package, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act. Donald Trump passed no such package that even aligns with that. But he did stop the border package from passing. So great. He put the border under the bus and played politics over country to benefit his own campaign.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I
thank
ask
you. Go vote for Kamala or do some more research on your own. Ricardo, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you so much for coming up. Angela, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hi, yeah, I am.
Ew.
I mean, if you're going to have people on here, like, without...
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait.
If you're gonna
go ahead. If you're going to start crying, take a tissue.
Accept different opinions and not attacking people because you don't like their
Sorry,
opinion.
ma'am. Excuse me. Did you want the tissue?
What is the point of the live then?
Okay, so why are you voting for the criminal? Excuse me. Why are you voting for the criminal?
That's just because of my opinion and where I come from.
Ma'am, is your opinion that you should have the right to What? Strip away the rights and freedoms of women across the board? Is your opinion that you should be able to take transgender Americans out of the military? Is your opinion that you should be able to steamroll farmers?
To take away abortion. He said.
Great. So can you tell me he did take away the abortion rights of women? He overturned Roe v. Wade, the law of the land. That was a decades-fought fight. Mothers today.
Abortion was never taken away.
Excuse me. The
You
daughters,
have to look up that. It was never taken away. Do not spread misinformation.
Oh gosh, you're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Actually, you're ignorant and wrong. Congratulations. Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for 50 years. It was a decades-fought fight. Grandmothers had more rights growing up than their granddaughters do today. Donald Trump's 3 Supreme Court justices overturned the right to choose. And you're up here trying to gaslight women, how dare you, into thinking that they still have that right to choose. Let's get Amber Thurman up here. Oh, right, we can't because she has lost her life due to Donald Trump's abortion ban. Let's get Kate Cox up here. Oh, right, I'm sorry, she's still fleeing the state of Texas because your abortion ban forced her to flee to receive reproductive health care. For a non-viable pregnancy, I might add. Don't you dare gaslight women. Don't you dare gaslight women into thinking they still have the right to choose that your party stripped away. You want to take their rights and freedoms away? Own that then. Own that. So unmute. Let's get back into it. Do you believe in the 3 exceptions of rape, incest, and life of the mother when it comes to abortion, yes or no?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? I didn't even know I was muted the entire time. I'm sorry.
I'm aware.
I didn't. I thought you muted me. I'd never been on.
Right, I know. So as you're screaming and stuff, nobody could hear you. And that was why I did that. So again, let's better understand this. Kamala, thank you, Michelle, for the galaxy. Kamala believes in the right to choose. Donald Trump does not.
So do I. I'm
Where
not
do you
that.
stand? Rape, incest, life of the mother. Do you believe in those 3 exceptions?
Yes, I do. And so does he.
Okay, what is your weekly cutoff? What is your weekly cutoff? And you can say that Donald Trump believes in those 3 exceptions, and yet he doesn't, because him overturning Roe v. Wade, him overturning Roe v. Wade led to women like Kate Cox not being able to seek an abortion, even though she fell under those exceptions, non-viable pregnancy, with her life at risk. Why couldn't she get an abortion? Oh, right, because Greg Abbott wouldn't let her have an abortion because Donald Trump gave him that ability to do so. So don't say Donald Trump believes in the exceptions. He doesn't. Okay, so now tell me again, you believe in the exceptions you claim, but you're voting for Donald Trump, so clearly you don't either. But do you then have a weekly cutoff? So right now it's about 18 to 24 weeks is the national average for a cutoff, as that is when a pregnancy begins to become viable. What is your weekly cutoff? Where do you lie on that timeline?
I believe that a woman should get an abortion at
Thank you so much, Anastasia, for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. At what point? At what point in time?
any point. This is coming from I'm a nerd.
Okay. Wow.
Yes.
That's
I'm not disagreeing with that point at all.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are you saying emergency C-section? Or are you saying outright abortion even at 9 months without any exception falling under that regarding medical emergency?
I believe that it is not up to the government to decide if you wanted to do something.
Then you're voting for Donald Trump, who is the government that stripped away the rights of women.
And can I explain why?
In its entirety. What I would rather have you explain here, instead of your stance on abortion, is why are you voting for the man who stripped away the right to choose? Which is a blatant hypocrisy as to what you're saying. Like, make it make sense.
I believe this because, as what I saw on social media and on the news, I saw Donald Trump
Social media.
Up to the states. I mean, he discussed how it's up to the states, and it doesn't really.
Thank you so much, Danielle, for the $15 to run for office. Danielle, honestly, at this point, I'm really considering it because after I talked to so many MAG Republicans, I'm like, somebody's got to get into Congress and actually do something. You're being a hypocrite. You understand that?
No, I'm not. I'm expressing my
Ma'am,
belief.
you're saying that you're pro-choice, and yet you're voting for the man who's not even pro-life. Donald Trump stripped away the right to choose, leading to women like Kate Cox to not be able to seek an abortion, even though she had a non-viable pregnancy that was going to take her life. He would rather her lose her life and lose the life of the fetus instead of her having an abortion for a non-viable pregnancy. No, this is a great example because the media actually covered this one, but the media is not covering the other thousands upon thousands of women who have their lives at risk. I'm not done. done. And so one more time, I want to better understand this. Your blatant hypocrisy is though you are pro-choice when you vote for the candidate who stripped away the rights and freedom of women, and you're voting for the candidate who not only said women can't choose, but that he won't supply a single policy that economically benefits a woman after he forces her to give birth. That is not pro-choice or pro-life. That is pro-forced birth. So why are you voting for a pro-forced birth candidate? It's not making sense. So it has to obviously be something else instead of the blatant hypocrisy you're suggesting surrounding the right to choose. Like, think about it. You're voting for the candidate that stripped away a woman's right to choose in its entirety, who also doesn't have a policy to economically benefit a woman after he forces her to give birth. You're not understanding. You can't make this make sense because there is no sense to be made.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to
You
explain.
can't make this make sense because there's no sense to be made. It's giving roaches for raid, slugs for salt.
Okay, I mean, if all you have are insults, then that's fine. I mean,
That's not an insult. Don't be so sensitive. Hurry up and respond.
sensitive. I'm mainly voting for Donald Trump due to his like illegal immigration stance, and that's where I stand as a Hispanic woman.
Okay, so you're just willing to throw away the woman, a woman's right to choose.
No, I'm not.
Well, you just said you would. You said that you are pro-choice, but you're willing to throw that stance aside and let women lose their rights and freedoms because you have issue with illegal immigration.
You're going to spread misinformation. And
That's what you just said, ma'am. That's not what I said. Ma'am, excuse me. Let's not act like as though I'm spewing misinformation. I'm just repeating what you said. You said you were pro-choice. You said, in fact, you support abortion up until the 9th month, which, by the way, puts you in line with neither party, right? I mean, you are so far out of the groove that you might be in the wrong country. Now, I'm not done, though. I want to also better understand this. You then said that you want to vote for Donald Trump, even though you are aggressively pro-choice. And yet, you're voting for the man who took away a woman's right to choose in its entirety and didn't even replace it with a policy to economically benefit a mother after he forces her to give birth. That's not pro-choice or pro-life. So you're voting for a pro-forced birth candidate. So you're saying to women, screw your rights. I'm going to go for Donald Trump because the border. So let's talk about the border. What is Donald Trump's border policy to shut down the border in its entirety? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Ecuadorian. I'm here legally because your comments are saying pack my bags, whatever that means. My mom came here from Ecuador 20 years ago legally. She has her mother who came with 6 kids, and they all came here legally. And that's why I feel such a strong opinion about legal immigration. I mean, I'm not against anyone or anything. That's just where I stand from. I think my grandma took such a long time.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Do you just want to throw your stuff in this bag real quick? And then I'll tie it onto this branch and you could just...
That's a really good one. Is that all you got?
Here's the issue. The issue here is you recognize there are less illegal border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden put forth a border bill that would have secured the border in its entirety. It would have put a 1,500 border security implementation program offering new border agents to monitor the wall that they would have also constructed in its entirety. I'm not done. It would have capped illegal immigration. You're not listening, so you're not learning.
You're not learning.
You're not listening? Okay, let's try it a different way. I'll teach you the same way children are taught. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me, Angela. Let's use our thinking brain and get some wrinkles on it because there's no reason. It's smooth like a golden retriever. So one more time, Kamala Harris tried to pass a border bill that would have secured the border in its entirety. It would have built the wall, and not only would it have built the wall, it would have put 1,500 border agents on the ground to secure the border. Can you say 1,500? Yay! You didn't do it. Now, let's also understand here, Kamala says we're going to cap immigration and we're going to block illegal asylum seekers. Kamala also said we're going to give millions of dollars to border states like Greg Abbott in Texas to secure the border how they see fit. Yay, states' rights. Can you say states' rights? No, Angela, you can only say violate the Constitution. That's bad. Donald Trump shut down the border bill. Can you tell me why Donald Trump shut down the border bill? You can. So Donald Trump stopped the border bill for one reason. Can you tell me what that reason is? You can't. Swipe or no swiping. Don't steal the answer from Angela. Angela, the floor is yours. Why did Donald Trump stop the border bill?
I'm not sure. You seem to.
Exactly. Donald Trump stopped it for politics. Donald Trump said, no, if you pass this border bill and secure the border in its entirety, then I can't run on an open border.
What source are you using to back this up?
Donald Trump, who said he stopped the border bill. And Mitch McConnell and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and senators like Senator Tillis, who said that Donald Trump called the Republican Congressional Caucus to block the bill so that he can run on it in the months ahead leading up to the election. Politics over country. Can you say politics over country? Great. So now let's better understand this. Why are you voting for Donald Trump when Kamala and Joe, in a bipartisan manner, wanted to secure the border?
But they never did, though.
Because of Donald Trump.
He never did, though.
And let's also understand, even though Donald Trump blocked the border bill, Kamala and Joe gave us amazing executive orders that have led to less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. Can you say thank you, Joe? You failed, Angela. You didn't say thank you, Joe. Well, let's try again. Can you say thank you, Joe? Apparently, English is not the first language. Let's jump on into our next point here. You look at Donald Trump, and here's a candidate who blocked the border bill. Why won't you hold him accountable for doing that?
I mean, if this is what you're saying, where's your source? That's what I'm.
Every single thing on the internet, from the New York Times to Fox News. Ma'am, are you new? How did you miss this? Hold on.
He supports legal.
Hold on, ma'am. Are you new? Ma'am, how did you miss all this? This was like massive news for 3 months on end. It was every single national story and every single waking moment. This was covered by everybody. This was also brought up at both presidential debates and the vice presidential debate. Did you watch the debates?
I did.
Okay, how'd you miss this?
I didn't, because it was never.
How did you miss this? No, it was brought up during the debate. Chat, was this not brought up during the debate? This was brought up during the debate.
Of course they're going to say yes.
There's Republicans in the chat. Statistically, according to my analytics, there are well over 1,000 Republicans in the chat right now. So again, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. This was brought up during the debate. Oh, look at that. It was. So can you say Angela's Delulu in the chat? 100%. Chat, can you say Angela's Delulu in the chat?
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Thank you for
congratulations. You're ignorant.
Okay.
You did it. You did it. You did it. Hooray. And you have no reason to vote for Donald Trump. Not a coherent argument have you made yet. You can't even tell me what his border policy is. What is Donald Trump's border policy? What is his border policy?
I'm sorry, what?
What is Donald Trump's border policy?
He's not against immigration at all unless it's legal.
He's not against immigration at all unless it's legal. That's what you just said. So he's against legal immigration and he only wants illegal immigration. Ma'am.
I mean, he wants legal.
You shouldn't be this nervous. Get over it, right? Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Get back in the game. What is the policy that Donald Trump is running on to secure the border?
As I stated.
What is it?
Legal immigration.
Ma'am, that's not a policy. That's what we have now, right? We have deportation now. We are advocating for legal immigration now. Ma'am, quiet time. I'm going to ask you again. What is the policy that Donald Trump is running on? By you suggesting he's running on legal immigration, you're making him look like a fool because that's not a policy.
So you're saying there's no illegal immigration going on now?
Ma'am, is legal immigration a policy? Okay, right, it's not. So can you tell me what policy Donald Trump is going to implement to secure the border, to ensure that there is only legal immigration?
He wants to build a wall and he wants to have documented immigration.
No, he's not running on the wall anymore. He has given up on the wall, right? The wall was introduced by Bush. Obama built 400 miles on the wall. Donald Trump built 50 miles on the wall. Donald Trump couldn't negotiate the funding needed to construct the wall. And then when Kamala and Joe almost secured that funding, Donald Trump stopped them from doing so and then said he no longer wants the wall. It is not part of his platform. Neither is it part of the RNC's platform. It is off the site. What is he running on? You don't know. It's mass deportation. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I know what that is.
What is it? I mean, you're saying you know what it is, but you couldn't name it. So that's weird. Contradictory, huh? So what is it?
You think that's his policy, but that's not his policy.
What is it? What is the policy?
Are you going to let me speak?
I'd like for you to speak if you could hurry up.
I mean, I feel like you're just being disrespectful.
Ma'am, you are being so slow with this that I had time to grab a rubber chicken and squeak it. Ma'am, tell me what the policy is.
You're disrespectful to all the people.
Ma'am, tell me what the policy is. If you're gonna cry, I'll get you a tissue. Hold on. Here you go. Go on. Take as many as you need.
Your question is, what is mass
What is mass deportation? Go ahead. You've had more than enough time to Google this while you were stalling. What is it?
It's the removal of illegal immigrants.
Ma'am, that's called deportation. What is mass deportation?
I guess doing it at large.
Nope. Mass doesn't mean quantity. So what is mass deportation?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Oh my goodness gracious. No, because this is your candidate. So what is mass deportation?
I mean, you're claiming he's going to do this, but...
Right. I can tell you what all of his policies are, but I'm not going to because I'm not advocating for your candidate. You are. So what is mass deportation?
I'm talking about legal immigration now.
Is this a classroom or a debate? Are you trying to make an argument as to why we should vote for your candidate? Or are you trying to have me as a teacher give you reasons to vote for your candidate? You tell me, why are you voting when you don't know what even mass deportation is?
You're saying that he's going to do that, or he did that.
He said he's going to, and you said you knew that. But yet, when I asked you one policy he would have passed to secure the border, you couldn't name one. Then I say mass deportation, and you say you know that. So I say, oh, great, you know that? What's the policy? And you give me a wrong policy. So I say, nope, that's not it.
So what is it?
Can you first concede that you know nothing?
I thought I did know what mass deportation is, but I guess...
And yet you didn't. Shocker, shocker. Becca, thank you so much for the $10. Becca says Hispanic women don't claim you.
I don't need to be claimed.
Yeah.
I need to be claimed
anyway,
by you.
And then Yvette, thank you so much as well. Yvette, thank you so much for the $25. Yvette, hold on. Excuse me. 1 second, Angela. Yvette said $25 for the rubber chicken. So we're just going to thank you, Yvette. Thanks, Yvette. Anyway, let's get back into it. So mass deportation is a process, not a quantity. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Okay, so what is mass deportation? What is the process of mass?
Are you asking me or telling me?
It's your candidate's policy. I'm asking you to tell me. You don't know.
I asked you. I said you can tell me.
So mass deportation is when you weaponize the military and law enforcement against its own civilians by A, prosecuting them if they're harboring illegal immigrants, and 2, by raiding and ransacking their small businesses and their homes. This is a process that isn't new, to be clear. Mass deportation isn't revolutionary, and Donald Trump didn't come up with it. He took it from World War II. He said, oh, Germany, World War II Germany, let's do that. And which is why at the debate, when he was asked about mass deportation and how he would implement it, he refused to respond, as did J.D. Vance.
Okay, well, after hearing that, I don't necessarily agree with that point, but...
Right, which is why they won't explain to you what mass deportation is.
No. Thank you for your time.
No. Thank you for wasting my time.
Okay,
Get out.
no problem. Get out of pajamas.
Cry more. She knew not a single thing about Donald Trump, and she said that Donald Trump was advocating for illegal immigration. This is how poor of an argument she was making for her own candidate. Do we understand that? Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
That I am.
That's disgusting.
That's your opinion.
Not really an opinion. It's actually the opinion of most of America. So why are you voting for a criminal, a sexual abuser, and a civil fraudster?
I feel like it really depends, and this could go for your vote as well.
It more depends.
No, because I'm not voting for a criminal sexual abuser and civil fraudster. I'm voting for Kamala Harris, a prosecutor. So why are you voting for the criminal and try to stay on topic instead of pivoting? I know that's probably hard for you, but
I'm not. I'm trying to say that in it's personal for every single person that's voting, and I don't have anything like bad to say about Harris at all, or Biden. I just feel like back when Trump was president, prior that me personally, my life, my
Are you rich?
No, not by any means at all.
Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans as a whole?
I personally, like I said,
middle-class Americans.
And yes, I am a middle-class American.
Great. So what policy did he pass that economically benefited them?
I'm just going based off of how my life.
Congratulations. I'm asking you for a policy that he passed that economically benefited the middle class.
I'm going off based off.
You're crediting him for your finances, but you can't name a policy he passed that led to those finances. See the hypocrisy? So let's say thanks, Obama. How do you know it wasn't Obama? Thank you, Obama.
Are you going to let me speak?
Let me think about it. On one side, if I let you speak, you'll be ignorant, but then I can clock you. If I don't let you speak, okay, I'll let you speak. Go ahead, entertain.
Okay, so I'm saying that when he was the president, over since 2020, right? I've gotten an over 30% raise.
Excuse me? He was the president in 2020?
Since when he was the president from 2016, right, until 2020, I was making significantly less money.
He was the president in 2016?
I've gotten over a 30%
I'm sorry, when was Donald Trump president?
You're not even going to listen to me. So
when was Donald Trump president?
There's no point in discussing this.
This is important. What year did Donald Trump become president?
I voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
Right, but he wasn't president in 2016. So thanks, Obama.
I'm not thanking Obama for.
I mean, you said 2016, so you might as well thank Obama.
You're not listening to my point.
Your point's redundant because you don't even know when Donald Trump was president.
You're not letting me finish.
Because you got the date wrong as to when your candidate was president.
Okay, well,
he was president 2017 to 2021.
Okay, I'm just saying based off from when I voted.
You know that when Kamala wins her election next week, she's not president automatically, right? There's like an inauguration. It takes place in the new year. Like did you know that?
Yes, I'm just going based off when I voted for him in 2016, okay, to when Joe Biden won the election. And I'm not one of those conspiracy theories that say that he, that there was fraud or anything like that, right? My overall salary went up over 30% in that time.
So what policy did Donald Trump pass that led to that?
No, you got to let me finish so that you can understand my point first. Okay?
Oh, so you also just said that Joe Biden won in 2016, but okay.
No, I first of all, I never said that. Okay? But regardless, I'm saying that my salary went up. Okay?
Right. I understand you're saying your salary went up.
Since Biden was
You're not understanding the question.
Yet my dollar goes way farther back then. And this is coming from somebody who's moved
What is the inflation rate today?
From the northeast.
What is the inflation rate today?
This isn't the point.
This is the point. You're not letting me respond in any sense that you're saying because you're blatantly spewing misinformation.
You don't let them respond.
One more time. You just said that your dollar went a lot farther back then than it does today. I agree. So let's talk about why. What is the inflation rate today?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
2.4%. Yeah, if you knew that your dollar was going farther back then than it is today, you should have known that percent, but you don't. 2.4%. What was the inflation rate in 2018?
I'm not sure.
2.4%. Yet you don't know that either. So your dollar is going farther then than it is today, but you don't know what the inflation rate was or is. Okay, it's identical. Yet grocery store costs are in the double-digit percentile. Why are grocery costs high if the Biden-Harris administration did their part to get inflation back down to pre-pandemic levels? Plot twist. Spoiler. Shocker. Corporate greed. Corporations like Kroger, who are currently under investigation because their CEO admitted just last month for price gouging, are the cause of grocery costs and costs across the board being higher, and why you're losing more money out of pocket than you were then. That is nothing to do with Joe Biden. Joe Biden and Kamala have dropped the inflation rate back down to what it was. Point your finger at the corporations or expect to continue losing money out of pocket if you're not going to blame them and hold them accountable for what they are doing. Kroger CEO admitted it 1 month ago as of today.
Okay.
So why do you support crime? Do you hate our police?
No.
But you're voting for a criminal. So I assume you support crime. I just assume you want to defund the police.
I think that you come from like a gross generalization that if you support one candidate, you support their entire policy.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. So Donald Trump says that he wants to defund the police. He said on April 5th, 2023, Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ, FBI, and the police until they come to their senses, end quote. That was posted on his Truth Social account and remains today. Now, that is also coming from a felon who was found liable of sexual abuse, civil fraud, and criminally convicted on 34 felony counts. You're voting for that. You may or may not agree with that, but you get to own that when you decide to endorse that with your vote.
I understand where you're coming from, but there's also...
It's not where I'm coming from. This is how life works.
Okay, but there's, like I said, there's also... I feel like when you vote, it's a personal thing. It's what benefits you and your
Yes, it is
family.
personal. It was deeply personal when Donald Trump stripped away the right to choose from women across America. It was deeply personal when Donald Trump ripped transgender Americans out of the military who were simply trying to serve their country. It was deeply personal when Donald Trump implemented that xenophobic Muslim ban that locked Americans out of the country. Right? These are deeply personal reasons to vote against Donald Trump, and yet you're making the case to vote for Donald Trump. I'm not comprehending the case here. Can you try to offer more detail?
Sure, yes. So, like, there's certain things that, so, for example, when you were talking to the previous person that you had on, you brought up the thought of, or the act, I guess, of student loan forgiveness, correct?
No idea what you're talking about.
You said that Biden and Harris...
No idea what you're talking about. You want to stay on the present or you want to harp on the past? Because I don't need the whole coming of age story. What I want to talk about is the future here. You're trying to make the case as to why you're voting for Donald Trump, and you still haven't done that. So can we get to that before you jump back into the past again?
I'm not jumping back into... I'm trying to tell you why.
You just jumped into the past. Did I? Huh? Okay, so back to the present. You're voting for Donald Trump because?
Because my life when he was president was better.
Let's talk about the border policy. What is Donald Trump's border policy? Get back in the live. I don't need you to chat GPT this. You don't got to Google on me now. If you don't know his border policy, just say it.
You said he wants mass deportation.
Do you want to build the wall that he wants to build?
It has
want to build the wall that he wants to build. Was that a yes or a no?
I think it would be a good idea, yes.
Okay. Do you want to provide the 2,000 border agent salaries that he wants to pay for, yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. Sooner you give yes or no's, and the quicker we can get through this, and then talk about Kamala's policy and also what her and Joe accomplished. Do you want to put a limit on immigration? This includes legal immigration.
I think legal immigration is acceptable, yes.
But he's saying that if you have 200,000 illegal immigrants come over, and instead of illegally, you just let them in legally, that doesn't change the issue, that there's still an issue at hand. Do you agree with that?
I think if you come in this country legally, you should be able to stay.
Okay, so one more time. 2 million immigrants come over. They do so illegally. You turn them around and say, come back legally. Donald Trump says that that's going to lead to an overflow. He says, for example, this is a full bottle of water. Illegal immigrants on this side, illegal immigrants on this side. When you take them and you uncap the water or the country and put them all in, it overflows at some point. So you have to cap it. Do you want to do that or not?
I think that's a tough question, honestly.
It's really not. It's a yes or no, but I want to make sure I'm explaining it right to you so that I can be fair and impartisan in this matter. Nonpartisan in this matter, I guess.
Like I said, it's definitely. I mean, I understand.
I need to drink some of the illegal immigrants. Just give a yes or no.
I mean, I do think it leads to a lot more people, like an overflow of people coming here.
So,
yes.
Do you want to cap it or not?
I don't think we have to if they're coming here through the legal process.
It's just a yes or no. Do you want to cap it or do you not want to cap it?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, so you don't want to cap it. Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers from seeking asylum? These are folks who come here illegally. Donald Trump says when they do that and then claim that they're seeking asylum, they should be turned around and blocked from coming back for 5 years.
I think it depends on the...
These are illegal immigrants. Even I agree with this policy. You're advocating now for illegal immigrants coming in here?
No, I'm saying...
So
no,
it's a yes or no?
No, I don't think that anybody just claiming asylum should be coming into this country.
See how easy it is when you give a yes or no? You're getting kind of lost here. So you're even advocating. So you just advocated for illegal immigrants coming in, and you advocated for a flood of legal immigrants coming in. Like, I'm trying to explain this to you, but you're thinking too much into it instead of just giving the yes or no. So you're going against what Donald Trump would want. See the issue? Do you want to give billions of dollars to border states to secure the border how they see fit? Donald Trump calls it states' rights.
Sure.
Okay, so you endorse 4 out of 5 of his policies. The only one you disagree with is that you believe we should have more immigration.
I think we should have legal immigration.
But way more legal immigration, right? Because if you have 100,000 legal immigrants and 200,000 illegal immigrants, you just want 300,000 legal immigrants, right? To come in, and because you don't want them to come in illegally and support the economy. You'd rather have them come in legally, support the economy, and take your benefits away from you, right? Just to confirm.
If they come
just
in
to confirm, excuse me, sir, I don't know if I stuttered, but just to confirm, you don't want them to come in illegally and benefit the economy. You want them to come in legally, benefit the economy, and take your benefits and jobs, right? Just to confirm.
They're not taking my job, so they can do whatever they want.
Okay, cool. Right. So let's get this right then. So you just advocated for Kamala Harris's border policy. That wasn't Donald Trump's. You endorsed 4 out of 5 of Kamala's policies. The only policy you disagreed with was that you feel as though we should let more immigrants come in. So you're actually too out of touch with either party. You're advocating for more immigration, and you think Kamala's policy is too conservative. Wow. So let me get this right again. You endorse Kamala's border policy, and you think it's too conservative. Okay. So what's your first name?
I'm not telling you.
Make one up.
Johnny.
I'm going to call you Sally. So here's what you're going to say. You're going to say, my name's Sally, and I just endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy. And then you could even take this wand and do the whole Mickey Mouse Disney Channel thing, you know, where they're like, my name's Miley Cyrus, and you're watching Hannah Montana, do, or whatever the thing is. Here, do it. Go ahead. Here's the wand. Do the thing. Say, my name's Sally, and I just endorsed Kamala's border policy, and then draw out Mickey Mouse. Go on. Do the thing. Come on, hurry up. Come on, Sally. Let's go. No, completely silent. You got wrecked, clocked, and slapped down, and now you're silent? I would be silent too. That's embarrassing. Let's move on to our next guest. So, folks, if you like what you're hearing today, please, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in the bio. Feel free to support me. We just got a MAGA Republican to endorse Kamala Harris's border, and he said that Kamala was too conservative, that he would like more immigrants to come in. Ain't that wild? Folks, if you like what you're hearing today, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in the bio. Support me. Let's get up our next guest. This is wild. This is wild. Mandy, hello.
Hey,
How old are you?
I am, I'll be 28 this year.
Gotcha. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am. Mainly for just, he's for pro-life. That's pretty much the only reason. No comment.
Just enjoying the silence before I have to hear your voice for the next 10 minutes. What does pro-life mean to you?
That everybody has a right to live.
Ma'am, what does pro-life mean to you?
That everybody has a right to live.
By that logic, Donald Trump wouldn't be pro-life then because he took the life of Amber Thurman with his abortion ban. Amelia, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love so much. Thank you so much. Donald Trump's not pro-life. I'm pro-life. So you're not pro-life.
No, I am pro-life.
You can't be if I'm pro-life.
So do you support abortion?
I do.
Then you're not pro-life.
No, I'm pro-life. Because pro-life means that you support the life of women. You support the lives of women. You support a woman's choice to choose her own destiny. You don't implement an abortion ban that leaves no exception even when her life is at risk.
Okay.
For women like Amber Thurman, that is not pro-life. Pro-life is when you fight for the lives of women. Pro-life is if you do implement an abortion ban, you at least have the decency to supply a policy that would economically benefit the woman after you force her to give birth. But Donald Trump hasn't even done that. Kamala says, you know what? I'm going to protect your right to choose. And yet, if you choose to have a baby, I will give you a $6,000 permanent child tax credit. MAGA Republicans say, no right to choose. No exceptions either. Let's do a 0-week abortion ban, and let's also ensure that there isn't a single policy that economically benefits the mother after we force her to give birth, which is why MAGA Republicans in Congress just 2 months ago blocked a bill that would have expanded the child tax credit. Anastasia, thank you so much for the $2.50. Mandy, thanks to you being so dislikable, folks just sent me $2.50, so I want to thank you for being so god-awful. Anyhow, let's move on. Do you believe in exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother? Rochelle, thank you for the $5. Mandy, really, keep talking. I mean, folks are supporting me because of it. Rochelle, thank you so much for the love. Mandy, continue.
No, I do not.
Okay, so let's get this right. So a 12-year-old little girl, and this isn't a hypothetical, this happened. A 12-year-old little girl who was raped by her uncle should be forced to give birth to her father's brother's baby. You're saying yes. Just say yes or no.
Yes, because.
So you're saying yes, you should be forced to deliver that baby. That is disgusting.
Look,
Hold on.
you had the chicken earlier.
You just said that a 12-year-old little girl should be forced to deliver the baby of her father's brother. You just said that. You just said that. Whenever you're ready, unmute. Whenever you're ready, unmute. Do you not know how to unmute? Mandy, you almost got it. Whenever you're ready, unmute.
Am I back?
There you go. Do you want to explain that stance?
Yes, I would.
You're too chicken to stand up for the rights of women. And hopefully that chicken there made the point. Let's get up our next guest. Deepali, thank you so much for the $30. Yeah, she's gone. She is gone. She's out. She is out of line. she is gone. She is gone. What she said, I mean, MAGA Republicans, do we understand that MAGA Republicans, like her, are advocating, guys, they are advocating for forcing 12-year-old little girls to carry the fetuses of their father's brother. That is what she just said. Audrey, how are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
So do you agree with what that last woman said, that a 12-year-old little girl who was raped by her uncle should be forced to carry the fetus to term?
No, I do not. No.
Okay, so would you say that she was out of touch and absolutely abhorrent for saying such a thing?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for making that clear. Have a good day. That's all I needed. I didn't need you to give me the whole song and dance. You want to call out the MAGA Republican for me? Feel free to do so. Let's get up our next guest. Oh my goodness. Actually, you know what? Let's get some Democrats up here. We're going to get a few Democrats. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. I want to talk to a few of you. I want to hear from a few of you. Because we're going to take a break for dinner very soon, and we're all going to go grab dinner and whatnot. So if you're voting for Kamala, coming up. Also, by the way, while we were doing this discussion, I received a message from a Republican. Let me see if he's actually okay with me reading it out loud, because I don't know. But he was voting for Donald Trump. He will now be voting for Kamala Harris. I'm going to see if he'll let me read the message out loud. I don't know if he would be comfortable with that. I want to make sure he's okay with that. Hello, Katrina. Are you voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
I am voting for Kamala.
That's awesome. Tell us why.
Oh, because I'm so excited. This whole, the convention, everything that's been going on has been so uplifting. I agree with the 100 for the house. Because I'm trying to buy a house. I had a fire back in December, so I'm trying to get back into a home. I definitely agree with returning Roe v. Wade, because I have a confession when it comes down to what happened to me, having to have to go through something like that. Yeah. I was pregnant and I lost my child at 5 months. But before that happened, I thought that the doctors had fixed it, but I ended up getting an infection. And if it were not for getting a DNC, I could have died, because the baby had passed in me. And then on top of that, I had to deliver her. But because there were complications, I had to get a DNC, which saved my life. So I am definitely for that. And I understand what really got to me when that other lady was on here about the 12-year-old. That just, ooh. I had to put my head down. A tear actually dropped from my eye, because I was like, really? It's just mind-blowing.
It truly is evil. And I think, because I really want to make clear to everybody on here, what that woman said about the 12-year-old little girl, it's not a hypothetical. That happened. And she's saying that it should have happened. That's evil. That is blatantly evil. And then they say, that's pro-life. That is not pro-life.
No.
What is pro-life about that?
No, it's not. And just, I saw some stuff on Tubi the other day about nationalism and Christian nationalism, and that really explains what pro-life to Christian nationalism believes. They don't want us here anymore. They don't want anybody in the United States but them. That's it. And that's not how it works. Like, we've been here all these years. So why you can't send us back? And if that's the case, we are immigrants, because our ancestors were from another country and we were ripped away from our lives, or our ancestors were ripped away from their lives and brought here against their will. I mean, they had a life already, you know what I mean? But it's just, I am definitely voting for Kamala. I have not gone yet. I was trying to catch up with the early voting, but my schedule has been so up and down. But I'm going to get my butt up to that voting booth. And I am voting Kamala Harris. 2024, and I ain't gonna lie to you, I can't wait to dance like it's 1999 with you. Oh!
Thank you so much for
I am
voting,
so
Katrina.
excited. Thank you. And I saw you your video when you were with Kamala the other day.
yeah.
I was like, go ahead, buddy.
I've got a ton of photos with Kamala.
Yeah. That was wonderful.
I know her. I don't think I've. Hold on, where's the holiday party?
What in the
Reading event.
Oh my god.
Side event.
I know that's right.
Another event, and I have more.
So you
somewhere.
can definitely vouch
Those are just
for
the
her.
ones
You
I
know
keep.
what I'm saying?
She's a phenomenal leader, and also a phenomenal woman.
And I look forward to experiencing it. And I know, people don't understand that the immigration, I'm getting ready to get off here because I know you want to let other people up. But the immigration part, if he had just signed the bill, we wouldn't be going through none of that.
Exactly. Listen, again, this is what gets to me. If the whole conversation about the border would be completely redundant if Donald Trump didn't block the bill, and then MAGA Republicans come up and they're like, he didn't block the bill. I'm like, guys, the fact we're still talking about it is exactly what he wanted. If it wasn't blocked, we wouldn't be able to talk about it. And that's the point. And I just, anyhow.
You needed that. But thank you so much for letting me up. And you keep doing a bomb job, buddy, because you are the best. Oh my God.
Love you so
God
much.
bless
Thank you so
sweetheart.
much, Katrina.
Have a great night.
You too.
You're welcome.
But I love our community so much. We really do have the greatest community, you know? Kamala supporters are unified, kind-hearted, respectful, professional. You get a MAGA Republican up here and they just come up screaming. They're like, they're coming after my fruit roll-ups and what happened to blah, blah, blah. It's, you know what I'm saying? Ugh. They look at the Constitution, like MAGA Republicans see the Constitution, they see firewood. Hi, Helen, how you doing?
Can't read, so.
That'd be the truth. You'd be right. That's why they want to defund that Department of Education.
Right. I'm so happy that I got on here with you. I was just going to have a couple things I wanted to say. Is one, I used to watch like Parker and Dean a lot, but listening to the MAGA people and them. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had a call coming in. Listening to them, I would get so irate. Your lives are much lighter and more fun, and it doesn't bring out my anger issues. That's one point that I have to make. The other thing I would say is the gentleman that was on a little bit ago, he was saying that when he votes, it's personal. And when everybody votes, it's personal. No, it's not personal. It shouldn't be personal. You should be looking out for your neighbor, the next person. You know, I'm not of childbearing years anymore. But I am voting for women that are. I am not a person of color, but I am voting for those that are. I'm not an immigrant, although immigration does impact my life a lot. I live in California and I work in construction. And as we all know, there are a lot of undocumented immigrants that are in the construction field. And I know several, and it's like gets me so passionately angry, the stereotype that is put on these, you know, the Hispanic people that are coming from the southern border. They are the best people, and it is so unfair for them to be labeled so terribly. So yeah, my point is I don't vote for my own personal benefit. You know, most of these things that are, you know, talked about, I'm not impacted by, but
I hear you. Listen, part of this too, what really gets to me is Trump supporters don't like illegal immigrants unless Donald Trump is marrying them. It's like, I don't understand the hypocrisy. No, but like really though, the hypocrisy as a whole, I mean, they do it with immigration where they say that they care about securing the border, but they vote for the candidate who wouldn't pass the border bill or who couldn't even negotiate a deal to secure the border wall funding needed to construct said wall that he ran on. I mean, where is the red line? Like, where's the...
They don't care, period. The only reason why they care is because he tells them to care, because literally everything out of his mouth, every single rally or speech he does, it's like they're literally brainwashed. If he were talking about, you know, birds in the sky and how awful they were, that's what their focus would be. They don't care. They're I've yet to hear anybody say how they've been personally impacted. Like they're not taking our jobs. They're not, doing.
They contribute $300 billion. Listen, illegal immigrants contribute $300 billion to the economy every single year. Help them get a pathway to legal immigration and they can contribute even more. I'd rather them be citizens than Donald Trump, who defrauded the state of New York $488 million. Okay, at least the illegal immigrants are contributing to the economy. Donald Trump takes from the economy. So I'd rather have them.
My fiance of 5 years is an undocumented immigrant from Nicaragua, and he is brilliant, and the hardest working man that I have ever known. So it just, he could do donuts, as far as work goes around all the guys that I know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just awful. But thank you for having me up.
Hey, thank you so much for coming up.
I really appreciate you.
Thank you for coming
And I'm
up.
super jealous that you've met Kamala Harris. Oh my gosh. I'm so
Listen,
jealous.
it's like that personal flex. She knows my name. I'm seeing her again.
I am so jealous.
Hopefully, I'm seeing her again tomorrow. We'll see. TBD.
Oh my gosh, give her a big hug for me.
TBD. Anyhow, thank you so much for coming up,
love
Helen.
her. Well,
I
thank
hope
you.
have a great one. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
The asthma's coming back. Whew. Where's my asthmaniacs at? Can we get some W asthma in the chat? Oh my goodness. Where's my inhaler? Where's my inhaler? Let's get up our next guest. Whew. W asthma. All right. We're going to try one more. Let's see. I'm going to try.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. I actually voted for Kamala in the early voting.
Nice. What state? What state?
West Virginia. I know. I'm in
listen,
a horrible
we'll
red
take it.
state.
We'll take it. Let's get some W's West Virginia in the chat, please. Thank
First
you
of
so
all, I
much for
want to say
voting.
how intelligent and how cute you are, because you're awesome. And I love how you tear. I love how you tear those MAGA guys down. It makes me happy. They don't know what they're doing.
This was actually a gift from Kamala. Hold on, and now is the first time I get to use it. This is for you and me.
Awesome.
Oh, no, wait, is that backwards?
Yeah.
Was that backwards?
Love it.
Hotties for Harris. This is for us. This is for us, Lilith. You and me. We're the hotties
awesome.
for Harris.
I actually wanted to bring up one big thing that's going on right now, and everybody who voted for the in the ballots, the early ballot system. Yeah, in the state of Pennsylvania right now, anybody who's living in that state, their GOP is trying to defraud a bunch of voters because they filled out their address wrong on the papers, and they're trying to take away the votes of over 450,000 people in the state of Pennsylvania, and it's in the Supreme Court right now in Pennsylvania for debate, and something needs to be done and said about that. That has to be brought to light because.
Oh, I hear you. Look, I'm a Pennsylvanian myself, and let me tell you, MAGA Republicans are going to try every single thing that they possibly can to overthrow votes, and they're not going to win. They're not going to win.
Ballot boxes in Oregon.
They tried this in 2020, and they went 43-0 with our state's attorney general. They've never won, and they never will. They can't.
No, they don't. Actually, one thing I want to say, I am intersex, which is a protected class, and when I want to say foul language about the man of 2016 to 2021 or whatever the time frame was, but when he took away my health care from his policies, I nearly died. I have a hormone imbalance, and I have to take a certain medication. If I don't take that medication, I will die. He took away rights to my doctor, who was a specialized doctor, because they dealt with people who were transitioning from either male to female or female to male. And people like me who had the hormone imbalance that aren't transitioning, that just happen to be going to those doctors, we get screwed over because of him. And that's my biggest thing why I voted for Kamala, because she's from the working class. She's worked at McDonald's. She's a heck of a person, and I really hope she gets in, crossing my fingers.
And I think that, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
but
I interrupted you. Please, after you.
If you notice his little McDonald's stunt that he did, Place is actually closed.
Yep.
And you know who in history who did something like that at a closed facility and pretending like they were working?
Oh, I know.
Benito Mussolini. For all those.
I recall. I'm Italian. What I want to say about Donald Trump too here is that for a lot of people, right, the decision to vote in this election is nothing more than just like a second thought. It's like a little side quest, if you will. But for most of America, this is either a life or no life situation. This is either a freedom or lack of freedom situation. This is a future or no future situation. It's whether they want the right to choose, they want the right to join a union, they want the right to live true and free to themselves, love how they love, be true to themselves.
Exactly. And for her to even agree with forcing that little baby who's barely out of being a kid themselves to have a kid, that is disgusting to me. It makes me sick to my stomach. I just want to throw up.
See, I think it's so important to call that stuff out because this is something that we don't often see a lot of folks doing. And so I am more than happy to call them out on their nasty behavior. That right there, like everybody should know.
I wish I was up here when she was talking. I would be like, oh, shucks, fella. I can't believe you're doing that.
Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, I get it. Even Mickey Mouse can't make what she said sound better. It was awful. She needs to do some soul searching on there because she was really advocating for stripping away her own rights and then advocating for children giving birth to their uncle's children. It's like, please,
Slugs for salt.
Do better.
For salt.
Slugs for salt. Yup, slugs for salt. Roaches for raid. Rats for rat poison.
Right, exactly. But I came across your live and I was seeing what you're doing and I subscribe. You're awesome and I'll keep watching your videos.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in and it was so nice to meet you.
You as well. Thanks you for letting me come on and talk.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Well, bye-bye.
Folks, so I think what we're going to do now is go have some dinner because I'm hungry. And you guys are probably also hungry because I know it's like pretty much almost, it's 5:20 on the West Coast, 8:20 on the East Coast. I'm glad that we got to talk to some Kamala supporters as well. What I want to say, especially with the conversations we're having right now, they're very important. I'm still waiting to hear back from that one Republican who had just messaged me. We had a Republican who was listening in during this live stream today, and I'm not going to say the message until he says he's comfortable with it. But he effectively said he was going to vote for Donald Trump. He will now be voting for Kamala. And it was a really heartfelt message. So I hope he says he's okay with me saying it. If you're still listening, sir, by the way, let me know let me know. Or feel free to write it in the chat. Let me know if it's okay for me to talk about it. It was a very heartfelt message, very touching, and he will be voting for Kamala instead of Donald Trump. So know that the conversations we are having are important. And I also want to make clear when we have those conversations and a MAGA Republican comes up here, I'm not looking to change their mind. I'm looking to call them out for the hypocrite they are, to show their ignorance on a stage light, if you will. I'm showing people, for example, that woman who came up earlier who said that a 12-year-old little girl should be forced to give birth to her uncle's baby if she's raped by her uncle. I'm showing people this is who MAGA Republicans are. They are so extreme and out of touch with Americans that they have no right to be running a candidate for the presidency, especially one that is a felon nonetheless. And so that is why we do this. So thank you everybody for taking the time to tune in today to our conversations. And thank you everybody as well who was supporting me, whether in my Venmo or my PayPal. A massive thank you. I'm going to read through the messages right after this. Know that those funds go towards my travel as I meet voters across specifically the swing state of Pennsylvania, because that is where I do my work. So know that it all goes towards those efforts, and I greatly appreciate that love. So thank you so much and love you right back. Also, massive thank you to our mods today for keeping the chat kind of clean. It's because of you that this is a safe space for so many of us. So thank you so much for taking the time. Other than that, folks, I do hope you all have a good dinner. We're going to come back in a little bit, probably about an hour. What are you folks having for dinner, by the way? You guys doing dinner? What do y'all do? Everybody eat? Oh, I sound like my Nona. I'm like, did you guys eat? Did you eat? Did you have your dinner? Like, okay, it sounds like a lot of people had tacos. That sounds, Taco Tuesday. Duh. Taco Tuesday. Chipotle, salmon and rice, ham and scalloped potatoes. That sounds good. Hot soup. That sounds good. I'm going to go have some golden retriever. I'm going to Springfield, Ohio. It's pretty close by. I'm just going to run over, grab some Yorkie fried rice, you know, some Shih Tzu spaghetti. Alrighty, folks. I'll talk to y'all later, okay? Have a good one. Oh, actually, here, wait. I want to try this out. What is this? Oh, no, actually, I don't know about that. Plugged in. You ever, like, go to plug it? There we go. Got it! Success. Hi again, everybody. So, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are going to get started in just a minute. Oh boy. Oh boy. Donald Trump's a fascist! Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are already almost there. You guys are a little too quick. If you guys are liking the live this quickly, MAGA Republicans are going to start saying we're ballot stuffing the like box. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. We're going to get started in just a moment. Hi. Thank you so much for the ghost. I appreciate it. I did just eat dinner. I had, like, I don't actually know what it was. It was like pasta with like meatballs, but I think the meatballs were sausage. Now that I think about it, I don't know what the meatballs were. Was it cat? Where did the meal come from? This came from Springfield. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000. Oh my gosh, we're already past 10,000 likes. Y'all are too quick. Let's get up our first guest. Y'all are too quick. Hi, Julie. Julie, let me get you up.
Johnny.
Hi there. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am not a trumpet. Hold on a second.
I appreciate it. I am just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now.
I just wanted to tell you, I just finished her speech.
You enjoyed it?
You see it?
Not yet. I got to rewatch it. I won't be seeing her tomorrow, though.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. She did an excellent job.
Well, thank you so much for coming up, Deb.
I came across you by accident. I just love you.
Thank you so much, Deb. Love you right back. Love you. Stop. Knock it out. Knock it out. Love you right back. Thank you for the love. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. Hello, Christopher. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Sir, you are too handsome for your own good.
Y'all gotta stop it. Knock it off. Where are the Trumpers? Where's the Trump supporters? Where are you hiding? Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation, okay? Y'all are too nice. Knock it off. You're gonna make me blush. Ugh.
Yo.
Hi. You voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, indeed.
Well, that's disgusting. Mommy and Daddy must be proud, huh? So why are you voting for? I'm messing with you. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
And I mean, you could say you were messing with me, but I've heard much worse than that. So that's nothing.
From me?
No, like.
Oh, I was gonna say because I get pretty bad.
People are like belligerent and like actually rude. Like that was a harmless joke.
You know what's rude? Stripping away the rights of women. That's rude. Stripping away the rights of transgender Americans, not even letting them serve in the military to fight for your rights. That's rude. Telling union workers that they could work a full-time job, but that they can't join a union or earn a living wage. That is rude. Telling LGBTQ plus Americans, like LGBTQ plus Americans, telling them that they can live free and true to themselves, but that they can't marry who they love. That's rude. Oh, telling black Americans that they can vote, but that their vote might not count as much as a white American? That's rude. You want to talk about rude? I'm so sorry that a Democrat somewhere, somewhen called you out for voting against the rights and freedoms of Americans across the board. So sorry. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Mainly for his foreign policy stance. I think he kept the world a lot like safer. Than compared.
You want a Twizzler?
Yeah, of course. It's been years since I've had one.
Dude, for real? This is like the best kind of.
Are those cherry or strawberry?
Strawberry. They don't make cherry Twizzlers, do they?
Yeah, they do. You gotta try them out. But strawberry are the OG ones.
All right, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so mainly for the foreign policy stance, I feel like their domestic stances will kind of amount to the same with the gridlock faced in House and the Senate, because unless someone's able to get all chambers of it, then they're not really going to be able to put forth the legislation they're proposing.
No, I hear you. Listen, for any candidate who steps into the presidency, whether or not they do or don't have the House and Senate will define their presidency. We know that this won't be problematic for Kamala, but rather Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, for example, during his first term in office, was incapable of, for example, negotiating a policy to build the wall, right? This is why he couldn't negotiate the funding to accomplish that construction. Barack Obama built 400 miles of the wall. Donald Trump built 50 new miles and then basically painted the nails of the miles that Barack Obama built because that's all he could do. And that is solely because of him. If he gave Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer the 1,500 border agents they wanted, he would have got the funding for his wall. He didn't. You then look at Kamala Harris, who did negotiate that bipartisan border deal with Mike Johnson and Joe Biden. It gave the wall that Republicans wanted and offered the funding for those 1,500 border agents.
Hold up.
So I would trust Kamala Harris to negotiate a package in any instance, well, far more than I would trust Donald Trump, who has a record of not negotiating across the board in a divided Congress.
So you invoked in one circumstance the president negotiating a bill, and the other one was the vice president. So would you also blame
Joe
Mike
Biden
Pence?
too. Mike Pence too.
Okay, so he's
Let me
also
add that
responsible.
in. Pardon me. To be clear, you're conflating two. Kamala had access to the negotiations of the bipartisan border deal because Mike Johnson and Joe Biden let her come to the table. Donald Trump wasn't bringing Mike Pence to the table. And he's made that very clear. So I wouldn't necessarily blame Mike Pence, but if you want to include Mike Pence in as to why Donald Trump couldn't negotiate a simple package, sure, go. I mean, feel free. I'm always down for criticizing Mike Pence. I just don't think it's fair because Donald Trump doesn't treat him as an equal. But
yeah, I didn't know if that's true what you said about him, like blocking him from the table of negotiation.
No, you're the one who just said, should I include Mike Pence? I said, if you want to, but he didn't really have much to do with it because Donald Trump didn't care to listen to him.
He was never in part of the negotiation. He can't really be blamed.
But so then this is redundant, right? Again, let's get back on topic here. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Mike Johnson put forth a bipartisan border deal. Donald Trump didn't because he didn't want to work with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. But you're saying...
Did you say that they didn't want to work with him?
No, because they wanted to work with him.
Two-way street?
No, because look at it again. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer said they wanted 1,500 border agents. Donald Trump said he wanted the wall. Donald Trump said, I'm not giving you the agents, give me the wall. And they said, if you don't give us the agents, we're not just going to give you the money for the wall. That's not how this works. And he said, fine, I'll shut down the government.
Running on the wall now.
Yes, exactly. Now we're getting to Kamala, who said, Republicans like Mike Johnson, I know you want the wall. I will give you the wall if you give us the 1,500 border agents. Mike Johnson said, we will give you the 1,500 border agents if you give us the wall. And they said, fantastic. And then they went to pass it until Donald Trump blocked it because it would look really bad for Donald Trump if Kamala Harris secured the border in its entirety, because then Donald Trump couldn't run on it anymore. But tell me again, because you spoke about foreign policy.
Well, before I move to that,
No.
I don't think it's right to say that Trump blocked the bill when there are Congress people that voted on it.
Let's be clear. Who called the Congress members to block it?
Do they have free will?
Excuse me. Who called the Congress members to block the bill? Tell me.
Trump.
There you go. Okay. So now let's move on to foreign policy.
You know Bernie Sanders? He didn't vote for it.
No, stop it.
It's true.
Tell me about foreign policy here because you brought it up. What is Donald Trump's solution to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia?
He wants to stop supplying them with weapons and funds, which I know you're going to say it violates the Budapest memorandum, but what is the...
Pardon me, but what's his solution? That's not a solution. So you're saying he's going to defund Ukraine by stripping away their weaponry? Why? Okay, but then that violates the Budapest memorandum, exactly as you said. And that leads to Ukraine being capable of renuclearizing, and that brings us into a nuclear war. So why would you advocate for nuclear war?
Because I think Putin's bluffing when he's showing his guns.
Okay, but then you better trust. Listen, if you think that Putin's bluffing, and I don't think he's bluffing, I think he'd be more than happy to watch as Ukraine crumbles beneath him as he makes his pathway forward to Poland.
What would follow?
A nuclear war, because violating
Moscow would be crushed.
You violating the Budapest memorandum would renuclearize Ukraine. Do you understand that? They would now have access to nukes once more. The only reason they don't is because of the United States. This whole conversation, if not for the Budapest memorandum, would be very different should Ukraine have been nuclearized. I mean, the moment that they were invaded, they could have dropped a nuke on Moscow, right? And then this would have been a different conversation. So why are you advocating for a nuclear war?
So Putin is worried that Ukraine will get their hands on nukes and nuke them? What is he worried about?
You're not understanding. So again, you're suggesting that we should violate the Budapest memorandum, correct? That's what you're saying we should do?
To some degree.
Right. And once you do violate that, that renuclearizes Ukraine, because the whole point of the agreement was that we will serve as their weaponry so long as they don't drop a nuke on Russia, because we don't want a global nuclear war.
All right, maybe not violate entirely.
But you can't, you don't get to pull back. Pull back is violating. You don't get to pull back.
What are the specific conditions of it? Does it have
that will serve as their weaponry until they are no longer being invaded?
So
and
there's
that
no
is what we're doing.
specific amount of weaponry?
But listen, hold on. You're saying you want us to violate that agreement. Even Mike Johnson doesn't agree with violating it, which is why he is the one responsible for providing the foreign aid. Like, do you hold Mike Johnson accountable for providing foreign aid to Ukraine? Because at least he's smart enough to recognize you're not allowed to just violate the Budapest memorandum. Donald Trump is too ignorant to realize that, but that's on him.
Don't think that I'm fully fleshed out in these opinions of mine. I'm just saying.
I don't think you understand your opinions whatsoever. But let's get back into foreign policy here. What is his solution to end the conflict between Gaza and Israel?
He wants Israel to defend itself to the full extent.
Okay, and what does that consist of?
Eradicating Hamas, and obviously what follows is because this is what you're going to say next. What does it entail? Obviously, civilian casualties. And are you aware of the civilian to combatant ratio that took place then, and also in the Afghanistan and Iraq war when we invaded those countries?
Nice pivot.
No,
let me better understand this. We have two conflicts going on right now, which are global catastrophes: Ukraine and Russia, Israel and Gaza. Mind you, now the Israel-Gaza war that conflict has been going on for decades, of course. But whoever is our next president will be responsible for putting forward a plan that helps them ensure they can find either a fair solution or not lead into a nuclear war, as you advocated for. Kamala Harris says two-state solution.
Nuclear war.
You did. Two-state solution, ceasefire, bring home the hostages. That's what Kamala says. What does Donald Trump say? You're saying that Donald Trump says Israel has the right to, dehome the Palestinian people? I mean, you spoke about casualties among civilians. Why does your solution consist of more war when Kamala's consist of diplomacy? Why are you advocating for war?
The U.S. involvement. I'm saying Israel can defend itself as an autonomous nation. I didn't say anything about supplying
your president. Whoever is your president will have to have a plan to end the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Again, Kamala's is two-state solution, ceasefire, hostage deal. Donald Trump's is, you had said Donald Trump's is effectively dehome the Palestinian people with casualties. That is war. So what's the solution? You're advocating for more war?
Is your solution to break the alliance, but for some reason keep the alliance?
No, her solution is diplomacy. Her solution is diplomacy. Two-state solution.
Tried thousands of times.
Two-state solution, ceasefire deal, hostage solution. The Israeli people, the Israeli people are not Netanyahu, and the Palestinian people are not Hamas. Whatever deal comes about is going to have to also consist of the removal of both Netanyahu and Hamas. But Donald Trump's not even talking about that. Donald Trump is blatantly simping for Netanyahu, looking to dehome the Palestinian people. And then also you said yourself that whatever deal Donald Trump puts forth should include casualties. So again, why are you advocating for more war?
I'm not saying it should include casualties.
I'm sorry, not should. You said it would. So why are you advocating for more war?
Just like you are by saying Ukraine should battle with Russia. Same thing.
No, so you're not understanding.
I mean, you're telling me I'm advocating for casualties. You can say the same
don't know
thing
what the
about
two
yourself.
conflicts are. The conflict between Israel and Gaza is a decades-fought conflict. Okay.
And Palestine, Ukraine, Palestine, Israel isn't?
Palestine, Israel? No, that's what I'm talking about. Again, Gaza, Israel,
Ukraine, Russia.
Excuse me. Gaza and Israel, decades-fought conflict. Ukraine and Russia, decades fought. However, there was a tipping point where Ukraine was invaded by Russia. And Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine has not been an aggressor. Excuse me. Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine has never once been the aggressor in this situation. So when I say conflict for Ukraine and Russia, understand that that is Russia being an aggressor. Russia
has Israel
invading
not
Ukraine.
Been a victim of aggression?
Dude, this is a conflict between Israel and Gaza, and you're conflating it with a completely different conflict. Do you understand that? You can't conflate the two because they're entirely different.
Because both of them were.
Can we get some L guests in the chat, please? Let's get some L guests on this. This isn't a good point. Let's get some L guests. I appreciate you got your bots going. That's why I'm saying let's get some actual commenters in here. I want to make something clear because I want to better understand this. You came in here and advocated for, one, renuclearizing Ukraine. You suggest that we should violate the Budapest Memorandum, which sole purpose is to denuclearize Ukraine because you want to put nukes back into the hands of Ukraine. This leads to nuclear war. I don't know why you want nuclear war. I don't know why you would want to start a global catastrophe like nuclear war that will put more of our troops on the ground.
Yeah, now that you say it,
that is what you're advocating for. Then you just said that's a good idea.
Yeah, nuclear war sounds like a great idea. You're totally.
What's new? MAGA Republicans and warmongers. One and the same. Hi, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Goodbye. I'll miss you. Can we get some L guests in the chat, please? Do we have any mods on, by the way? Where's our mods? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Also, Jeff, thank you so much for the $30. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, Jeff. That is so nice. Like, seriously, that's beyond nice, Jeff. Thank you so much. Julie, can you please help me? Belladonna as well. Can you help me handle some of the MAGA trolls in the comments, please? If they're not in my guest requests, I don't need them being snowflakes in my comment section. Like, folks, if you're voting for Trump, get into the guest requests. Use your big boy and big girl voice and speak up. You don't got to tippity tap on your keyboard, right? Doesn't benefit you. So either get into the guest request or fly away, birdie. All right, guess. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Immigration.
Okay, what is Donald Trump's border policy? Do you know what it is?
He's actually more lenient on immigration, so I'm voting for him.
So you want more illegal immigrants? Nice. Wow.
Yeah, they're seeking asylum from terrible countries, so I actually support it.
Yeah, so you support open borders.
I do. Yeah, right now.
See that? And I can't wait to clip that. That's going to make great content. MAGA Republicans advocating for renuclearizing Ukraine and MAGA Republicans advocating for open borders. Thank you. That is going to make a really good video later. Did I forget to mention that this whole thing is videotaped? Oops. Hi, Annette. Annette? Okay. Folks, please hit that like button. Help us get to 100,000 likes and share the live as well so that we can boost it on the algorithm. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Gotcha. Why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Right. I said a criminal, and you know that was Donald Trump. So next time, save us both sometime and just say I'm voting for the criminal because. So why are you?
I'm not.
Oh, are you voting for Kamala? That's awesome. Let's get some W Kamalas in the chat. I didn't know you were voting for Kamala. That's awesome. So why are you voting for Kamala?
See, are you happy that the current administration is trying to put Donald Trump in jail?
Sorry, did you say something?
Is this how you talk to people?
Only the ignorant ones. So why are you voting for Donald Trump, a convicted felon?
So everyone who disagrees with you is just ignorant?
No, just the ones who don't know what they're talking about. So why are you voting for the criminal? This is exactly what I mean, right? You can't get to the point, so.
Well, you chicken-headed me, and it kind of threw us off, don't you think?
Not really. Stay on
topic. You don't think the chicken buzzard did anything?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Did you see something that I didn't see? Are you hallucinating? It's a little early to be sundowning, don't you think? So why are you voting for the convicted felon?
Because of you.
Oh, you care about me that much? Is it a crush? Is it a crush?
You're so.
Are you just like that obsessed with me? Oh, you're just that obsessed? Okay, so why are you voting for the convicted felon? Can you just speak on the value of the matter instead of crying? And if you are going to cry, we're nice here. Do you need a tissue?
Are you okay, dude?
Do you need a tissue? I'm trying to let you speak. You're not answering to the question.
Do you talk to everyone
Blow the
like
nose
this?
and hurry up. Let's go. Why are you voting for the criminal? And listen, if you are going to cry, at least be productive. Cry into this cup so that we could save the tears. With the amount of tears that you MAGA Republicans cry, we could feed a small village.
Talk or not?
Let me think about it. On the one side, if I
do
let
you invite
talk,
people on here just so you can talk more?
I'm thinking if you can talk. Hold on, give me a second. Let me think.
No, is this what you do?
Hold on. I'm telling you, I'm thinking. If I let him talk, then I'll have to hear that voice for like 10 minutes, and I don't know I want that for me. If I don't let him talk, then maybe somebody smarter will come up. And I don't know I want that either, because this one's an easy one, right? Let's let him talk. Okay, whenever you're ready, continue. Why are you voting for the felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Okay, I'll answer you if you can leave the chicken out of this, please. Do you understand that it's the current administration that is trying to put Donald Trump in jail? When you say you're so afraid of Donald Trump,
what tells you that?
Political enemies in
Excuse
jail.
me. What tells you that?
Do you
what
realize
tells you that the administration does it? Do you understand that, for example?
Do you know what the Department of Justice is?
Excuse me, sir. This was a unanimous bipartisan jury appointed by Donald Trump's
assume my gender?
lawyers. Oh, yes. So again, recognize this. Donald Trump was found guilty by a unanimous jury appointed by his own Republican lawyers. He paid Republican lawyers to appoint a jury, and they also played part in the dismissal of jurors that they disagreed with. And those jurors that they did agree with still found Donald Trump guilty. You're suggesting that Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution. By your logic, would Hunter Biden not also be the victim of political persecution? And by your logic, why would Joe Biden weaponize the Department of Justice against his own son,
If you're
Hunter?
wondering why I'm
Respond to the question.
for
No, I'm asking you to respond.
Yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump because
Okay, hold on, wait 1 second. So cry more. Again, what I need you to do here is explain to me your hypocrisy. You just said that Joe Biden was weaponizing the Department of Justice against Donald Trump.
Who made me a Donald Trump
by your logic, that's what you said, word for word. By your logic, that would mean that Joe Biden weaponized the Department of Justice against his own son, Hunter, as well, which would be very weird. But if you're saying that Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution, even though his own lawyers appointed the jurors that found him unanimously guilty, wouldn't Hunter Biden too be the victim of political persecution? All right, if you can answer that, that would be lovely. Go ahead.
I will. Can I
just
speak
respond to
or
the
not?
question.
Am I allowed
Can you hurry
to?
up? I don't need the life story in between. If I wanted to watch a Lifetime movie, I would turn on the television.
You haven't even asked me what my name is.
Listen, I get it. You're going through the coming of age, blah blah blah. Just
I'm
answer the
voting
goddamn
for
question. It's not that
Donald
hard.
Trump because of people
Can
like
you respond to the political persecution point? People like me. What, does intelligence scare you? Shocker. Oh, we couldn't tell that. Oh, gosh. Oh, newsflash. We knew. Intelligence is very scary to you, MAGA Republicans. So listen, again, speak on what I just said surrounding political persecution. You're going to learn about me. You might be new here. You're going to learn real quick that I don't budge, right? So when I am not letting you pivot on something, know that we won't be pivoting. Understood? Okay, so one more time. You said that Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution when Donald Trump's own lawyers, the lawyers he paid, are the ones who found him guilty through a unanimous jury that they appointed. So that's not political persecution. But by your logic, Hunter Biden would too be the victim of political persecution. And then you said that Joe Biden weaponized the Department of Justice against Donald Trump. If that were to be true, then why would Joe Biden weaponize the Department of Justice against his own son? These are the questions I need you to respond to. And if you don't do it this time, I'm just going to kick you. I'm done playing. You're like, no offense, but you're really boring. And part of what I do is entertainment. Half is educational, half is entertainment.
Say anything.
I want to be clear. Again, half of what I do is educational, half is entertainment. You are definitely not entertaining, and you don't really have an education. So let's try to make this coherent. Go ahead.
When the current administration told you that Hunter Biden's laptop was fake,
the laptop had nothing to do with excuse me. The laptop had nothing to do. Excuse me. A laptop had nothing to do with Hunter Biden's
I'm asking
convictions.
if you believe them.
You didn't answer what I asked you.
Answer my question.
You think you're?
Did you believe them?
Pookie, you don't get to tell me to answer your question when you just ignored my question. Right? So one more time. I just told you a question 3 times. Are you going to respond or pivot?
I'm trying to respond to you.
You're asking me a question, but you won't answer mine.
You don't let people talk.
Right. I don't let people pivot. See, again, I don't let people pivot. I let people talk. If you're not going to respond to my question, I won't let you speak. Understood? So like, again, if you don't answer my question, I won't let you speak. You answer my question because you're not going to pivot. Call it what you want, right? I say I'm not letting you pivot. You're saying that I'm not letting you speak. No, I'm just not letting you speak about something else. Speak on what I'm talking about. Again, I asked you a question, unmute and answer the question. It's what's so hard about this? It's always a pivot with you, MAGA Republicans. I called you out for your hypocrisy and your own logic. Now you won't own up to it.
Can I speak or not, please?
On what I said, yes. So long as it's surrounding what I said.
God, please, dude. If you're going to invite people on,
hurry up, keep crying. Hold on, wait, hold on. Cry into the cup. Can you point your eyes towards the cup as you cry? Go ahead. The other tears in here are JD Vance's.
You're great at making Trump supporters, dude.
Go on.
Do you understand?
Come on more. Can you answer the question instead of pivoting?
Yes, I can.
This is a pivot. You understand the whining, the complaining, the being a snowflake? That is also a pivot.
Oh my God.
Answer the question.
Dude. Am I voting for Kamala Harris? Why are you voting for Trump?
All right, let's get out of here. I just asked him to respond to why his own logic was hypocritical, and he refused to do so. I asked 5 times. Respectfully, 3 strikes and he should have been out. 5 times was me being very kind. Like, you've requested to join my live, and then you don't want to answer the question that I am asking you? Come on. Okay, come on now. Come on now. Let's be realistic. Let's be adults. Troy, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Jennifer says you're not kind, though. Jennifer, and you're illiterate. You know that's not how you spell Y-O-U-R, right? Like Y-O-U-R. Like, ma'am, you know that's not how you spell that, right? It's you-are. Okay, she says I'm not kind, and you are illiterate. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
This is my first time, and I vote Kamala Harris.
Nice. W Kamala's in the chat, please. Let's get some W Kamalas in the chat. All right, you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Old enough.
Old enough to be deleted right out of the fetus, sure. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump? Yeah. Darius? You said no? Okay. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and why do you hate our police?
Johnny, you are funny. I'll be on your life every time, bro. I voted Kamala, bro.
Thanks for voting for Kamala. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you. I appreciate the love. That's awesome. It hurts my heart when like a friendly and like a friend and one of our like community members comes up and then I come off with the, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, oh, now it hurts because I love you guys. I love you guys. Hi, Alex. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I actually don't know. I like to educate myself on different sides.
Gotcha. Have you visited KamalaHarris.com?
No.
Okay, maybe that's where you should start instead of going onto a live stream meant to debate on a candidate. Don't you think? Okay, so KamalaHarris.com, DonaldJTrump.com, and while you're at it, buy yourself a cookie or something. Then you could celebrate when you make up your mind. So let's get up our next guest. Guys, there's 7 days to the election. You're not fooling anybody. Nobody's undecided at this point. Hello, Cecilia. Is this Cecilia? Did I say that right?
You did, yes. I'm so sorry, my voice. I'm so sick right now.
No, you're good. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am, yes.
Your voice sounds a little bit like his, so it makes sense. So why are you voting for the criminal?
So I believe that the trial was completely fixed. The jury that convicted him was a full Democratic jury.
Well, that's just not true. Why'd you lie?
I didn't lie.
You did lie. So the jurors were appointed by Donald Trump's own lawyers, and his lawyers made certain to nominate Republican jurors. You just said it was an entire Democratic jury. Who told you that?
Well, I guess my question would be then, which trial are you talking about?
You? Both. And so who told you it was a Democratic jury when his lawyers played part in the selection process? Do you think that his lawyers would let the jurors do you think his lawyers would let the justice system get away with giving him an entirely Democratic jury?
Well, I don't think lawyers have full say over a jury. It's typically supposed to be an anonymous process.
No.
Have you
Which
ever
is
been
also
called
why
for a jury duty?
Yes. So again, now looking at Donald Trump paid lawyers to play part in the appointment of the jurors. And they also played part in the dismissal of multiple jurors that they disagreed with. Like somebody straight up walked in with purple hair and they thought that that was probably a Democrat, so they dismissed him. Do you understand this? So who told you that it was a Democratic jury? I'm curious.
So these are things that I see in the media. And
what media? Right. My question is what media? I need to know exactly who told you this if I didn't make that clear.
You did. And my question...
I never told you it was a Democratic jury. Who told you it was a Democratic jury?
No, I was saying you made it clear. Like your point is clear.
Who told you it was a Democratic jury? I want to know where you're getting your news from so I know exactly who I'm talking to. Because if you get your news from Breitbart,
everywhere that everybody else sees their news.
Right. But what source told you?
I don't know. I can't recall the
Okay, but then if you can't recall the source, maybe it's best not to spew that nonsense, right? Like, did you hear it on the dark web? Did you hear it from Vladimir Putin? Did you hear it from Breitbart, Daily Mail? Like, you see my point, my issue with this? Okay, so when we spew misinformation, let's fact check ourselves.
Well, I think a fact check, if we want to talk about misinformation. I think a fact check is necessary
when you spew misinformation, yes. So why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Because during the presidential debate, she claimed
Are you confused?
That no
Excuse me, one
military
second.
member
Pardon me.
is in...
So don't pivot. Don't be a chicken and pivot. Don't be a chicken. Hold on. You're being a chicken. I don't deal with chickens trying to pivot. So get back on
I'm
the
not trying to
talking
pivot.
point.
You're just cutting me off. You're just being
I'm asking
an
you
ass.
to tell me, why are you voting for Donald Trump and you're not responding? You went into how you feel as though
why
he was...
I voted. You asked me about the source. You want to talk about pivoting.
Excuse me. I asked you at first why you're voting for Donald Trump, and I said criminal, and you immediately said he's not a criminal by pivoting into your conspiracy theory that he was politically persecuted. So we can either explore... It is a conspiracy. So we can either explore that political persecution, and I could slap you down when it comes to legalities, but we could also just get back to the question at hand that I asked you in the first place as to why you were voting for Donald Trump.
So
that was the very first thing I asked you.
Yes. So my answer to that is there's a number of reasons why I would. I believe, first and foremost, before I even go into this, I think everybody in this TikTok Live should be aware.
I think you should stop talking to the people in this live stream and you should have a conversation with me, but you won't even have the decency to do such a thing. What is this?
What is this chat? What is this?
So let me
better
better
about
understand.
A debate, you're just cutting the people off that you invite in the live.
You aren't even speaking to me. You're talking to the chat.
I'm talking to you right now.
Are you out of your mind? So let's get back into this one more time. You just claimed, because you won't respond as to why you're voting for Donald Trump. I assume that that's because you don't know. So let's move back into the political persecution talking point. By your logic, would Hunter Biden not also be the victim of political persecution? And he is more politically relevant than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a private citizen. He is the son of the current sitting president who was campaigning at the time of his charges. So isn't Hunter Biden the victim of political persecution as well?
Sure, I'm not going to sit here and deny that there's absolutely...
So now you're just saying that anybody who has any political relevancy who commits a crime must be the victim of political persecution. Because I can tell you now, Democrats and Republicans aren't going to say that Hunter Biden and Donald Trump are the victim of political persecution. Only MAGA Trumpers say that Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution. That is a Trump specialty. Shocker. So let me better understand this then. Do you believe that Donald Trump did or didn't commit a crime?
It depends on what crime you're like. What
sexual abuse?
I can't sit here and say I know because I don't.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that the jury did. No, but apparently you didn't. I mean, were you on the jury? Oh, that's right, you weren't. You were an attorney on the case.
For sure.
No, you weren't. Okay. Well, gosh. Looks like we're in a predicament. I guess we'll just have to trust the criminal justice system, the jurors, and the attorneys that oversaw the case. Right? That's why they're there. How about his civil fraud case? Did he commit the civil fraud?
Do you want me to answer your original question?
Now you want to answer the original question. No.
I haven't had a second sleep.
Tell me, did he commit fraud?
Do you want me to actually
I want you to tell me if he committed fraud. Did I stutter? We got a runner. She knew exactly what she did. She dug herself a hole and then she couldn't get out of it. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. No! No! Gotta herd the cattle, everybody. Yeah! Yeah! Y'all, I immediately turn into trash the moment they do the running thing. I love it. I'm like, you start screaming, you gotta start burping, you gotta start yelling. I love it. You got a fresh one. Yeah, doggy, that gummit, the cow ran away. Alex, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today, feel free to support me. I would greatly appreciate it. My Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Hi, Laura. Are you voting for the criminal? Laura, you joined the live stream. I know you're there. It's just you and me, Laura. We can be best friends forever. I hear you breathing, Laura. Laura, you need to eat, and I hear your stomach growling. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. I appreciate the love. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting. Have you ever thought of, here's an idea, not voting for the criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster?
No.
Oh, of course not, because that would involve independent thinking, and God forbid. So why are you voting for a civil fraudster, sexual abuser, and felon? Thank you, Alex, for the support. Love you back.
Because I'm a small business owner and I don't give a shit about social issues.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I used to be a small business operator. I'm with you. And yet you're voting for the man who steamrolled small businesses with his tariffs, like the 15 to 25% tariff he put on agriculture that increased costs on middle-class consumers, led to farmers like those in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, having an export crisis, surplus and supply and demand issue, having to pass off costs to small businesses, which led to a $230 billion tax hike on me, you, and everybody in this chat. Like those small businesses? Or how about you act like one of the small business operators and owners who would benefit from Kamala Harris's $50,000 down payment?
To a startup new small business, not a small business that's already in effect.
Got you. Right, because God forbid we build up our main streets. Oh, You're so right. You just continue raising taxes on yourself by voting for Donald Trump.
Actually, my taxes are higher now on payroll than what they were under Trump.
Excuse me. So you're saying that you don't like Joe Biden's tax policy right now? Seriously? That's what you're saying? You don't like Joe Biden's tax policy? Is that what you just said?
Not, okay, so here's my thing on it.
No, answer the question, yes or no. You don't like Joe Biden's tax policy?
But here's the thing, dude.
So you just said, no, you don't like Joe Biden's tax policy. Sir, you are under Donald Trump's tax policy. It doesn't expire until next year. No. Quiet, sweetheart. Don't just start don't just start saying wrong, right? Don't just start talking over me and saying wrong. You are under Donald Trump's tax plan. That lasts 8 years. It doesn't expire until next year. Joe Biden didn't have the chance to raise taxes on you, even if he wanted to, which he didn't. Gail, thank you so much for the $5. Love you so much. Thank you for the support. You just got caught. And you're just saying wrong. That's not wrong. So unmute and admit you're under Donald Trump's tax plan. It's not Joe Biden's tax plan. And you just said you don't like Joe Biden's tax plan. So by your logic, you don't like Donald Trump's tax plan. Do you want to unmute? Come on, big boy. Let's go.
Excuse me. I'm talking. So
it sounds like you're not talking. Michael, thank you so much for the $10. I love you right back. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you. It doesn't look like you're talking, Joe. What happened? Joe, what happened?
Am I there? Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you all right.
Okay.
Oh, Joe, you muted yourself again, big boy. What happened? Silly goose.
Okay. So if you...
Joe, you keep muting yourself.
Dude, I'm not doing it. It's doing it on its own. Okay.
No, it's not, silly goose. See, Joe, you just did it again. So, Joe, you just said that you don't like Donald Trump's tax policy, but you didn't recognize it was Donald Trump's tax policy. You did that. I didn't do that. You did that. So do you own up and recognize that you are still under Donald Trump's tax policy? Yes or no?
No. So.
Okay, let's do a little thinking cap moment. Hold on. Take 5 seconds and try a different answer. That one doesn't compute. So again, you just said you don't like Donald Trump's tax policy because you thought it was Joe Biden's, but in fact is Donald Trump's.
That's not what I said.
It is. When I asked you, so are you saying you don't like Joe Biden's tax policy? You said, yes, I don't like his tax policy. And then I said, Joe Biden didn't have a tax policy, Donald Trump did. Because it's an 8-year policy, it doesn't expire until next year. The 2017 policy lasts until 2025.
Okay,
so do you recognize that?
Oh my God.
Do you recognize that, yes or no?
Dude. What
do you recognize that? Yes or no?
That is false.
Nope. Try a different answer. Didn't compute. Try again. That was what?
Okay. False.
Oh, sorry. Didn't compute.
Because you
see, here's the thing. I'm going to mute you, MAGA Republicans, going forward every time you try to spew misinformation. No, welcome to my house. Yeah, look at this. Every time you MAGA Republicans try to pivot or try to spew misinformation going forward, you're getting muted. Again, you are under Donald Trump's tax policy today, not Joe Biden's. That is not debatable. That is not negotiable. That is a fact. That is a fact. So, excuse me. Again, maybe I stuttered here, but I don't think I did. Again, you endorsed Donald Trump, and you said you were voting for Donald Trump, yet you said this was solely because you dislike Joe Biden's tax plan. You are under Donald Trump's tax plan, not Joe Biden's. If you want to unmute and explain it, though.
What's the point?
Actually, I changed my mind.
I tried to say something.
Yeah, I changed my mind. You're right. Back on mute. I just wasn't ready to hear that voice again. Let me think. Am I ready now? No, I don't think so. Bye. Let's get up our next guest. I can't imagine being so ignorant to say something like, I don't like Joe Biden's tax plan. And I corrected him too. I was like, are you saying you don't like Joe Biden's tax plan? And he goes, yeah, I don't like it. Hun, no, Joe Biden didn't have a tax plan. You're under Donald Trump's tax plan because Donald Trump's tax plan lasts 8 years. Like they're really just living in a fantasy. What is this fantasy land? Brittany, hi, are you voting for the convicted felon?
No, sir, but I do have a question for you.
Can you message me? Thank you. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Man, I love Twizzlers. If my chewing gets annoying, let me know. I'm trying to be so quiet with it. But the chewing can't be more annoying than a MAGA Republican's voice, right? Right?
Hey, how are you doing today? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I sure am.
That's disgusting. Let's get... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If you can't make yourself laugh, what's the point? Let's try to get up our next guest. Alex, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the fireworks. And thank you for the roses as well, Leah. I appreciate it. Hi, Fred. How you doing? Hi. Bye. Let's get up our next guest. I can't. He goes, you voted for Trump? He goes, I am. I go, that's disgusting. Bye. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you can't make yourself laugh. Hold on. Oh wait, he's back. Let's get him back up. Hi, Troy. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to mess with you there.
It's okay. I really enjoy your sense of humor, so
Hey, I
it's
appreciate
okay.
it.
I
Are you
understand.
voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Ew! Next. Not once, twice. Oh my gosh, not once, but twice. Oh my gosh, he's getting tricked twice. The same way he's getting tricked twice to vote for Donald Trump. That's so funny, I can't. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I love you, Johnny, man. I've never been so entertained and so educated at the same time, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Dude, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Love you right back, man.
We'll come with
You have a good one. Alrighty, folks. Let's get up our next guest. I appreciate it, man. Aaron, thank you so much. Aaron, thank you so much for the $4 and the love. I appreciate it. And yes, next time you need a CPA, I'm going to add you. I appreciate that. I appreciate knowing it. Joe, hello.
How you doing?
Depends. Are you voting for the criminal?
If you give me 30 seconds, I'll explain why.
Let me think. 30 seconds of my life. What could I do better with that time?
I'm only voting
hang
so
these
that
lights.
the MAGAs and I don't hear about a rigged election anymore.
Excuse me? A what anymore?
They're saying I don't vote either way. Okay. I'm just tired of hearing.
You know that cup you're holding? Might be time to put it down. Right.
I'm tired of hearing
Just, like,
about
put
rigged
it down.
elections. So I just want him to go away.
By voting for him.
I didn't say I was voting for him.
You did just say you were voting for him. I said, are you voting for Trump? And you said, give me 30 seconds and I'll tell you why. That means you're voting for him. So are you not voting for him?
All right. Fair enough. Do I agree with him? Absolutely not.
So are you voting for him or not?
I don't want to. I just want him to go the hell away.
So you're going to make him your president for the next 4 years by voting for him so that he goes away? You understand that if you make him your president, he'll be appointing 2 more Supreme Court justices, and that Donald Trump will never go away. He will be part of your life and your children's life, and in fact, your grandchildren's life for the rest of their lives. Through his Supreme Court justices, the same Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade. If you have a cup in your hand, I urge you to put it down. It's only Tuesday. Right?
Bro,
have you tried
I love
water?
your content. I love your content. I really do. I just want Trump.
Alexandra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the love. Yeah, if you want him to go away, you don't vote for him.
So what would your suggestion be to make him go away?
Don't vote for him?
So in another 4 years, we have to deal with this again?
No, he won't be running again in 4 years. He will be far too old. He is already on the bridge of cognitive decline. He won't be there in 4 more years cognitively.
So...
And he knows that.
All right, so let me ask you this, right?
And let me make something clear. If you make Donald Trump your president, you understand after those 4 years, and yes, you will have 2 new Supreme Court justices appointed by a far-right fascist like Donald Trump, you understand that you would be opening the gate for Eric and Don Jr. to run for the presidency after him. But if Donald Trump loses, the entire family is wiped out, as they have lost every single election for the Republican Party these past 4 years, including gubernatorial races that they were supposed to win but lost because of Donald Trump. You want to make him go away? Don't vote for him. Just a thought.
I actually did not know that. That's why I was calling in. I just want him to go away. So I stopped hearing about rigged elections. I stopped hearing about, the January 6th insurrection was fake. I want him to go away.
Okay, if you want him to go away, then don't vote for him.
Any other advice you have for me?
Put down the cup. CAA.
Bro, I love your content. I'm gonna keep watching, all right?
I don't know about y'all, but I think water tastes pretty good on a Tuesday night. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely not. And tequila tastes even better.
On a Tuesday night? No, y'all are crazy. Get out of here. No. Save that for next Tuesday night when you celebrate Kamala Harris becoming president. Not this Tuesday night. No, you have work to do this Tuesday night. Go get your butt on the phone, make some calls to voters, and then next Tuesday night, I will buy you a cup. I will buy you a cup. It will be on me after we win. Brandon, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
Not with that, boys. I ain't doing that tonight. Listen, it's been a long night. Not that. No, don't know what that voice was. Don't want that voice. Where's some sage? I need to burn some stuff. Where's the? I'll burn this. Oh, no. Somebody light this up. What was that? Listen, I don't even know what that voice was. This ain't holy water, but it's gonna have to. Not in this house. That was some nasty stuff. And this ain't a Bible, it's the Constitution, but we're just gonna slap that at whatever voice that was. No, not today. Not me. I just need a second. Nope. Don't know what voice that was. Didn't like it. Where's a photo of like a haunted doll or something that I could burn? That's going on the head. Hi, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely not. That was a gross voice.
It really was. It was it wasn't it. Listen, I get we're getting close to Halloween, but I don't No. Nope.
Yo.
Hello.
Why you
wait, hold on 1 second. I appreciate the accent, but if I have one more British accent coming up here telling me why I should or shouldn't vote for a candidate, I'm going to personally buy a box of tea and toss it in the Boston Harbor. Because apparently you guys forgot the last Boston Tea Party and you need a reminder. Maybe Donald Trump can bust us all down there the same way he bust insurrectionists to the Capitol. Hi, Carlos. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hey, listen. I was at the Trump in Allentown. And I tell you what, them people are so, it's incredible how I got like booted out. I was in front of them and me and my sister, we were just going at it because I'm Puerto Rican, with all due respect. Puerto Rico should be respected. He should have apologized, but he's not going to do that. I'll tell you what. He's Tony, whatever.
No, were you voting for Donald Trump?
No.
Gotcha.
I've been.
You were at a Trump rally? I do that. So I'll dress. Pardon the cough. Sorry. Hold on. I dress up as a Trumper. Drop the voice in active. Throw in some sunglasses. They got no clue. Add a little bit of that good old fashioned Southern twang, and they just.
So here I am, going through that. Here's a knucklehead trying to grab me. So I said, "Let go of me," before I swing. But I didn't. You know, I mean, I have much respect. Yeah. The officer saw me, and he said, "Ignore it. Just keep on moving."
Yeah,
you understand. So,
well, Carlos, listen. We understand this to be true because if folks are gathering for Donald Trump, more likely than not, they're all related. Yeah, right. Yeah. So I appreciate you coming up, Carlos. I am just looking to talk to some opposition right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no.
I'm curious why you were there, though. I'm curious because I do that. I'll go to Trump rallies, toss on some Southern twang into my voice, drop my voice in octave, dress in full camo like I do back home, and they totally just accept me as one of their own. I'll walk around filming. I do this all the time. I should pull up some of the videos. I walk around. This is. I was at his Butler County rally as well when that tragedy had unfolded. I just walk around meeting Trump supporters. I act like I'm one of them. I tell them about Trump's policy, like I do with the border policy, and they endorse Trump's policy. And then I tell them it was Kamala and Joe Biden's policy, and then they get very upset. But it's crazy because the way that the MAGA Republicans on here talk such a big game about how they met me in person, and yet all these MAGA Republicans who are meeting me in person, I don't know, they don't seem so scary. They seem more scared of me. Anyway, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, you're looking for Trump supporters, right?
Yeah, I am. I appreciate coming up, though. Thank you so much. We do Kamala days as well, where we talk to Kamala supporters. We were doing that earlier today. But right now, I'm just looking for Trump supporters. Thank you so much again for coming up, though. Yeah, folks. So we do Kamala days as well. Earlier today, we were talking to Kamala supporters. Right now, we're just looking for opposition. Trying to get our next guest up here is impossible. In a past life, I was actually a singer. No, I never was a singer. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Fine, just leave. I don't care. Get ghosted. Not the first time I've been ghosted, and it won't be the last. Why are they all running away? Why are they all running away from me? Don't be scared. Come on up if you're voting for Donald Trump. Hello, Dylan. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not sure yet.
If you have any questions about the candidates, feel free to message me. I am just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. Do I scare them? Is that what it is? Why are they so nervous to come talk to me? Where are the Trump supporters? Hi, Omar. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh my gosh. Maybe it's me. Am I the drama? Am I the drama? They really are afraid. Folks, please like the live. Help us get to 300,000 likes. And please as well, share the live. Help us get more guests into the guest request because apparently all of ours are running around scared right now. Let's try to get some more guests up. Hello.
Hello.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Sure am.
That's disgusting.
Not voting for that hoe Harris.
Oh my gosh, who calls Melania that? Listen, I understand that Melania has a past about like her whole modeling career and the things she did on, magazine covers, but I think she looks great. No reason to insult her. Just because Donald Trump likes him illegal doesn't mean that you can just insult her. So again, why are you voting for the criminal?
Because I am looking out for my kids and my future. I want
to say a massive thank you to Courtney.
The last 4 years.
Courtney, thank you so much for the $5. And Joe, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you, Joe. That is so nice. Joe just sent me $20 because she hates you. And so I felt like you should know that. So thank you for being so easily hateable. Anyway, so what'd you say about your family?
I'm looking out for my kids' future. I don't want somebody who hasn't done anything the last 4 years except for be on her knees and do nothing.
Stop talking about Melania like that for the final time. Melania's done a lot. She's Yep, no, you're right. So anyway, why are you voting for the criminal? Can you just talk about Donald Trump this time? Try to only talk about Trump and not his wife.
Because he's going to bring back America and make it great again.
Okay, he's going to bring back America and make it great again. I'm sorry, did America go somewhere? I'm sorry, where are we now?
Creepy Joe and the Ho like took it down in the gutters and like high inflation, high gas prices.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. First off, for the final time, if you bring up Melania Trump's name again, you're gonna need to go. I get it. Listen, whether you agree or disagree with her, calling her these kind of names, it's deepily misogynist. It's deeply sexist.
Talking about
just
the one who pretends she's black.
Oh, Ivanka.
Harris.
Ivanka? I didn't know Ivanka was pretending she was black. What do you mean Ivana? The one who was
more,
buried on the golf course?
Or Kamala.
Anyway, so you just said that Donald Trump is going to make America great again? And how is he going to do that? I feel like America's already pretty great, but you're saying it's not. So how is he going to make America great?
Because
he's going to close the border. He couldn't negotiate a deal to do it the first time. You call Donald Trump Camel Toe? That's a weird nickname, but hey, whatever you want to call Donald Trump. Let me better understand this. So again, listen, what I'm trying to better understand here is you just said that Donald Trump is going to close the border. Donald Trump is advocating for an open border, right? Donald Trump blocked the border bill from passing that would have secured the border in its entirety, put 1,500 border agents on the ground, built the wall, capped immigration, blocked illegal asylum seekers, and built millions of dollars worth of income towards those states that needed them to further fund the border how they see fit. You're saying that Donald Trump would secure the border, but Donald Trump says he wants an open border. That's why he blocked that bill, right? So help me better understand this. And this time, try not talking about his illegal immigrant wife. Again, I understand that Donald Trump doesn't like illegal immigrants unless he's marrying. Maybe I stuttered. I understand that Donald Trump doesn't like illegal immigrants unless he's marrying them. But if, again, you could keep Melania's name out of your mouth and only talk about Donald Trump, that would be great. So again, what is Donald Trump's border plan? Do you know what it is or not? Can you hurry up? I don't have all night. Well, I do have all night, but I'd rather not, with you. So you need to click on your profile photo, and then there's a mute button, and you just click unmute. You don't have to keep muting yourself, right? There you go. Good boy. You did it. So why are you advocating for an open border? Do you hate our country or something?
Harris is the only one that wants to let illegals in. What about her open border policy? That bitch hasn't done anything the last 4 years. Open border policy?
Donald Trump is the one who says he wants an open border policy. No, he's the guy who blocked the border bill.
Building the wall. Where have you been?
Donald Trump didn't build the wall. Who built the wall? You tell me. Who introduced the wall? You tell me. Who introduced the wall?
Joe Biden or Ho Harris.
Okay, first off, for the final time, I don't care what you want to call Melania Trump, but you got to leave her name out of your mouth. It's so absurd.
This black lady who Puerto Rican, whatever she thinks she is.
You can't talk about Ivanka Trump like this. For the final time. Ivanka Trump and Melania Trump. Keep their names out of your mouth. This goes for you and everybody. Stop calling Ivanka.
When you guys fucking
cry more. Again, you can't just start screaming. And if you are going to scream, because actually I don't mind you crying, but if you do so, can you just cry into this cup? The tears make good sweetener.
Bring out the chicken, princess. Bring it out.
Okay,
go squawk.
Listen, again, the closet really is class here. What I need you to do is stop projecting, and I need you to answer the simple question for me. Again, you are advocating for the candidate Donald Trump, who blocked the bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border in its entirety. Why are you advocating for that?
I love how you don't let people talk.
I just don't let people lie. It's not that I don't let people talk, it's that I don't let them lie. You're saying that Kamala is advocating for an open border, but that's not true. She's advocating for a bipartisan border package that would secure the border in its entirety. Donald Trump is advocating for an open border by stopping the package that would have secured the border in its entirety. Polly Politics! Good to see you, Polly. Hello, my friend. Anyway, whenever you're ready.
I can't wait to look you up Tuesday when you guys lose.
Okay, anyway, can you continue? What were you saying about the border?
No, I'm done wasting my time. Fucking take me off.
Oh! What was that? Oh my gosh, this one was so easily triggered. I literally triggered this guy so easily. That was too funny. He started moaning in the mic. The guy was so triggered. Can we get some L guests in the chat? That's phenomenal. Oh my gosh, folks, if you want to act like a chicken, I'm going to whip out the chicken. It's too funny. I can't. Polly, hello!
Johnny, I literally just spit out my drink when he just drank it.
Oh, with the chicken? Dude, they're so
freaking crazy, man.
Saturn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for the love, Saturn. First time voter in Texas. Can we get some W Saturns in the chat, please? That's a first time voter in Texas. That's awesome. Angie, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
I was going to because
Angie.
my whole family is.
No, don't do that. Don't just vote because your family is.
They're all Christian and they just don't like her beliefs. But after like informing myself, I don't know anymore. Well, I'm a first time voter, so I'm still deciding.
First off, thank you for, I come from a conservative background, a conservative community, a rural community that has shaped my values while I am absolutely more moderate than I used to be because I used to be pretty right leaning.
My brother, he was in the military and that's where like my family became really conservative. But now like me, myself, like new generation, I'm like confused, so.
Well, hey, if you have any questions about the candidate, feel free to ask whether you want to do that now or if you're more comfortable messaging me. My messages are open and I can tell you whatever you need to know about her or him. I can provide fact checks, sources, whatever you need. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll keep an eye out for your message then. But thank you again. You should be very proud of the courage you're having, independently thinking like this. Like that is beyond courageous. So thank you for doing so.
Thank you.
Alrighty, folks. Polly, we should do a battle at some point. I want to fight you. Yeah. I'm talking about fist fight, Paul. No, I'm just kidding. I would not win that.
By the way, I really do think that Ivanka gives off that like I want to be black vibe. I think you said that earlier. I think she might like she has a little bit of it.
It's so funny because they go to insult like Kamala, and all you got to do is say stop talking about Melania, and they immediately get so mad. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? No, he's not even there. Let's get up our next guest. Actually, I think he was about to just troll, and I cut him off at the exact moment. W Johnny! W Johnny! Let's get up our next guest.
So great.
Four big guys, and they grab on my
So good, so great.
You know what I love though? That guy's music started playing, and somebody threw sunglasses on my face the moment it played. I mean, that was
gotta love
good.
the timing.
Yep. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes,
Hello.
I am.
Gotcha. And why are you voting for a convicted felon? Do you hate our country? Is it
I got a couple reasons.
You hate law enforcement. We know that's reason one. Reason two is probably that you hate the military. Is reason three that it's a kink?
No. I'll put it this way. I do not hate law enforcement because my dad is an officer.
Oh, he must be ashamed.
Ashamed?
Of you, silly goose. Did I stutter? Anyway, continue.
The audacity. Okay.
Not really. I come from law enforcement too, but I was just taught better. So why are you voting for a felon?
Homie took a shot to the head. Dude was literally Iron Man, and you're saying, oh, bro.
No, he did not.
Iron Man? Iron Man is, so I don't know if you want to be comparing him to Iron Man. For all of y'all who don't know who Iron Man is, yeah, I heard what you said. You said he's literally Iron Man, but Iron Man is very much not with us anymore.
Okay.
So.
Also, how did his ear grow back so fast? Is he like Jesus also?
Dude, I was there when it happened, and I'm telling you now, I want whatever mutant powers he's got, okay? Because
God,
Evander Holyfield had his ear bitten off like 20 years ago. That thing hasn't come back, but somehow Donald Trump has his like 3 days later. There's a Band-Aid. It was perfect.
Yeah, who was it? Mike Tyson? Was it Mike Tyson who has like his ear?
It was Evander Holyfield. Mike Tyson bit off.
Mike Tyson bit off the ear.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't go near Mike Tyson is what we understand from this. Okay, understood. All right. So anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
Reason is because I like his
felonies
a lot more than Palama. I don't even know how to say it.
You like what? His felonies more?
No, not his felonies. Dude, him being a felon has nothing to do with it.
I mean, it kind of does, right? Because, he's a felon. I'm sorry, you said that your dad was in law enforcement? I feel like you should know that it's wrong to vote for a felon. But anyway, he's also a sexual abuser, so he's got that going for him. Can you tell me one policy that he's passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans?
All right, I'm gonna put it this way. And, so when Donald Trump was in office,
you could just say no that you can't, right? You don't have to go on this whole world tour. I don't need the whole Justin Bieber concert. You could just say you don't know a policy he passed that economically benefited the middle class. I don't need the coming of age story.
Oh my God. Can I talk?
Listen, if you're going to start crying, do so in this cup. We can save the tears.
Oh my God. I'm crying. 8 years ago, when he was in office, did a war ever break out between Russia and Ukraine?
You know that they were
in
already
office 8 years ago.
Yep. And I also want to recognize, you understand that Russia and Ukraine, this conflict isn't new, right? So when you're saying, did a war break out? Sir, Russia has been aggressing for years. So what is the...
But none of that would have happened if Trump was in office. Straight up.
I mean, I can make the argument the only reason it's happening is because Donald Trump was in office.
Oh, make the argument. Make the argument. I'm on mute.
Why do you think that?
Oh, I mean, there's multiple reasons, right? You want to talk about weakness and all this stuff. First of all, let's talk about the fact that freaking Donald Trump has freaking Putin's hand so far up his ass, I could probably paint his nails through his mouth, right? And we can talk about like NATO and...
Damn. That wasn't good.
And we can talk about NATO, right? Like how he was freaking weakening NATO, trying to get the U.S. to pull out of NATO because, Vladimir Putin has been talking since he came in office in 2000 about how he wanted to put it together the USSR. But what do you think is really like the biggest show of weakness, right? It's the U.S. being like discombobulated, right? So when you talk about things like, oh, maybe we have election insecurity and lies going out about that. Maybe when we don't have a peaceful transfer of power, maybe when we have certain things like that show weakness within America. And like, why do you think that we have, valid proof that Putin, it wants Donald Trump to win again, right? Do you think that this is not showing weakness? Do you think that the fact that Donald Trump already saying that the election results that are getting ready to come up are going to be inaccurate, you don't think that somebody like Vladimir Putin sees that as weakness?
I understand what you're saying. You do make a lot of sense.
Right. And then we look at the Biden policy that goes along with it. And on top of that, his policy has been very anti-Russia. It's been very straightforward against Russia and very pro-Ukraine. Right. So that's actually a show of strength against Vladimir Putin. While on the other side of things, freaking Donald Trump has just been completely against Ukraine. Another sign of weakness, right?
Yes, I have a question for you. Not exactly on topic, but important. Is this your father?
No.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to check out now. I thought we were in the presence of a celebrity. My bad. So anyway,
very funny.
Let's get back on board here then again. So you recognize that Donald Trump was found
childish at the same time.
Not really. So you understand that Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts unanimously.
Crazy. A first-time voter is way more grown up than you.
Well, actually, it's just that the first-time voter here is less entertaining than me. Sorry. Work on the comedic attitude and maybe you'll get better someday. It helps you as you try to have relationships in life. Smile more. Be more friendly. Say hello. How's it going? And then crack a joke, right? Maybe that's why you're voting for the felon, because you lack personality. Is that what it is?
Nah.
Go ahead. Tell us a joke. What do you got?
A joke? I don't joke.
I got a joke. Donald Trump's first term in office. All right, listen, I'm going to move on here. Fetus deletus. Poof. Let's get up the next guest.
Not everybody just gets personality. It's not,
right.
It's not a God-given right.
You got to work on it.
You really do. Self-love also. Thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it.
Self-love is so important. Hello, Brody. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah. Don't kick me, actually. I'm 21. Nigger.
Do you get a lot of that?
Like, yeah.
I mean, I get it all the time, but I just assume that was because
all the time? No, I get it like all the time. And I think I think that they're like deeply Actually, do you know who the bigot is? It's the one voting to strip away the rights and freedoms of women.
Because whenever somebody wants to argue with you,
It's the one who's voting to strip away. Cry more. But if you are going to cry, do so in this cup so I could save the tears for later.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
listen,
so
here's
you're
the thing.
bigot and
Again, you're going to run around saying that somebody else is a bigot, but you're the individual voting against the rights and freedom of women. You are the one trying to vote for the man who wants to strip, again, transgender Americans out of the military. You are the one voting for LGBTQ plus Americans to lose their right to marry. Talk about bigotry. Look no further than the mirror.
Are you done?
Let me think about it. No, you're the one who's voting against a union worker's right to join a union and exercise their right as a working American. I mean, you're the one voting to kick what? Immigrants out of the country unless Donald Trump is married to them. So tell me again, why are you voting for a convicted felon? And this time, if you are going to cry, I have tissues, but I really do need you to cry into this cup.
No,
listen,
I'm not going to cry.
ma'am,
Hold the tissues in the cup.
Calm down. I'm just asking, ma'am. You're getting out of, you're lashing out. Again, I'm just asking you politely.
Someone's meeting you with the same energy,
politely. It's not the same energy. I'm funny and you're not. Again, if you're going to cry, here's the tissues. I recommend using these. And then also, just so that we don't waste any, because that, there are droughts in some parts of the country. If you could cry into this cup, we could save the tears and we can help California prevent the drought.
So immature.
Okay, listen. This one's lashing out. She was way too mad. Girl, bye. Let's move on to the next one. She was getting way too mad. She's like...
She just came up like that. Like she was ready to go.
Right? I'm like, hi, how are you? And she was like, you suck and you're me. I'm like, I just wanted to know how you were doing. Like, hello, guest. How you doing?
Good.
Are you voting for the criminal?
I'm voting for the number one criminal.
Is he the number one criminal?
Yeah, he just did. Do you want to continue speaking, sir?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Because?
He's the better person to be elected.
Okay, I want to do a quick prayer. Feel free to join me on this. Dear God, what the fuck is this? Is this really the most intelligent you got? Listen, I know that you didn't create all your children equally, but I mean, come on, this one's struggling. Throw it back in the ocean. Like, you don't got to keep every fish you catch, right? Some can really just. All right, amen. So anyway, why are you voting for the felon?
He's gonna get it done, man. Kamala failed. Kamala and Joe failed.
He's gonna get her done.
You're taking our jobs. Her and the cattle.
They took her jobs.
Like the shirt you've been wearing the last 2 days, dude.
The shirt? I just watched it.
Well, you wore it the other day when I was watching you.
Oh, so you're a top fan.
Get a washer, man. Wash your shirt.
He's been watching you every day, Johnny. I think he's just a fan.
Wash your shirt, man.
Oh, do you have a crush? Stop
Wash
it.
your shirt and change your underwear. Please.
You want to change my underwear?
I don't want to
change it. But okay. Listen, guess if you're interested.
Stinking, man.
If you're interested,
just
ask.
Over
just ask. Where are we going, Daddy? Where are we going, Uncle Daddy? Where are you taking me?
You're stinking bad over here.
Okay, am I supposed to entertain this? Sir, at some point you need to call AA.
Entertainment. Don't do it, sissy, man.
Listen, instead of calling me on TikTok, I consider calling AA tomorrow morning, okay? Just something to consider. Oh my goodness gracious. What is going on? How did I let this loser up
the person
again?
that was just up here?
Yeah, like I don't even know. Sorry, I called him a loser by accident. I didn't mean to do that. I meant felon sympathizer. Hi, Sharon. Are you voting for the felon?
Hell to the no.
Yeah, Sharon. I've never met a Sharon I've disliked, and that remains the stance. Sharon, thank you so much for coming up. W Sharon's in the chat, please. Let's get up a Trumper. Where are the Trumpers at?
Where are all the Trumpers at?
Where's all the Trump? Never in my life did I ever think I would say I want to talk to a Trumper, and yet here I am. Oh,
I love children. I love to touch them.
Donald Trump, excuse you, sir. What are you doing here? You should be campaigning.
And why do you have a British accent?
Donald, my goodness gracious. I thought as a felon he wasn't allowed to have access to his social media.
Or children.
Or children. Muzzy, hello. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm not obviously a Trump supporter, but I just wanted
you coming
to
up. I am just looking to talk to the opposition right now. We do days where we talk to Kamala supporters as well. We spoke to Kamala supporters earlier today. Right now we were talking about Trump supporters. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Absolutely not. I just wanted to tell you that I find you really entertaining and you have a fan in this in me.
Okay, I love you so much. And thank you. I really love you so much. Thank you so much for coming up. That was so nice. I just followed you back. You have a good one. Let's get up for next guest. Shucks, caught me off guard with the compliment. Love you so much. Normally people come up here and they say I'm awful. And so then you come up and you say something nice and I'm like gonna cry. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
They're voting for the criminal. His name is Trump. I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm actually in my district tomorrow, so yeah. So I was actually having work.
At some point, you need to ask yourself when it's time to put down the mug, right? Put down the cup. Are you good?
What? Yeah, I'm fine. What's going on?
There's a little bit of a slur in the tone. The sentences aren't that coherent. We'll try to entertain this for a little bit, but I would recommend looking up some AA. Why are you voting for a convicted felon?
It's funny. Listen, Donald Trump is a...
I ain't the only one who hears this, right?
What?
Not at all.
Okay.
You don't like the way I talk. Listen, I know some people talk
hey, you know what? No, it's not. No, I wasn't. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about a different Jozu. Anyway, after you. Continue.
Okay. Sorry.
After you, whenever you're ready.
So yeah, no, I mean, Donald Trump has always been a really great real estate developer, and yeah, he did inherit some of those skills from his father, and then he went on and.
Donald Trump's a great businessman. Unless, of course, you count the 6 bankruptcies: Trump Water, Trump Vodka, Trump University, Trump Casino. How did he bankrupt 3 casinos? Okay. How about the $488 million in debt? Yes, good businessman, very good.
Let me ask you, right? A lot of people leverage debt, but we'll get on to that, right? But let me tell you.
Okay. So you're saying that taking advantage of the system to defraud the middle class for your own personal gain is a plus for him? Because that seems like a negative.
A lot of people leverage debt.
Gotcha. So you're saying
a lot of people to be president.
Right. Exactly. That's not the flex you think it is. Normally,
normally,
you know how there's something. Hold on. Listen. You know how there's some things that you normally keep quiet. Like I have a little beauty mark on my back. I don't talk about that. Maybe you don't talk about Donald Trump defrauding the middle class as a plus. Like you don't have to say that part. You could normally just keep that quiet.
People leverage debt in real estate.
Right, and so normally you should just kind of with that part.
But there's nothing fraudulent about that.
Okay, by defrauding the middle class to leverage debt, that part, the tax evasion, normally we keep that part quiet.
That's not
anyway.
Tax evasion.
Listen. I don't need to harp on your feelings. I don't need it. Right. If I wanted to harp on feelings, I would go get a date. But we're not dating here. I just need a conversation about why you're voting for the criminal and you're not engaging. So tell me again. Why are you voting for the criminal? If it's based off of the economy, can you please do me a favor? Tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class whenever you're ready.
Gotcha. Okay. So when you do lower corporate tax rate, more companies are encouraged to incorporate in the United States.
Oh, well,
that money stays in shores instead of going out shores.
Yet it didn't happen. What was the corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to companies like Microsoft, who were already making record high profit, mind you?
He didn't give it to. He gave it to everybody.
He gave it to corporations like Microsoft, and what was the percentage he gave them?
He lowered corporate taxes.
Silly goose, he doesn't know. It was 14%.
No, literally,
It was 14%.
I'm literally waiting.
You're refusing to answer.
I'm not answering.
It was a digit. It was a number. I'm a numbers guy. No, 20%. 14%. Now tell me, what is the tax cut Donald Trump gave to the middle class?
It was a tax bracket. It was a tax bracket. So what he did was increase the tax bracket.
Let's try this again. What is the number?
10, 15, and 20, and nothing more than 20.
Choose kindness. Choose kindness. Choose kindness. Choose kindness.
I don't know why you're getting so
choose
offended.
violence. Choose violence.
Earlier, and you're taking
Donald
out.
Trump gave a 1 to 2% tax cut to the middle class. If you were in a 25% tax bracket, he pushed you into a 24% tax bracket. Then he gave a double-digit tax cut to corporations, 14% to be precise. And these corporations were already making record high profits. Can you explain that discrepancy and why he would give a double-digit tax cut to corporations and yet only a 1 to 2% tax cut to the middle class? Go ahead. Please tell us about trickle-down economics.
Awesome, great. So when you pay into the system just enough, and we have it, and I can explain to you the tax bracket, it starts up at 120,000, right there where you stop.
All right, let me break it down a little bit further because he's not understanding that he needs to answer in response to what I just said. One more time, Donald Trump gave a 1 to 2% tax cut. I don't need you to explain tax code to me. Thank you very much.
Well, how do I explain the tax benefits without explaining the tax code?
I'm telling you to explain the discrepancy. Why did Donald Trump give 1 to 2% to the middle class, but 14% to corporations? I don't need you to explain the tax bracket. We understand that the 1 to 2% tax cut was pennies in comparison to the $230 billion tax hike via Donald Trump's tariffs, like the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture that caused an export crisis for farmers, led to a surplus and supply and demand issue for middle-class consumers through small businesses. That did not benefit middle-class consumers, so don't make it out to be what it's not. Additionally, I want to recognize here Donald Trump's 14% corporate tax deduction led to an $8 trillion deficit, and who pays that off? Who pays off the debt? Middle-class Americans, not the corporations. So tell me again, why did Donald Trump give a double-digit tax cut to corporations who already had record high profits like Microsoft or PepsiCo? And when you make the case for trickle-down economics, recognize trickle-down economics didn't work. For example, Apple benefited from the corporate tax deduction, and what happened? They passed the money up to their CEO, who walked away with more money by the end of Donald Trump's term than he walked in with at the get-go of the new administration. Or how about PepsiCo, which owns Gatorade, and when they benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction, they ain't create new jobs. They ain't cut costs. In fact, they hiked up costs on products like Gatorade and then shrunk the size by 4 ounces? So help me understand the discrepancy. Why are you giving more money and simping for corporations when you should be fighting for the middle class? Go ahead.
Let me ask you, how many massive layoffs did Apple have, if you want to bring that up?
I'm sorry, you didn't answer my question. You didn't want to answer my question.
Well, if you're going to talk like a kid, I don't know what to tell you.
Answer my question.
I'm literally answering it.
You didn't. You just asked me another question. Correct.
No, yeah. So when you
don't answer my question, answer my question.
I'm literally answering your question. I'm just want to ask me again. You don't like the example. That
you don't like answering questions.
Right.
I do like answering questions. I'm literally answering it for you.
You don't like and refusing to let you pivot.
If you lowered corporate tax rates, you get less layoffs, and we've seen that. You don't like it? You can put your head down. You could squint your eyes. You can pressure put.
I just broke down to you how the corporate tax deduction, 1, increased the debt, and 2, didn't actually lead to trickle-down economics, rather led to higher salaries for CEOs. You're not recognizing that. You're ignoring everything I said and talking about something entirely different that, in fact, you didn't witness from the corporate tax deduction. Do you want to talk about what I said, or do you just want to ignore it?
No, I'm
it's really up to you. So just be truthful with me, right? Just be truthful with me. Do you want to ignore what I said?
Before I came here.
Excuse me. Do you want to ignore what I said or respond to what I said? All right, guys, he's lashing out.
Have a good day.
Do we see how he's not responding to a single thing I just said? And then he's gaslighting by saying, you're so emotional. Just answer what I said. Let's try this again.
Later. How about you just answer the question right now?
Right. Just answer the question.
Here.
Can you answer the question?
You gonna mute my mic?
If I feel like
it, you gonna answer a question?
Can you answer the question?
I certainly can.
Go.
Okay. Lowering corporate tax rates will allow more cash flow into a company, period. And there's many ways. There's employer contributions that you probably don't even talk about. And there's 401k contribution that the companies meet for the middle class that work in the. Okay, you want to interrupt me with the kid? I obviously see that your testosterone level is very low and you want to act like a little kid about this. That's okay,
Your
man.
intelligence level is very low. Well, let's not talk about a testosterone level. You can't even answer a simple question that he's asking you. You're going off into an entire freaking MBA freaking class over here.
401ks.
Yeah, let's talk about freaking how freaking business dynamics work within freaking major corporations within the United States. He asked you a simple question about the tax deductions. That was it. It wasn't like a very difficult question. It wasn't a hard question. It was a very simple question. Why won't you directly answer a question?
I did literally answer that.
You didn't. You skipped the question entirely and jumped into 401ks.
Because that's where it goes.
No, it doesn't. 401ks are doing better today than they were under Donald Trump. So don't gaslight.
I'm not gaslighting you.
You straight up are. So you won't want to answer my question, so you got Mr. Chicken. Sorry, that's life. You want to act like a chicken, you're going to get a chicken cooing in your ears.
That's funny. The guy who doesn't understand anything about corporate tax rates.
All right, cool. Let me ask you a question. Since Walmart got the corporate. Hey, no, Josie, that's okay. Just answer a question for me then. Since you don't want to answer it for Johnny, why don't you answer it for me? All right.
Yeah. What's your question?
Say cool. So after companies like Walmart, and we'll talk specifically at Walmart right now, got a 14% tax cut. Okay. They started making record profits, but yet 60% of their workforce was still on government assistance. Can you please explain that if trickle-down economics works?
Certainly. Okay. So when it might not benefit this country directly, but when you get to
that's a damning non-answer.
Holy shit! Can you stop interrupting me,
dude? You won't answer a single question you've been asked. The pivot is insane. It's giving JD Vance
companies to other countries. Now, I'm not a big fan of Walmart. I shop local all the time. But
yeah, whenever you're not, trying to throw out local businesses via Donald Trump's tariffs, I'm sure you like to partake in what they provide. You just don't like to support them. Crazy.
That's funny. So I'll talk to you, Paulie, because this guy's on his phone. Listen, Paulie.
I'm also on my phone, honestly. You're boring the hell out of me.
That's the thing. Listen, half of this is education and half of it is entertainment. You're not entertaining and you don't know a thing. So what are you providing to the live stream other than your tears?
I'm not the one crying. You're the one who's crying like a little kid earlier.
Dude, I filled up multiple cups with the tears you MAGA Republicans have been shedding all night. I can go water an entire garden
somebody
for my
had
grandma.
pissed you off earlier before I came here, bro, because I'm just talking to you like a normal
your mom.
adult.
I watched you walk up and I was like, oh, she gave birth to it. Anyway, you have a good one. Bye-bye. Sorry, when they clap, I clap back. Go
for it, dude. I'm all here for it, bro. I am all here for it all day long.
Hi, Rocket. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh man, yeah.
Shelly, thank you so much for the $10. Shelly said for Josu's baby bottles. Thank you, Shelly. So, Rocket, why are you voting for a convicted felon?
Because he is unburdened by what has been.
Ooh, we're getting philosophical? He was
you know what's
one
crazy?
Who was
the unburdened by what has been made so much money for Kamala Harris on this exact platform. The campaign finance reports between that and the coconut tree meme is insane. She's so brilliant. Don't you all agree? Kamala Harris really capitalized for her campaign economically through memes. And it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Cool. Insane. I love it. Yeah. You're voting for him because Kamala raised $1 billion for her campaign thanks to that meme.
I just think that he's been unburdened by what has been, and
what the fuck does that even mean? What are you even saying?
He's not even using it in the context of all that we live. No. What's going on here, Rocket?
You said that he's been convicted and all. Yeah, but he's still moving forward, one step after another, still persevering after all the.
He's out on bail awaiting sentencing. Is that persevering?
Bit of his age right now,
right,
and losing it real bad,
right?
What do you mean losing it?
He's talking about things that don't even exist.
Losing what? What are you talking about?
His brain.
Yeah,
what little he had of it.
Aren't y'all the same people who swore Joe Biden is still there, intellectual, and
I would freaking Joe Biden is freaking 1,000 times more intellectually there than freaking Donald Trump is.
Joe Biden. To be clear, hold on. Joe Biden is smarter than Donald Trump. Kamala Harris could run circles around Donald Trump and Joe Biden. and you got to recognize that. Right, Donald Trump runs around saying things like "sharks and batteries, sharks and batteries."
No one's ever thought of it.
My wife Mercedes Trump, my wife Mercedes, the Speaker of the House, Nikki Haley.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
And Joe Biden's going around saying, "I'm under pressure."
Who's running for president? Who's running for president?
I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. That's fine.
Right? Yeah, I'm not. You're right, dude. You convinced me. I ain't voted for Joe Biden. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not
Thank
today.
you, Rocket. Because of you,
back out, though?
Because of you, Rocket. I'm voting for Kamala. Thank you.
Why did he back out, though?
Why did Donald Trump back out? I mean,
why did Biden back out the race?
For so many reasons. His first marriage, I think he backed out because he was cheating. The second marriage, he backed out, I think, because if he cheated. The third marriage, he hasn't backed out yet because he knows that would look really bad. But I think Melania's about to back out because she's got that book deal going.
I'm pretty sure she's already backed out.
Once again,
I haven't seen her anywhere.
That proves my point. Back to the first point. He's unburdened by what has been. So that's what I'm voting for.
I mean, that's because he doesn't know where he is.
I bet you think everybody's Facebook life is real too, don't you? Like you think everything that somebody puts on their Instagram and that's their real life, huh?
He's unburdened by what has been. I mean, y'all
dude, if you say that one more freaking time, like what is wrong? Is your brain on repeat?
Listen,
like have you not?
Listen, this is why we got to invest in cognitive tests. You know, if you, some of these people, we really listen.
I kind of understand why he was voting for Trump. He actually kind of sounds like him after a while, just saying the same thing over and over.
Just says it over and over again. Doesn't even make sense. Sharks and batteries. Sharks and batteries. How are we going to solve the border? Sharks and batteries.
Hannibal Lecter will do
Hannibal Lecter. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah, actually, Joe Biden is the real criminal, and then Kamala was working right under her. So I don't vote for people that were voting under pedophiles. So you can have a good night, little faggot. Bye.
Okay, so my Venmo and PayPal are in the bio. If I'm going to get hate crimed up here, it ain't going to be for free. Venmo, PayPal in the bio. Somebody drop a 20. That was some nonsense.
Will somebody drop a freaking 20 in Johnny for that?
Legit. If I'm up here, if I'm going to continue turning out the vote and trying to win over voters, which, by the way, I didn't mention, I'm waiting to hear back from the guy, this really, really nice Republican. I spoke on the phone with him after my last live stream, too, because I wanted to chat. Waiting to hear back if he's okay with me telling the story. He was a MAGA Trumper. He voted for Kamala now. And the nicest guy. Awesome. And his straight up account, dude, I'm not even kidding. His account has like Trump videos leading back to like 3 years ago. I'm like, oh, this was a Trumper. I'm like,
yeah. I've met a few of those. I've met a few of them. It's pretty awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Grant, hello. Are you voting for the felon?
Yes.
That's disgusting. So why?
Keep the illegals out.
Like his wife? That's not nice. I like Melania. I don't think you got to get rid of her so soon. She just announced that she's pro-choice. Immigrants. So anyway, why do you want to get rid of Melania?
Immigrants.
Okay, right. So why do you want to get rid of Melania?
More resources for people that was born here.
I don't think Melania's taken up that many resources. I mean, I know that she's taken up a lot of plastic in the face, but other than that, I don't think we're running short on plastic. Anyway,
illegals coming in from our open border.
Again, leave Melania alone. You don't even got to worry about Ivana anymore. She's buried on a golf course. Alone. Yeah, hashtag leave Melania alone.
Not a single person, but a group of people.
Anyway, so let's better understand this. You recognize that. Thank you, T-Polly. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. You understand that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were looking to secure the border in a bipartisan way with Mike Johnson. Do you know what that border policy consisted of?
Tell me.
Okay, so that's a no, you don't. Do you know what Donald Trump is running on when it comes to the border? Do you want to build the wall?
I'm all for it.
Okay, do you want to secure the wall with 2,000 agents to monitor said wall, yes or no?
I'm for bettering Americans, whatever that is.
I just need like a yes or no. Do you want to provide salaries? You want to pay these salaries for 2,000 border agents to monitor Donald Trump's wall, yes or no?
You're just going to ask me these questions and try to get me tied into something.
I just want to ask you a question about the border. Anybody else could have answered this.
For Americans, and that's Donald Trump.
Monique, thank you so much for the $20 for leaving Melania alone. Thank you, Monique. Hashtag leave Melania alone. Anyway, you're not really engaging in the conversation. He just crashed out. Where'd he even go?
He got raptured.
Yeah. Okay, wait, that's so funny. My next prop, I'm gonna get a brown like cloak, and then next time they say something really ridiculous or they call me the F slur or something, I'm gonna just stand up and pretend I'm getting raptured. Y'all, my props for my live stream, they're gonna get better and better. Andrew, thank you so much for the $25. Andrew, that's so nice. Y'all are too nice. Thank you so much, Andrew, for the love. Thank you so much, folks. I appreciate the love. Let's get up. This guest. I love when they come up here and they're like, I hate immigrants. And I'm like, you don't leave Melania alone. You don't even got to worry about Ivana anymore. She's somewhere on a golf course. Like,
I gotta pull that video now because like all I could think of was like the leave Britney alone whenever.
Leave Britney alone.
Leave Britney alone.
Oh my gosh.
Freaking Chris Crocker. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Slowly but surely. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Where's your accent from?
I'm from the UK.
I'm going to go buy a bucket of tea and I'm going to toss it into the Boston Harbor in your honor. Who's down for a little Boston Tea Party? Maybe Donald Trump will ship us there the same way he shipped insurrectionists to riot at our Capitol. Hi, Terry. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Terry? Oh, it's not the first time I've been ghosted, and it won't be the last.
You bastard! Leave Britney alone!
Oh my gosh. I can't. Abigail, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I actually don't know who I'm voting for.
Well, if you have any questions about the candidates, feel free to message me. We are 7 days out from the election, so I want to ensure you have the information you need the fastest way possible, and that definitely wouldn't be over this live stream. That would be via my messages. So feel free to ask me any questions you have, and I can get you any resources or stats on paper. Hi, Miranda. Miranda? Miranda? Okay. Oh.
Wow.
Told you it wouldn't be the last time I get ghosted. Right? So disrespectful. You came to me. You came to me. And then you ghost me? What's more insulting? Like somebody comes to you, that's like somebody walking up to you, says, "Hey, you want to talk?" And you go, "Sure." And then they go and turn around and leave. Why? Okay, let's get up our next guest. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
24.
When were you born?
You ever got my IP, nigger, faggot, nigger?
Hey, Izzy, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And why so?
I just feel like everything costs a lot of money, and we was better during COVID, and we was getting money. So I hope he makes everything less expensive.
What's the inflation rate today?
Well, I don't know, but I had a one bedroom with two. I had a
What
one
was the
bedroom.
inflation rate in 2018 under Donald Trump?
Can you tell me why I had a one bedroom and I was paying
2.4%.
$1,400 for a one bedroom with
Yeah,
two
if you'll
kids?
let me speak.
Sure.
Okay, so 2.4% today, 2.4% in 2018, and yet you see costs high. Well, this means that the Biden-Harris administration did their job. Inflation is back down to pre-pandemic levels. Gas is back down to pre-pandemic levels. Why might costs still be high? Let's all think. Chat, let's think with her. Let's think. Could it be? Could it be the rapture? Like Polly said, no, I don't think it was the resurrection either. What could it be? Another Titanic? No. Oh, price gouging. No, it couldn't be that. That would only be common sense. So, okay, do you understand that Biden-Harris, they have brought back down inflation to what it once was? And you're saying
Not
costs
really.
are too high for you. It's not debatable.
Kind of.
No,
Kamala
'cause
was
it's
dumped on our laps, and
2.4%.
now you want to keep her in office, and
Nice
she really didn't
pivot.
do anything to help us.
No, Donald Trump quite literally tried to overthrow an election, so let's not harp on that nonsense. And
Yeah,
two,
because
again,
it's
going
set
back
up.
to the first point, you understand the 2.4% inflation rate as of 2018 and today is identical, which means it's price gouging.
Or
corporate
it means
greed.
that something else is going on in the country that we don't know
Listen,
of, like when
I
9/11
agree.
happened and
You know what,
billion
ma'am?
dollars, $1 trillion went missing.
Hold on 1 second. You know what? I agree. Something is going on. Let's put on our tinfoil hats just to keep us safe from the aliens, right, ma'am? It's all those Martians coming for us, right? Everybody, get your tinfoil hats and
Didn't
robot
Biden
emojis.
say that aliens were real now? I'm confused.
Oh gosh, those Martians, they're just walking amongst us. So tell me again, why are you voting for the convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster? At first, you were making an argument surrounding the economy, but you didn't know what the inflation rate was. So obviously you don't know anything about the economy. Then you started spewing conspiracy theories, and obviously it's about conspiracies, right? So how long have you been a conspiracy theorist for? Is it like a learned trade? Did mommy and daddy
I thought
teach
you asked me why else I'm voting for him.
Oh, I'd be
Which
more
one do you want me
curious as to
answer?
when you learned how to be a conspiracy theorist. Was it like a personal kink? You were looking into Q?
Well,
Do you like the
I
shape
just
of
don't
Q?
want there to be war anymore. So can you tell me why Kamala?
Then why are you voting for Donald Trump when he wants to renuclearize Ukraine? You're not looking for war, but you want nuclear war?
He wants to show us that we're
Trump is saying
strong.
that we should violate the Budapest Memorandum, which would quite literally renuclearize Ukraine. So you're going to have the same invasion, but this time with nukes.
Yeah, they'll invade us. They're not scared of Kamala. They're
No, you're not
scared of
paying
Trump.
attention. So one more
I
time.
am paying attention.
So repeat back to me what I said.
You're not my dad.
Thank God for that. So let me better understand this one more time.
Oh yeah, where's your cup for your tears?
So one more time, because you're not listening. So you're saying that Donald Trump would end the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, and we can talk more about that. But Donald Trump is actually advocating for renuclearizing Ukraine by violating the Budapest Memorandum. And by that means you are advocating for not just war, but nuclear war. Why do you want nukes to be involved in the invasion?
Trump got rid of ISIS 2 weeks in office.
Trump did not get rid of ISIS. ISIS is still
he did.
active
Oh, he
right
did.
now.
Oh, he did. He sent him a
No,
picture
it's
of
still
his
active
house.
right now. You carry a supercomputer around in your freaking pocket all day long.
Right.
You could easily have Googled this whenever you like to. ISIS is still very active.
There was war.
I can't believe she even just said that. I'm gonna clutch my
Iraq.
pearls.
There was
Oh
war
my
with
gosh.
Biden. There was no
Good
war.
golly, what
with
is she talking about?
Yeah. You know where else there was war? Under Donald Trump.
No, there
Why were we
wasn't.
fighting conflicts in Chad, Syria, Pakistan, Afghanistan, all of those different countries? There was
The Jews run America.
weird-
The Jews run America.
Oh, the anti-Semitism there got rough.
Yikes! But say something about it.
You're a bitch.
Oh, she knew I was Jewish too. She walked right in and said that proud, and she was like, "Here's some anti-Semitism for you." First off, you found out about my space laser. Now you found out I'm running the world.
Can you believe they found out about our weather machine too?
I can't. I don't understand.
We've been hiding that so well.
How are they learning? Who's telling? Is it you?
I didn't tell them. I
Chat?
didn't tell them at all.
Fess up.
It was
Who in the
somebody in your
chat?
chat. I guarantee it. It was definitely somebody in your
Who
chat.
fucking said it? Which one of you? You're gonna ruin this for us. This is our only opportunity to take
It's
over the
Jessica
entire
Elizabeth.
galaxy.
I'm not sure, but I just saw her there, and I'm pretty sure it was her.
Jessica Elizabeth.
She seems sketchy. Yeah, she seems sketchy.
Miss Brandon, y'all can't be slipping up. My gosh. Gonna get us in trouble. Oh, I got his IP address. That was him, by the way. I think that they forget sometimes that I am indeed a digital strategist. And when he reminds me he has an IP address, I say, oh, say no more. I got you. Oh my gosh, Crystal, thank you so much for the $50 waiting for the rapture, she said.
Dude, that's what
Thank
happens. That's
you
what
so
happens to everything.
much.
They all get raptured right from underneath us.
Thank you for the love. I appreciate it, folks. Let's get up our next guest. Slowly but surely. Dude, let's try one more, and then I want to jump into a battle against you. I really want to battle you. I lost so bad to Tashika, and
Oh, so you're trying to get retribution because
I
you're going to
really
whoop my
do.
ass at this time of night. You're definitely going to whoop my ass at this time.
Dude, listen,
I'll do one with you, but
I'll
I'll let you whip my ass. I'm not hurt. I'm not hating. I just, let's do it. Like, I'm down. One more.
Listen, my guy. I'm so competitive, and like I beat Tashika the first time, and then Tashika beat me, and now Tashika won't do it with me again because she won, and I just need to win at something. Otherwise, I mentally can't make it until November 5th. Like, so please give me this. Day, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Well, it depends. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, listen. I don't know how I just wanted to tell you this. I don't know how I came across your page, but I love your content. I'm just sitting here, I'm laughing. Like, I don't know how I came across you, but I just want to say kudos to you. Keep doing what you're doing. It's very entertaining. So,
wow, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank
No
you so
problem.
much. That might be a good place to end it, I think.
Yeah, let's send it.
I feel good. All right, no pressure. You don't have to battle, but
Send it, man. I'm not afraid to lose. It's all good. Let's freaking send it. Let's go.
I think you have to. Do you go live separately? Is that how it works? I think you go live separately, and then
I thought you could do it from here.
Oh wait, can I?
Dude, I haven't battled someone in like forever, dude.
I think. Let's see.
I thought there was a way to do it from here.
No, yeah, I think you go live, and then I can invite you to co-host.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
All
right, cool. I'll
See you in a
back out.
minute.
I'll go live and invite me in.
Sounds good, man. See you in a minute.
Man, later. See ya.
Folks, we need to win this. My ego can't take losing. Folks, we need to win this. We need to win this. Get your chickens, everybody. We got a battle. Get your chickens. We got a battle coming up, folks. I need this. I can't lose. The fucking chicken, I can't. Oh my gosh. So folks, tomorrow we're going to see Kamala in Pennsylvania. I got an invite yesterday, so we're gonna go say hi. I'm excited. I haven't seen her in a while, actually. So we are waiting for Paulie to come on up. He's gonna go live, and then we're gonna co-host. If you are interested in tuning into a little battle between Paulie and I, feel free to sit tight for a moment. It's gonna take a sec. Are any of y'all going to the rally tomorrow in Pennsylvania? Speaking of, any of y'all going to the rally in Pennsylvania? Am I gonna see any of y'all there? All there. We did it!
We did it.
All right. Okay.
Everybody's like joining my live right now, and they're like, "What the heck is going on?"
Guys, we're gonna do a little fight. We're gonna do a fight. A little battle. Mostly because Paulie's being very kind and letting me get past my awful ego from losing.
Yeah, I only have like 100 people in here right now. Like, you didn't even let me load up all the way.
Oh, sorry. Take your time. Take your time. I'm sorry. Take your time. Take all the time you need. I'm so sorry. I'll
get a few seconds. Hold on. It's all good.
While you do that, my chat's gonna load up. Everybody, get your chickens. Let's go.
All right, you're coming to my live. We're about to do a battle on. Johnny. So I know you guys have never seen me freaking battle ever, because I think I've done this once ever. All right, so as you guys are coming in, we're about to do a battle on Johnny. I need your guys' help. We'll see. We'll see if it even loads in. It's being like really, really weird right now, so it's not even loading in. Yeah. Probably because I'm doing this. But that's okay.
You're good. Folks, so
also, I got a banana like right before I came in for you, and then it got peeled. So yeah, it got peeled like 2 seconds before I freaking jumped in your live.
I'm sorry. I thought you said banana. I was like, TikTok gave you a banana.
Oh yeah, if you say banana, they freaking TikTok doesn't like that. I'm just gonna accept it. We're just gonna go for it. We're gonna see what's up.
Oh boy.
Because I had a bunch of freaking.
Folks, so basically, you like the live if you send little gifts. Is that right? You send little gifts, you like the live, share the live, I guess, stuff like that, and it all goes towards points.
Yeah, like the live, share the live, send gifts, all that sort of stuff. This is already not looking good for me. I'm already getting my butt whooped. Really bad. One coin
sniped.
gifts until oh yeah, Ari's like the freaking battle master. She knows what's going on.
Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you, Tanisha. Thank you so much for the love, folks. Okay, so I feel really good already.
Yeah, you're whooping the hell out of me.
My ego.
I almost declined you until my live filled up. I was like about to do that, but I was like, no, I'll just accept it now. I'll let him have his time.
All right. I'm gonna put you on mute for a couple seconds, man. Okay.
Go for it, man.
Dude, thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you so much for the love. Folks, so I lost really badly to Tashika, and so Paulie is giving me the opportunity to possibly win, but I got a feeling that Paulie's community is probably going to whoop our butt, and it's just kind of holding back until it gets to 3 points. Because it does the 3 times thing, and this is exactly what Tashika's community did too. I thought I was winning, and then I lost really bad. Oh my gosh. Where's our chickens at? Speaking of. So we have a new prop. we have a new prop, and I use this prop in my live streams now. Anytime a MAGA Republican is a chicken and doesn't want to own up to a pivot, then they get the chicken. Thank you so much, Cassie, for the love. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Lisa.
All right. I don't know who's in here. There's not very many of my followers in here right now, but that's okay. I'm going to need like the 100 or so of you that are freaking actually jumped in here after my second live of the day to freaking step this thing up. That is the weirdest sound. Let's get this thing going. We can't let him beat us by that much. All right, we can do this.
See, no, look, now you're already catching up. I told you, it's every single time.
Izzy,
it's every single time. No,
let's go, Izzy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's every single time they snipe. Every single time they get sniped. Don't let them snipe. Literally, they're sniping!
No, we're sniping Johnny right now.
Thank you so much once again for the galaxy.
Keep this thing freaking
I
going.
told you,
we got this.
No,
let's do this.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Thank you, Ollie. They're sniping! I told you it was going to happen. You straight up were like, no, they're not going to snipe.
Are we the 3 times? Oh, wait, hold on. We still have time before the 3. Oh, yeah. We're only at 2 times right now.
2 seconds, 1 second. Okay,
Izzy,
we are at...
thank you so much for the galaxy.
Thank you so much for the gold necklace. Thank you so much,
Ari,
Corey.
thank you so much for the
Stephanie.
meteor shower. Oh my God, thank you so much.
Folks, okay, they're literally... They're sniping it! Oh my gosh, they're like eye and eye with us right now. Okay, we are neck and neck.
All right,
guys,
we actually have a competition here. All
I
right,
can't
let's go. We actually have a competition here. Let's do this, guys. We can all do this. Guys, let's do this. I need to start this thing. Let's freaking go.
Okay. Listen,
don't let the chicken scare you.
You guys
don't
see this
let the
puppy?
chicken scare
Everybody
you.
see the puppy?
I'll
It's going to
put
go
on
to Springfield. It's going to go to Springfield if somebody doesn't help us win this thing.
I'm sending this girl right here to Springfield.
No!
I'll send this actual puppy to Springfield. She will be actually gone all the way to Springfield.
Your dog's
I'm sending
just
her
like
to the Haitians.
Folks, we are so close. We gotta come on, folks. We can do this. I'm just gonna ignore the flag, folks. We can do this. We can.
All right,
win this.
hold on. I think we're getting ready to go to another level, yo. I think we're about to go to another level. You hold on
folks,
for a second.
We have 1 minute left. Okay, we have 1 minute left, and they're catching up. Thank you so much, Una. Thank you,
we're just
King
creeping
T.
on them.
Thank you, Meg. Don't let them snipe this. They're trying to snipe this. Don't let them. Please.
Just listen to Ari, guys. Just listen to Ari. Just Ari. She's guiding the whole way in there. Just let her. Just listen to Ari. Whatever she says.
Guys, Rebecca, can Mom Rebecca, thank you so much for the love, folks. We can't lose this.
Do it for summer,
guys. If we lose this, it's bad luck. You know, if we lose this, it's really bad luck. Galaxy, thank you so much, Una, for the galaxy. Okay, I feel okay.
Ari.
I feel like
you
we
guys
might.
Got this.
We could possibly
follow
win.
Ari. Let's do this.
Diana, Nora, thank you so much. We got some MVPs in here. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you.
We have to do it for summer, y'all. We have to do it for summer. We have to do it for summer. We got 24 seconds left.
Yes,
we got to do this.
Michigan. Thank you. Okay, I know that they're gonna drop something, and then we can't, guys.
I'm waiting for it. I think it's coming.
Right, we don't have.
I think it's coming.
We need.
I think it's coming,
guys. We need safe room. We have no safe room yet. We need somebody to do something. Alex, thank you so much for the glitter. Jeff and Maui, thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Oh wow. Okay, no, they just beat us. Somebody do something.
Oh my God, with the boot down.
Thank you so much for the little dino.
Oh my God, let's do this.
Okay,
let's go. Oh my God, we're so close. Let's go with the fireworks. Let's freaking go.
No.
Oh my goodness, and the potato. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much.
I want a rematch.
I beat you by less than 100 points.
No, I want a rematch. I want a rematch.
I'm done, man. We blew the whole thing, man. We blew it. I'm done.
No, give us a rematch. Give us a rematch. Chat, if we get a rematch. If we get a rematch, chat, could we win? Please just do the rematch. I need this.
I told you. I listened to Ari. Ari said no more rematches.
No, rematch.
You know what? I will do a rematch with you. Not today, but I'm gonna wait until we're both on live. And like my whole freaking crew is here, and then we'll do a full rematch.
All right, chat. I'm gonna need you to help. Ari was
sometime
smart.
this week we'll do it. I'll sit.
Ari was smart.
Text me. I had an unfair advantage.
Ari is a secret weapon. It's okay.
Ari used to just do like battles, like for like that's all she used to do. She used to whoop the hell out of people. I thought we were gonna lose too. Man, that was so
some massive
close.
superpowers in here from like Diana. I mean, like seriously,
thank
like,
you guys all so much. I really appreciate
Michigan,
you guys so much.
Thank
It was
you
absolutely
folks so
amazing.
much.
Like really,
Seriously.
Becky, Izzy, freaking, I saw all those. Ari, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate
I'm shocked by how competitive this was. Like that was really close. Kind of though. I mean, is yours blue and mine's red? Is that right?
No, to me, you're blue.
I was gonna say, because honestly, I'm okay with losing if this means that red is gonna lose in November. So. But all right,
yeah,
all right, man. Thanks for joining the live.
Sorry,
tonight.
I couldn't give you the win on that one, Johnny.
No, it's
sorry,
okay.
I couldn't.
I'm just gonna go.
We're gonna
cry.
plan this. No, we're gonna do this weekend. You have your Discord in your bio, right?
I don't do Discord, man. I don't do Discord.
You don't do Discord?
No.
All right,
I should.
I'll shoot you a message.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, I'll shoot you I'll shoot you a message and we'll freaking get together. We'll plan this out like the whole time.
Yeah, no,
and
100%.
I think you'll get me the next time.
I hope so, man, because now all I'm going to do is run a bath and cry in it. But see you later.
Well, at least
man.
get a glass of wine. I know you said it was a Tuesday, but at least get a glass of wine.
Right?
Y'all, thank you guys so much for showing up for this. I really
Thank you,
appreciate that. And
folks.
Johnny, you know I appreciate and love the hell out of you too, man.
Good to
Thank you
see
so
ya.
much. We'll definitely freaking party again sometime and freaking and we'll battle and all that sort of stuff. So,
100%, man. Thank you for coming up.
Absolutely,
and
brother.
Folks, everybody in the chat, thank you so much for the love and thank you for helping us win that, because it was rigged. I mean, we know that we fucking won that. Like
just
this
a
guy,
slugger.
this guy. I mean, he was stuffing the fucking ballot box. You all saw what he was doing.
I was. There was
Straight
a lot
up,
of breaking
we won.
Atlanta.
Stop the vote. Stop the count. All right.
There you go. Y'all have a good one. All right, see, hold on. Can I separate from you there?
How do we separate? It's giving.
I know there's a freaking way in here.
Are we stuck with each other forever? Oh, wait, hold on. I think I got it. Oh, I think he got it. All right, cool. Guys, thank you so much for your help in that battle. We got really close to winning. That was pretty cool. Thank you so much to everybody for the support and the love. A massive thank you again to our mods today who kept the channel clean, ensuring it was a safe community for so many of us tuning in. And awesome that Paulie joined us for some of those debates and conversations. We did flip a couple Republicans today, which is very exciting, including one who was a deep MAGA Trumper, is Tashika okay? I'm trying to get in touch with her a little bit now, but I understand that, after a loss like that, you need time to process. So I'm not trying to push or anything, but I'm really keeping Tashika in my thoughts right now. I'm sending so much love to her. She had a loss, folks, and so we definitely want to ensure that she's surrounded by love right now. And I will see her tomorrow, so I'm hoping to do a little something to hopefully cheer her up, because we're both going to be going to the Kamala's event. But thinking of her tonight, she is such a brilliant, vibrant, wonderful woman. Just an absolutely amazing intellect. So it hurts me when she's hurting. It hurts to know that if her heart hurts tonight. So let's all keep her in our thoughts and prayers tonight, okay, folks? Daniel, that was so nice. Daniel, thank you so much for the love. Let me read what that said here. Ooh, I don't know the streamer, but I got to check it out. I saw the video, Daniel. So Daniel's talking about the Jubilee video. I saw the video because Tashika was also in a Jubilee video, and I was watching a lot of those Jubilee videos. People keep asking me to do them. I'm not that interested in doing them. I don't know, Daniel, I don't know the exact streamer you were referring to, but I'll look him up. I'm curious if maybe I do know him and I just don't remember right now. Yeah, I don't really want to do those Jubilee videos, guys. I think, because again, those Jubilee videos, right? Or maybe honestly, I should do those Jubilee videos because they are looking for entertainment. Half of what I do, folks, is education. Half of what I do as well is entertainment, right? We want to educate, but we also want to have fun while we do it. Jubilee is very education focused. I'm not a big fan of the platform style that they use. They don't have fun, right? There's no fun in those videos. They're very just like, let's all run to a sea and try to conversate with a Republican. I'm not going to run up from a seat to go like speak to a Republican. In no way will I ever be running to a Republican. Yeah, okay, mama didn't teach me to do that. Like, they're just, it's, yeah, right? It's like intense, Patrice. It's like, it's a different kind, it's very stuffy. That's a good way to describe it. It's not fun. It doesn't look fun to me. You know, it looks very, like, I do, yeah, same, Jay. I applaud the people who do it. It looks like a great experience for someone else. Like I know all the stats and I know everything that they would need me to know. I prefer having fun as I do it. You know what I'm saying? I guess I just like having fun in what I do. The moment it becomes less fun, I'm uninterested, and it usually doesn't look fun. But anyway, anyhow, but do y'all? I know that a lot of y'all are on the West Coast, so it's still pretty early in the night. You guys have any plans? Y'all doing anything fun? I know it's a Tuesday as well, so not too much going on. How are you folks feeling about the upcoming election, by the way? We got 1 week. Y'all nervous? Excited? Ready for it to be over with? How you feeling? Nervous? Yeah. Yeah. It's not a bad thing you're nervous. Because I'll say a lot of us in 2016, we weren't nervous. We weren't nervous at all. And that is what led to Donald Trump winning. So being nervous isn't a bad thing. Being nervous means that you know you need to vote. Being nervous means you know you need to work. And that's a good thing. Because I remember completely being complacent in 2016, being like, she's going to win, it doesn't matter. I was not nervous in 2016, and I should have been. I remember even on the day of the election, I was like, I walk up to my friend and I said, "You ready for Hillary Clinton to be your president?" And he was like, "You're getting complacent." And yeah, he was right. We were all getting complacent. It's good to be nervous. It's good to have anxiety. That's a good thing. Being nervous, good. That's a good thing. Yeah, we're not going to know the winner right away. Pennsylvania on its own, I think we will know the winner of the election once we know where Pennsylvania stands. Definitively, once Pennsylvania's decided, we'll know the winner of the election. We probably won't know where Pennsylvania stands until a day or two after the election. But Wisconsin or Michigan? Michigan, it's very possible we get those results back late that night or early that morning. I'm talking like 3 or 4 a.m. If we get Michigan's results back, then you can go to bed knowing that she just won. Because that belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they stay together. That belt never separates. I will say, some stat-wise, if it helps, the MAGA Republicans, pardon the cough, folks. I don't want to take my inhaler again because I'm going to be going to bed soon. Those stats, let's talk about a couple polls. My goodness. In 2022 in Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, for example, right? John Fetterman was projected to lose that Senate race that he's currently seated in by about 3 points. He won by 5. Polls in recent years don't favor Democrats. They favor Republicans, but the vote favors Democrats, especially because the polls don't typically count Gen Z voters. And Gen Z voters turn out. They turn out. They don't turn out as high as we need them to, but they turn out for Democrats. And that is the difference. Oh yeah, folks, definitely don't listen to the polls. Seriously. The polls are really favoring Republicans statistically. Like, I've gone through the numbers. Okay, what is this? Sorry, folks, it gets worse as the night goes on. We got good old-fashioned lung damage. Yeah, no? Becca, hello, my friend. Let me get you up here. Hello, how you doing?
Hey,
Just wanted to let you know I'm thinking of Tashika right now, and I hope she's okay. But I did want to tell you something. I went to visit my mom this weekend, so I drive through rural Wisconsin on the way because I'm coming from Minnesota. The last couple of years, all I've seen is Trump signs. Trump 2024, Trump is Jesus, Trump everything. I was driving there this weekend, and it was completely changed. It was Kamala signs everywhere. Kamala walls, Harris walls everywhere. All the signs had been changed. There was only maybe 2 or 3 Trump signs. We stopped for gas, and people were wearing their Harris wall shirts. People are excited. And I think being so close to having walls, because he's so close, because he's a Midwest guy himself, and he's so close to Minnesota, they are excited. The tide has changed in Wisconsin so drastically. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited as we were driving. My kids were like yelling it out as we were driving. They're like, another one, another one, another one. They get excited because they like seeing it, but they don't know. Right. They don't understand because they're only 15 and 13. They don't understand what's happening as we're driving. I'm seeing it and I'm like taking it in. I live with a MAGA. I know what they're like right now.
Right.
I think you were on my live the other night when some craziness went down. But I know what they're like right now.
Right.
And if he was getting upset, he was like, it's all propaganda. I'm like, no, the tide is changing. People are getting excited. So I know people are worried about the polls. I'm worried about the polls, obviously. Yes, don't look at them because Gen Z. But if you look at the tide is changing in Wisconsin, Wisconsin is going, I'm pretty sure Wisconsin's going to go blue. And like you said, they stick together. It's the blue wall. If Wisconsin's going, Michigan's going, Pennsylvania's going. My cousin's in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a paramedic out there. And he said he's seen a lot of the tide is changing out there in PA. I
messaged it. I had said it before, but I don't know if you were on. I went from Penn State to Philadelphia to the Poconos, crossing through a ton of rural counties in the area. And I even went up towards like Wayne County up north in Pennsylvania and Schuylkill and whatnot. Like I counted 109 signs for Kamala. I had a friend fact checking me on it too, and he was a Republican. 109 signs for Kamala, 16 signs for Donald Trump. I'm like, is the campaign broke, or are people not putting out the signs? This is phenomenal. Like it's phenomenal.
Yeah. I think the tide is finally starting to flip in our direction. I think women are going to be the deciding vote this time because we didn't like our rights being taken away. Like I said, I live with a MAGA. He knows I'm super, super liberal, but he honestly, I think in his heart of hearts thinks that I would vote for Trump. I would never. I'm a never Trump girl. I'm a never Trump person.
Just like JD Vance. I'm a never Trump guy.
And he doesn't know what I do in the ballot box. And ladies, your husband doesn't know what you do in the ballot box. He doesn't have to. You can tell him, you can walk out and smile and go get coffee and say, oh, honey, I did vote for Trump. He's never going to know. Your vote is your secret. He doesn't have to know. And like I said, I'm seeing the signs in rural Wisconsin, which is deep red. They're blue. They're turning blue. And like I said, my cousin who's in Reading, you're in Pennsylvania, my cousin's in Reading, and you're all seeing the tide is changing too. So I know we're scared right now, but I want to offer everyone a little hope. I think we're going to be okay. I have trauma from 2016 as well.
No, we really all do. I'm telling you now, Becca, I'm telling you now, listen, we're going to win this. And it's really, I mean, even in the fear, like I mean this so sincerely, I'm genuinely scared. And I'm like, that's such a good feeling. Like, I don't know, it feels good to have anxiety around the election again, because I physically know I'm not being complacent, and that's a good sign. Like, this is how I felt in 2022 when our governor's race and our senator's race looked close. And like I don't know, I'm glad that I'm scared, I guess, because then I know we're not recreating 2016. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
because I was not scared in 2016. I was like, whatever, she won. Doesn't matter.
That's what I did too. I was living in Chicago at the time, and I think I got like a little comfortable being in such a liberal state where they were all about Hillary, and they've always been all about the blue candidate, the Democrat. So I got excited, and I didn't go out of my bubble and look because I was comfortable. But now it's forced me over the past however many years to really look outside, do the phone bakes, do the door-to-door knocking like we've done lately, and get my daughter voting too. She's 27. She's voted now in the last couple of elections. I think it's healthy to be scared. Like you said, it's good to be nervous. But I think overall, if anyone's in here really nervous and really scared like I was, I think we're going to be okay.
Yep, agreed. We have enough fear to fill a big bucket, so we're gonna win. That means we're gonna win. What a crazy time we're living in when being scared means you're gonna win. I hate this timeline, but I love this timeline because we're gonna get Madam President Kamala Harris, and I'm so excited.
I'm so excited too, and I'm excited because I'm excited for my daughters. I'm excited for another reason. I'm excited for my daughters, my 27-year-old, my 15-year-old, and my 13-year-old to be able to see what a woman can do. I'm voting for her for a lot of other reasons. So please don't people say, "Oh, you're just voting for her because she's a woman." No, I'm excited. I think she's got a great plan. I think she's more qualified than any candidate we've ever had.
I hate when MAGA Republicans too. Like, if somebody does want to vote for Kamala just because she's a woman, like that's totally justified and warranted. Like, do we understand that? The reason our country is the way it is because a woman hasn't been leading the country yet. Folks, when you come up here and you're like the MAGA men who come up here overly emotional, do we recognize it's always the women who keep it together anytime they join the live stream, no matter what side of the aisle they're on? It's always the MAGA men who get super emotional. Yeah, I'm ready for a woman. I think our country is going to profit far better once we get a woman in office because, listen, 250 fucking years.
I've been watching my MAGA husband spiral, and I'm the one keeping it together, and I'm the one that's holding it down over here, and I'm the sensible one. So I think that he's losing it, and I'm like, you need to take it down a little bit. The MAGA people, the MAGA men are spiraling. The women are upset too, but I think we hold it together better. I think we have a more solid grasp on things. They say we're emotional. I don't know. They're emotional. But I think, divorce immediately. Yeah, we're working on it. But it takes time and money. Takes time and money, and there's things going on right now, but we're working on it. But I'm just wanted to let you guys know what I was seeing over here in the deep Midwest. So we're excited. We're doing good. Johnny, you're doing the Lord's work over here. You're here every night for us, slapping down the MAGA. And someone said I'm past menopause. No, honey, I'm only 43. I know I sound older, but I'm 43. But no, we're seeing good things over here in the Midwest. Walls has done so much good. He has changed so many minds. He has helped Wisconsin. You're doing the work here. You're just you're talking to people. I know you flipped Republicans, but you do it in a fun way.
I don't think people realize. I don't think people realize, guys. I'm gonna be so blunt because most of the people on right now are people that are friends. Guys, I don't just do the live streams, to be clear. Like, if I'm not programming websites for Dems or programming sites, like, for example, the Trump debt counter website that tracks his debt, or whether it be I created the first Project 2025 website before Kamala and Joe had their own. I created the first one. Wow. That's some stuff I do. I'll travel around, meet voters and stuff in person. Guys, I'm so tired, but I'm so excited for this to be over and for us to win. And literally, there are massive dark circles under here. It's all makeup, guys. We are very tired and we are very ready to win this race. And I'm ready to get a full night's sleep instead of a couple hours a night. So very, very ready to win. I'm very ready for us to move on because I'll be hibernating all winter.
Well, you certainly deserved it. And if you're ever in Chicago or Minnesota, look me up and I will have you over for a beautiful Shabbat dinner.
Oh, love you so much.
I just know you're one of you said a couple lives ago, you're part of the tribe.
I am. I'm proudly so. Yeah.
So if you're ever in Chicago, because I have two residents, so if you're ever in Chicago or you're ever in Minnesota, I put on a wonderful Shabbat, and you are welcome in my home anytime.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's always funny. I was waiting for somebody to like figure it out, and nobody really figured it out because I'm half Italian. And so then the curls, and they're like, well, is that the Italian or is that Jewish? The curls are Jewish. The curls are from my Jewish side.
Yeah, and I get that my son. It's funny because he's half Arab, and that he's Jewish and Mexican from my side. So people are always like, oh, so the Arab is that's the curls. He's like, no, he's like, that's actually the Jewish part.
Yep. Oh, we got a half Italian, half Irish. Where's our Italians at? We got any Italians here? Where's our Italians?
I'm a teeny tiny bit, but mostly Hispanic and Jewish and Romanian.
Romanian?
Yeah, that's where the Jewish part of, well, obviously we all hail from Judea, Israel, but my family was kicked out during the Roman years. I've been doing my ancestry, in case you can't tell. I've been doing my ancestry and found out a lot of my family came from Romania. So we immigrated here from Romania during the pogroms.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, we got a lot of Italians here. Anna says that she's 2% Italian. And that means you are enough Italian to know how to make a good ziti, or at least that is what my Nona says. 1% Italian is all you need to be a good cook. That's what I've learned. But anyhow, Becca, it was good chatting with you tonight. I'm about to log off. I might see if anybody else is live streaming just to say hi to some friends, but oh no.
Yeah, but you guys, remember, Johnny's been doing hard work for us. His Venmo, Cash App, his PayPal. I'm trying. It's in his bio. Take care of him. He's been traveling around. He's been doing a lot of work. We love him. W Johnny's in the chat.
Shucks,
and
thank you for the love.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Talk to you soon. Have a good one. Folks, y'all, I love you folks so much. And I love the community we've built. We really do have a fierce community here. And I think that how unified we are as a community, not just a party, right? Because we're more than a party now, right? The Democratic Party is not just the Democratic Party anymore. We have Republicans standing with us, independents standing with us, folks from all sides of the political aisle and spectrum standing with us. It's really a community at this point, and we've done a lot of good work. So thank you folks for being part of that work. I might do a couple other live streams and just say hi to some folks. But other than that, I hope you all have a good night and a good dinner if you didn't already eat. I'll see you folks. Oh my goodness gracious. Sorry. I'm also going to try to live stream tomorrow from the event, from Kamala's event tomorrow. So I'm going to try to live stream from that as well. So hopefully that'll make good content. Hopefully that'll be fun. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good
that was set by Republicans when Obama was president, because closer to the election, he appointed judges.
Was it unlawful?
Not necessarily
So
unlawful.
He could do